Ladies and gentlemen, heralds and immortals, and everyone in between, welcome to this beautiful, beautiful Tuesday morning. It's gonna be Level Up versus Navi, the upper bracket finals here at EPL Masters, and it looks like PMA will just go less PMA mode by picking up the Axe first pick. But on the other hand, Level Up did open up the draft with their signature Lena, which I personally despise playing. What do you think?
I think Lena is okay at best. I think Lena
I
has a lot
hate
of
it.
problems.
Redhead doesn't
Le-
do nothing.
Lena has some problems with like staying alive, particularly against Axe. If anybody gets on top of you, you're in a lot of trouble. You're really, very much a glass cannon. But if you could draft around keeping space between the Lena and threats, then there are definitely opportunities for Level Up to take this to a win here. Level Up have looked like, in all due respect, the team to beat um, so far in this playoff here run, and up in this upper bracket. Navi defeated RUNE EATERS in such convincing fashion. It's like this series is really going to come down to who has better execution, who shows up today.
I think Level
Putting
Up
your
they're just gonna eat it again with the Lena like they did in game one yesterday, right? I just have this feeling that it's just not gonna work out against the lineup that is this good. Although they do address Riddy's Bane, so there's
yeah,
that. So no Mirana Bane combination that Navi basically rode in both games, was it? Or
it was both.
no, no,
It
no,
was
no. Actually,
not.
it wasn't. It wasn't.
It was
The
game
first game
two
was
that they used
Rubik,
Murano.
right? Yeah, the first game
First
was
game was
Rubik.
Rubik. Yes.
So they could just pivot back to that, take the Light Striker, right, take the Laguna Blade, and then turn it into Avada Kedavra from Harry Potter. And you could just basically just go Potter mode as Wind Ranger.
Okay, so redheads only.
Another redhead. Okay, wait. If
Redheads only.
redheads only, what's the theme there? Hold on.
Who else has red hair?
I'm thinking,
Invoker with some hairstyles has red hair.
does it? I don't
Yeah,
know.
like the
The
fire.
immortal is
You would say fire
yellowish.
hair. You would say fire hair is
Fire hair
makes
is
a
red
redhead.
hair. Gotcha.
That's red. That's a redhead.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Grimstroke, but no, Grimstroke is has a red mask, right?
Uh,
Does he have a
Omni Knight
red?
is like brownish.
Wait,
hair.
hold on.
Oh,
Grimstroke
Mars.
does have a red head. Grimstroke does have red head. Mars
Okay.
is
Yeah,
true.
Mars is definitely super red.
Grimstroke,
Um,
Mars, and then Invoker, I guess, is
I
the
guess
last one.
Invoker is the last one. Maybe
Other
you
than
make a
that,
case for Phoenix.
you could kind of say that Monkey King has red-ish hair, brunette-ish hair. You don't
If
know
we're
what
saying if
Clockwork.
we're saying red head, like your actual head, Jakiro, you could make a case for
True, but it's also
because
a
his head
blue
is
head.
literally red.
He's also part of the Blue Dragon group, right? Partially.
True.
But yeah, with the Clockwork, right, we don't see the head color for
No,
sure. So
no,
there's
we
one
don't
of
know.
your enigmas, which is a certain kind of hatred, more than likely, that is going to come to that off lane, to that safe lane, where Queasy, I think, is going to stay on the Wind Ranger. He's been pretty useful on it, having this
Yeah,
this mass impact of just running around and basically turning Wind Ranger into kind of a ganker roamer kind of deal. And his shackles
power
have
shot,
been massively on point. I cannot argue with that.
shackle, power shot. I mean, both spells are incredibly important for a wind, and even the wind run, just the trading opportunity that you give yourself. You don't have to really worry about something like anyone right clicking you. You can create space, run away. And Navi, they do get the Coddle Ember Spirit combo. Let me
Ember.
tell you something.
Safe lane?
Ember,
We're going
no,
back to
definitely not.
2014?
This is definitely
Doc,
mid
can we go
Ember.
back to 2014?
I don't think it's going to be a carry Ember, but what I do know is that even though it's in mid Ember, Coddle is really good. Like, just amazing with this hero. You get so many slides, so many chains. Your fire shield comes back off cooldown pretty quick. If not, it's got a full duration if you play your cards right.
Tide Hunter.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the Tide. Maybe they're thinking about Anchor. Anchor is really good against the Marauder, the Ember Spirit, and the Coddle. Axe doesn't really care. He'll just sit there and eat it anyway, like and kill it. But the Ember Spirit does have to worry about it. The Coddle really relies on movement speed to keep space, and if you get anchored, you're dead. Mirana also a hero. You can't leap when you're anchored down. So Tidehunter, I think, really coming into play, showing us the power of the AoE team fight as well, which is something that level up we're missing. So they have the Clockwork for initiation, the Tide for counter initiation if they wanted, or for someone for standing forward. Lena can stand behind the Tide, and Wind can help skirmish on the sideline. So,
but the Coddle does have a built-in, a semi-built-in solution to all of this, right? Is the Will-O-Wisp, the Disco Ball, the budget black hole still up there, or is it just a bit of bait itemization? Where you throw out 4,200 gold so that the Lena can just basically get another objective to just right-click down.
I think Coddle 5 doesn't necessarily rush for the Aghanim Scepter like a Coddle 4 or
I
mid
don't
Coddle
think
would.
this is going to be a 5. I think should be Mirana 5. No, take the Falcons approach. Give it to Riddies. Give Riddies the Shagan Rider.
It could. I mean, I just don't see it. I think
Salamene commands plate.
It's going to be a Tide Wind in your lane, so you have options of laning pressure or doing some sort of lane pressure with that. Like we've seen Beastmaster carry in the past. That could be a really neat option. You just blink BKB, you roar Lena, and then literally nobody on level up can do anything to save her. That's one way to think about it. You could also, I don't know, there's just a lot of different opportunities that you have, but ultimately it comes down to execution. And, ease of execution for me is definitely a level up. There's a lot less skill involved on these heroes. You have a Tidehunter, you have a Clockwork. I mean, Lena, dude. Lena's so boring. The only reason why I don't play this hero is because it's so boring, man. So
wait, hold on. Lifestealer banned, but
yeah.
Okay, one of the counters to the Tide.
Yep.
Your favorite fish and the bear and the Luna remain in my book, but I don't know what God the Juice is currently gunning for at this point. He loses his favorite Kez, sadly, so... Oh no,
Yeah,
I don't have to
must
cast Kez, Sudge. I'm not a big fan of the Burb Samurai in general, but, the way he played it with Niku joining in with the Weaver, or him playing the Weaver and then Niku joining in with the Burb Samurai, that was more my style, more my tempo. But I do wonder, Templar or what kind of Midas Armor do you want to go against the Tide, as it's going to be a Spirit Dance on the mid lane? Okay.
Yeah, Storm Ember. I mean, it's not bad. It's not good for either hero, really. I think they both trade pretty evenly. But obviously, I'm kind of surprised Navi didn't go Storm Coddle, to be honest, seeing that it's available in the pool. But I think they just might want the control a little bit more from the Ember Spirit, which is what it does. It's not the juice is going to get us
Terrorblade. Okay.
This is a combo we used to see, but they changed the shard on Coddle. So it used to be that you would get like an extra 2 illusions from Terrorblade with the amount of cooldown reduction that you got from the chakra magics, but it's still good. It's still an extra Terrorblade illusion that you get from having a Coddle by your side. So the farming speed on Got the Juice is going to be through the roof, and I don't know if WoW can really stand up to it, to be honest.
Yeah, Riddies will stick with the Mirana. Those days will be taking the Keeper of the Light to the other side.
Yeah. Okay.
But at the very same time, my question to you... Well, I did want to make the caveat that Niku does seem to play the Ember significantly more
he does,
throughout this year at this point. So it could be also a comfort thing as to why they didn't go for the Storm route. But I'm not going to lie. Overall, I am way more favoring the Na'Vi lineup. Despite the higher or harder execution, Na'Vi, ever since the Malta second place, right? The Malta Blast second place that they got back in February, they've been looking a little bit shaky as a lineup. But now that Zayat is gone and Daze is back in play, do you believe that they can make it into the grand finals in a clean fashion, or will Level Up actually give Na'Vi a hard time here in this game number 1?
I think they're gonna have to win, and
someone will.
I know someone's gonna have.
There's
to.
no ties in Dota. There's no ties in Dota. There's no penalty shots in Dota. There's no hydration. I mean, there are hydration breaks in Dota after a while. Like, there's a heat wave going on in Europe. So obviously, they're all in Dota, but
So personal opinion, my friend from the Hungarian valleys of the Danube,
Carpathian Basin, yeah, I guess.
Carpathian Basin, the
The,
Danube
the
River, I
Danube is
believe.
massive, so
It
like
is very
the
massive.
Danube starts from Germany and ends in Romania, so that thing is big.
Yeah, but I mean, Hungary cuts right through it. You know what I mean?
Other way, I think other way around. The Danube doesn't give a
Yeah, it
crap
would
about your
be.
borders. So Danube is like, yo, what's up? I'm the river.
Hey, yo, what is up? But really, cross borders here, right?
Hmm.
We're talking a lot about themes of Dota heroes and redheads, and we're talking a lot about ease of execution. But what I want to know, Dodai, and what's going to be answered this game, who has a better team branding?
Oh, Navi. It's not even a question.
It's got to be Navi, right? Like it's got to be. It
I
can't
have a
be
Navi
anyone but Navi.
keychain. I have a Navi bookmark. I never use them. I just keep them as memorabilia because I will sell them to Navi fans. But yeah, obviously this
But
team, ever since winning the first TI, has
yeah,
gone through many iterations, many team switches, and even though the original founders and the original great masters of the game have gone on to bigger and better pastures, some have gone into streaming, some have actually quit the game entirely. It's still good to see that after all this history and time, Navi is still alive in some sense, as they will pick up 3 runes over a level up at the 0 minute mark. So game number 1 is officially at its start now.
yeah. This is the Clash of the Creeps. The first wave. I don't think we really talk about how important first wave is, you and I, or even casters in general. But something I wanted to highlight this game: getting the difference between 1 or 2 denies in the first wave can mean the difference between getting level 1 or 2 before your opponents. And how
Is it a
often do we see?
butterfly effect? Is what you're
I
telling
mean,
me?
it can be, but what ends up happening is if like a team that gets level 2 that's really strong with level 2. I'm looking at this bottom lane with the Lena and the Clockwork. You get level 2, you really can open up some kill threat here with the cogs, the rocket flare, and uh, the right click damage.
The
Like
audience and I keeping an eye out on the top lane. Riddy's, interestingly enough, started off with the Starstorm. But yeah, now that we're back on bottom, let's watch this cog blocking action coming out from Hatred, as it will get dazed down to 1/3 of his remaining HP. Being a
Also
keeper
nice
of
to
the
have
light is hard.
cogs. Also nice to have cogs on your team because if you ever get battle hunger, you can just deny a cog, and that's a pretty safe way of getting the battle hunger off of you. You don't have to really think about it too much. Clockwork can harass at the same time that you're getting that done.
But wait,
So
don't you
pretty.
just punt the cog if you're the Clockwork?
If you're the clock, you do punt the cog. I'm talking about the Lena. If you're battle hungering the Clockwork, who cares? That's his job is to eat that spell. So
Yeah. Yesterday I went 1-7 in predictions, so
oh
it
well.
was
Who
a
are
it
you
was a.
predicting today? I'm going the opposite.
Oh no, I'm going Navi on this first one for sure. Maybe the curse continues. I don't know.
Okay,
At the
well, I
end of the
think Level
day,
Up has a better draft, so we'll see.
I did miss out on one of the games, right? And some of you might be questioning the math because there were, I believe, 9 games played in total. Or wait, no, there was actually 10 games played, right? Two matches went 2-1, and then 2 matches went 2-0.
There were a lot of games yesterday,
But there
and
were
there's going to be a
a
lot of
lot of
games today
games.
too.
It's still better than when we had 5 BO3s per day, right? During the play-in.
That's a lot.
Those were rough days.
That
And
was a
shout out to
lot.
production for constantly keeping us entertained, as we have the classic spirit dance on the mid lane, right? As
Yep.
showmanship of skill most of the time between 2 mid laners, and Niku and Einkrad are giving us a really good show.
This mid matchup is like one of the most skilled matchups I think in Dota. It is so. It's just so much on a teeter's edge. Both heroes represent so much damage, and both heroes really just need to get those runes as well. So how I don't know how many times we see supports coming in to help mid. I don't know how many times we see. Oh my gosh! Of course, the fortifications used to stop people from getting the mana
Sharing last
going and
hits, yeah. Aincrad in
stopping those
trouble.
last hits.
Just a little bit, but he will be in the safety of the tower, so he should be okay as Hatred. Messes up 2 cogs, messes up 3 cogs. But yeah, PMA is just gonna keep it the BSG way. We'll keep it PMA. But speaking of mid rotations,
yep.
Hold on, as the Axe does do the creep cut. Riddies is gonna try and inch into the mid lane. Eventually it will just be, as soon as they realize that the storm is out of here, a little bit of territorial control coming out from Daze. And see, even just Chakra Magic loads up his boy. Niku on the mid lane. Back up top. I don't know. It's hard to say that the Tide is being successful, even though he is behind on last hits to his counterpart, which is PMA. PMA is wave cutting at the same time. He is getting low. The Dragon Slave will not connect Daze. Trying to keep the Axe alive. Eventually, it will be the Caudal going down for FB. As Gandalf is gone, and PMA will be the fool that runs. As Niku getting low on the middle lane. Let's see the connection. Queasy coming in, but they get shackled themselves by Searing Chains, and they'll be stuck in the mid lane without actually catching up to Niku, who's still at a sliver of HP. The power shot misses as Niku looks to turn around one more time. Queasy cannot get that last right click off as the Ember dies. Daze and Riddies. The mid gank eventually blinded by the light. Aincrad will die, and that is 2 kills for Na'Vi.
It's just too much damage. Too much damage. They played a little too close to the fire. Speaking of, Woe picks up the kill on the PMA who's creep cutting. You can't creep cut against a Clockwork. It's just not going to work. You can't get away from him.
You get assaulted for battery.
Assaulted. Yeah.
Do you think battery assault? Do you think battery assault is just a combination of 2 American crimes? Battery and assault.
I do think so.
That's legit. Is that it? Really?
Yep.
That's where the name comes from, doesn't it?
That's where it comes from.
Because I think when you do the combination in the US, it is called assault and battery, but now it's battery assault.
It depends. I think it depends.
And can you make assault into a battery though? As Aincrad gonna be jumped on by Niku. The level 6 is working overtime on the Ember. Squeezy will be illuminated to death, guaranteeing the double kill for Niku.
Not a lot of last hits in this mid lane, and so you have to look at the kills here, and there's a killing spree here for the Ember Spirit. So Ember, obviously really enjoying himself right now. He's got so much damage to work with. And yeah, his last hit's obviously not the greatest of all time, but you're keeping the Storm really low. Unfortunately, Darknia is just going to have to try to figure out a way to get some money. Yeah, Storm is a hero that needs items. Like, you need Witchblades, you need your Kayas, you need all your stuff.
I'm still looking at bottom, possible catch onto the Woe, but it's like PME wants to go for it. Doesn't have the call at level 5 as you do.
Niku's just stole the Wisdom Shrine as well.
But yeah, the Ember Spirit working overtime right now as Niku is well on his way to the vessel as well. Number 1 target would be, I think, the Clock and the Tide, if I'm not mistaken. Or Tide will just purge it off itself, so not really.
Yeah, the Tide doesn't care about your urn at all. Maybe like 50 damage of the urn, maybe, but it's not worth using it. You definitely are going to use it for the Storm and the Lena, who are very squishy heroes.
Heard. And speaking of squishy heroes on the mid lane, shoving that tier 1 tower already. Aincrad could be in trouble here. Just reached level 6 and is already going to be shackled and arrowed, but the Illuminate will not reach in time. The urn will be out healed, and Aincrad will just look to reset, but at the same time he's losing a lot of tower HP for this, as Hatred will pick up the Arcane Rune, but at the cost of his life. As mistake after mistake after mistake, this is turning into a cavalcade or an orchestra. Horrible events for level up right now. But, you know, 2K net worth lead at the 8-minute mark is not the be-all, end-all of the world, as we know, and the Sacred Arrow will miss BB3PX, pulling the attention of the enemy, as it could be a possibility. How did Daze die, and where did Daze die?
He died in the jungle. He got chased
down.
But...
I guess, yeah, and then he managed to deny himself. But yeah, as we mentioned, the attention was pulled away from that mid lane that they should have been pressuring, I think, on the Na'Vi side of things.
This Storm Spirit is so far behind, man. He's so far behind. So I mean, it's not meaningless, but it's just I'm concerned about the progression that he's expected to make here, considering he has 1 Galvanize stat. He's not gonna get more. Like he is really struggling. Clockwork available.
His support just cannot join up the way Daze and Reddies have done with the Mirana and the Coddle.
Yeah.
And it does seem like that if they just don't do the 3v3 on the mid lane, things are just going to keep on going the wrong way, as Niku, he's just not going to be slowed down by Ironcrad. He is a level ahead, and he will just chase you down till the ends of the earth, as he will slide of fist the Storm to death. Queasy looking for the counter with the power shot and the shackle, but Niku seems to be fine. Goes for the shackle onto the high ground, as Daze at the same time will kill off Hatred, and PMA will sacrifice himself for this play.
I'll take a few more of those.
But overall, BB3PX hanging on to the Ravage. So there's a teamfight turnaround opportunity for level up at the end of the day. Queasy.
Oh my gosh, dude.
This chase has been going on for quite a while now from Queasy, but the shackle this time will not connect to a tree. Sacred Arrow will miss on the other side, as Riddies will put on the Moonlight Shadow and a little bit of inquiry to try and save his teammate. But Niku still under the tower. This guy is a madman and will try and stick to it. Hatred down to half HP as Ironcrad. He needs this kill, but the wave is still pushing and the tower is falling. Siege Creep will be Sacred Arrow down, while Riddies and Daze will join in on the fun. With just a little bit of Wreck-It Ralphie action onto the mid lane. Niku, absolutely fine, gets another set of Chakram from Daze. And now with the Spirit form, Daze is just going to heal back the Siege Creep as well. The tower is down at 11 minutes in.
Taking that mid tower away is very important.
Has to be said, Lina is not a Spectre or anything like that that does really need its jungle and its triangle, or a Templar, right? Those heroes do definitely need their mid-tier 1 rotations, but WE is now definitely on. If she wasn't on a clock with the Lina's now definitely going to be on an even bigger clock as we roll into this mid-game where Na'Vi is leading by 5,000 gold. It's even just puts a smile to my face to hear that Na'Vi is leading. Now, for all the Na'Vi fans out there, for sure. And speaking of Na'Vi, right, this roster used to be the holdout. We can't even finish the story as Hatred going down to low HP. The Vessel will do the work. And that 60 HP is not going to be... It's actually going to be enough. 30 HP is what Hatred survives on at the end of the day. Yeah, speaking
immediately
of this,
buys a fluffy hat. Literally buys a fluffy hat the
I would
moment
too.
that he lived there. He's like,
I would too.
I need a little bit more protection, man.
I'm the guy.
That's not enough.
I'm the guy on Omaha Beach, you know, that just survived the onslaught. Just takes off its helmet, and then you should just put that helmet back on, man.
This Terrorblade is getting absolutely unobstructed. Absolutely amazing free farm right now. He's
got the juice. He's getting all the juice he wants. He's juicing up. He's the true juicer.
Yeah, and he's not going to be slowed down, I don't think, at all by this time, Hunter. I don't think Tide does anything to slow this TB down. You've always got Metamorphosis to worry about. Your midway keeps getting pushed in. Every creep that a tower kills is a creep you're not getting on your side of the map, which is why I think pushing towers is so important, like to do economic damage.
Yeah, shoving towers and shoving lanes, pushing in general, or just winning a team fight and going for them objectives would all be viable things. But Niku and Riddies, nice and slow, they go for the approach, as with the Metamorphosis committed, they are looking to take care of this whole triangle Ulted themselves, BB3PX, trying to fight back at this, but with the Moonlight Shadow committed and the cogs coming out, doesn't really look like Level Up have the answers. They might be holding on to the Ancient Creeps at least, but I don't think that's going to be making you happy, all in all. It's Niku trying to pull BB3PX into the trap. Out comes the Ravage. Good reaction from BB3PX, but at the very same time, pull back onto Niku. Will dodge out the Laguna Blade and gets the hell out of there. Riddy is being the only casualty here, but all of this farm going towards Got the Juice. And good old Niku is going to be the benefit that Na'Vi gets to enjoy. 14-minute Shrine of Wisdom. Got the Juice loses out on the Metamorphosis. Does not want to stick around anymore. It's on the mid lane at the same time. WOE doesn't want to get caught, understandably.
This game is just turning into Na'Vi not just controlling the map, but also controlling the tempo of team fights. That's the first Ravage we've seen this game, and nothing happened. The Tidehunter didn't capitalize. There wasn't any follow-up capitalization. You could tell BB3 was just using the ulti for the sake of using it. It wasn't with the purpose. He's not that close to Aghanim Scepter. They're already hunting down Woe on the other side.
Hold on. A little bit of wraparound play. Good catch onto the Keeper of the Light. Daze in trouble. As WOE will still get illuminated, but after losing the Keeper of the Light, they still just want to keep on going. The hook shot hooking out onto Queasy, so Niku does not get the opportunity to grab. But yeah, carry for a support, and I'll take that exchange any day of the week.
Yeah.
Maybe
Niku actually tried to make a really cool play there. His Remnant was behind the Clockwork. He was trying to get in the way of the hook shot. He actually got stunned by it, but it didn't stop it.
Good surrounding onto Queasy. He can only shackle one as God the Juice from the other side is coming in with a Metamorphosis. Calculates the right clicks absolutely perfectly. And free money from the cogs. Why not? As they continue to pressure the safe lane.
Manta Style on Terrorblade with the special illusions of the mirror image. This bottom tower is going to go down. And, you know, losing tier 2 towers before 20 minutes before the Tormentor's up. This is the angle of approach Level Up would take to get into that bottom Torm at 20 minutes. They're no longer going to have that advantage. They're no longer going to be able to bring the numbers to that objective.
Hold on. Is Niku going to be... No. Not even a chance. No surrounding. Queasy. No hook shot hit.
Queasy
the opportunity was there. The opportunity was there, but they cannot take it in time. Yeah, tier 2 number 1 already gone, and don't actually blame Level Up for this. Right now, they're doing the exact thing that they're supposed to. They're shoving the enemy safe lane. They are trying to cut off the mid lane. They're trying to secure BB3PX's Aghanim Scepter so that they will have minus armor chance, but things are definitely looking dire in this game, while the top tier 1 will finally be taken by Queasy, but the Focus Fire has to be committed for it just to get this one thing.
There's a blink on Axe now. PMA is ready to get himself going into the game. He's no dunk kills yet. 0-2 and 3 so far. He's missed a couple of them. But that's okay. It's been slim margins, and for a couple of those kills, had he not used his ultimate, likely wouldn't have seen a kill. So PMA obviously just really needing to push the limits of this Axe a little bit more. He's been doing a good job, but with the blink, with the blade mail, this is the time that your Axe turns into a hero. At 17 minutes, this is all he needs. Everything above what the Axe has now is butter. And Call with a Coddle on your team, super good.
Our good friend Slacks would say it is truly, truly diaper time now.
Yeah.
Go for the blink, go for the blade mail, go for that call, and go in with the power of the diaper. But obviously, he does want to see like a congregation of heroes overall, and I don't think the enemy team is behind the tide. A true join up as Niku and Riddies will reveal on the bottom 3 heroes jumping onto the Ember Spirit as finally they will manage to get the kill. Einkrad getting a massive stack, 600 gold plus a bit of change. They'll take out Riddies as well.
Radiant's top tower
putting
is
level
under
up
attack.
in a great situation. Whoa, gonna be called with the blade mail. There it is, and the dunkage onto the Lina. Will rip apart the redhead. Sure, they get 2 kills on the 1, but Navi will continue to shut down if things keep going escalating like this. Well, surrounded. PMA down to half HP. Still has the battle hunger, still has the call. We'll try and go for it. Days, we'll try and help out, but a little bit. Goes for the dunkage. They'll take out the hatred. And without the clockwork, it's a battle hunger play onto Einkrad. He does have ball lightning mana type of deals as they will turn around with the Ravage. PMA so low, will finally die as the power shot hits too. Got the juice. Coming around the bend. Or not coming around the bend. Will stick to the mid lane while the rest of his team will try and take care of level up right now. It's a 3-on-3 at the end of the day, if I'm calculating correctly. As Niku was the first one to die here down on the bottom, along with Riddies, but they will actually, both of them, return to the scene of the crime.
And they kept bringing numbers bottom. Level Up just are leaving this Terrorblade alone. Terrorblade has so much money right now. He's got the Dragon Lance now. He's obviously the Manta Style has been completed for a hot second. He's gonna get that Scotty next. He's already got halfway through to that item. When that's finished, he turns into he goes from like, oh, that guy's kind of scary to, okay, we gotta really lock it down here. How do you do that, right? Like, you don't have Blink on your Tidehunter yet. You went first item Aghanim Scepter, so you can really just like help a little bit with the damage, the right click damage, the Sleight of Fists,
and shoving the waves. Adding to that, like the waves are pretty much easy to handle with the gush.
Yep.
But
yep.
Against the TB, it's a whole different story, isn't it?
TB has too much armor for the gush minus armor to be meaningful. If that's the word, I mean.
God the Juice just has,
TB.
And he's about to get a bit more if the Scotty will ever be finished.
Yeah.
Because right now, all outer objectives are officially just gone from the Radiant side of the map. Nothing is left but the high ground. And I think post-Scotty, maybe they will wait for a butterfly, but even with the Scotty, I think they're looking golden enough to actually finish off level up in game 1. Although we have seen Na'Vi just take it over cautiously, right? Especially against Rune Eaters in yesterday's game.
Yeah.
What was it? 41,000 gold?
50 minute. Oh, it was like a 44,000 gold lead, and the game was 50 minutes long. Like it was slow.
But I think, you know, there's the saying in general, slow gets you further. Take it slow. Slow can be good. And in a situation like this, I don't think it's going to be that horrible.
Yeah, this game is coming down to the microeconomics, right? We're seeing the Terrorblade net worth just completely eclipse the Lina. Lina's done nothing but hit creeps this whole time, and still she's 80 CS behind Terrorblade. Like, it's so futile trying to stay involved with this hero. We're seeing the mid laner, right? Storm, 5 galvanized stacks. Ember Spirit has 6 kills and 4 assists with the BKB finished. Niku's literally gone BKB and Spirit Vessel. Like, this guy is so tanky. He does a lot of damage anyway because he's got the coddle. And this smoke play coming up here, it has to find TB.
I will say this about the TB, right, though. Like, after 45 minutes, we will see that fall off if we get to that timing, right? TB super late game, ultra late game is just suffering, right? Because you just don't have the slots for all the items you need. Or as we get the packet loss, is that true? Or in this game, like, no, there's no dice.
Do you think BB3 is calling it?
It's just
a call.
1G. Can he type in the second G? I don't think so. No, but what do you think? So, like, will we get to see that loss of power coming out from the TB that we usually tend to see post minute 45, or
I don't think.
Are we gonna have the game? It should be ended, right? This is basically a free checkmate for Na'Vi, right?
If they somehow don't manage to close the game from this position, it is going to be studied. This game, like they have everything they want. Everything in their draft has worked up until this point. It's kind of hard to think about why it wouldn't keep working.
The easiest dunk jump Queasy.
You know, the Axe, so good against Lena, so good against Storm, so good against Wind.
Axe already getting the BKB as well, along with Niku. Got the Juice looking to skip it. Seems like the right decision, as Daze is not going for the Aghanim Scepter himself. Not really needing that teamfight element. They're going to go for a Yules of their own to even up the fight. If eventually there is going to be a Yules finished on the Radiant side, if things are going to go their way in any shape or form. But yeah, Queasy just has too many variety of items queued up right now on his short list, so even that.
Queasy is made of paper right now, and will be made of paper for the foreseeable future. Less than 1200 HP at 24 minutes when the Terrorblade is walking around with nearly 3k and he's not even a strength hero.
I just acquired by Na'Vi, as you saw previously. It's just, you know, there are some people that are just doing stuff in the kitchen and are only listening to the game, so we do take care of those viewers as well. Or do you call them listeners at that point? Or they have a video on, but you're only listening to the game. Are you still a viewer?
They're a participant of the entertainment process. It's not us. It's not up to us to tell you how to enjoy this game, or if a title even applies to be meaningfully impactful in your experience in doing that.
Yeah. 10k on the lead. They take it nice and slow, as we mentioned last series as well. They're not overextending, you know. They want to pull the enemy's attention to a different lane and then pushing on the other. But now they group up as 5. As BB3PX will throw out the gushes. Tries to slow down the wave push as much as possible, but they'll eventually commit. Got the Juice. Metamorphosis and Aegis at hand. It's go time. He will commit the Metamorphosis. We'll hold on to the Manta for now.
There is Blink Ravage available for BB3. We're gonna have to see if they're gonna even try to look for an angle here. I'm worried about the TP. If Lena decides to TP in, you're gonna see it go. But Storm is mid. Lena's not around anywhere. They're finally gonna
tier 3 is
back
gone.
Spirit.
One down.
TPs are coming in.
A few more to go. Got the Juice. Taking it nice and slow. Slow and steady. Wins the race as good Vortex catch. Got the Juice. Good Sunder, one of his supports. Everyone's just making themselves available for it. Got the Juice. So I don't want to sacrifice any of his friends. They'll take care of the range racks and take care of the tier 3 tower. And then decide to just back off. What's the rush?
Well, we know Na'Vi. There's no rush with these guys. They will happily massage you out of a game over the course of 50 minutes if it means winning it. They're not brazen, you know. They're not.
Interesting. Daedalus queued up next instead of the Butterfly.
On who?
On Got the Juice. Hold on, PMA.
Yeah, why not?
Going in for the call. He just wants to speed up this whole thing. As the leashed up Niku cannot remnant this way, but will go for the Sleight of Fist. Gets Hatred once the anchor is gone. And dead in the water, he ain't. But at the same time, good with Light Striker. Another call with the blink. WOE is melting pretty fast. Sacred Arrow will be dodged. But even with the BKB, WOE, he's going to be eating a lot of the right clicks. BB3PX coming in with the Ravage and looking to turn it around. PMA will be going down, but Niku will find Woe. As Ironcrad and BB3PX, they are together, and they'll be Sleight of Fisted together. As Got the Juice, Riddies, and Niku on the chase. It's a long-range arrow. It will catch, and BB3PX will be melted to death. This should be the game, or at least this is where I would call it personally.
The Ravages just haven't been impactful at all. This Tidehunter, unfortunately, BB3 has not had a performance to remember. Level up, I think they just picked this Tidehunter because it was the best offlaner available at the time, but honestly, clearly it wasn't it.
Referee, what a wasteland.
I mean, like, the difference is in the Na'Vi draft and the other draft is like Na'Vi have the capability of playing with the Axe on those calls, but there's no play. on the
for
other side. Like,
BB3PX and yeah, WOE's Lena. Well, there's a little bit of ball lightning action onto the wave, Queasy. They're trying to help, but of
you
course,
still have Aegis.
the Tauntilage voice lines just keep on going. There's the Sunder onto Hatred, and God the Juice is now back up to almost full. Will still be cogged around, you know, grabbed by the illusion and being cogged all over the place. But Daze and Riddy's eating all them power shots. Gandalf will be once again left behind. They're just cosplaying Lord of the Rings at this point over and over again. But even so, like, I think they can keep killing the Caudle 7 more times. I don't think it will change much. Just PMA, activates the BKB before the Shackle latches, and we'll just casually run away. Amplified damage rune in the river, FYI, but I don't think any of them care, as Niku sliding back and forth. BB3PX will just get called and melted again. Another metamorphosis from God the Juice, as he will just turn it around on top of its head. Einkrod, he's just providing vision so that God the Juice can right-click him down if he stays there. Makes the wise decision of just sliding out, as with the Remnant chase back and forth. Niku will eat a Lightning or Laguna blading. But even so, as Vo will master the fire element, he will just call the GG as soon as God the Juice targets him instead. And as Einkrod will be the last one to die. 22-11 Na'Vi. Junior no more. And in 30 minutes, we'll take game number 1. 22 kills and a 22k net worth lead. That is not too shabby from the Na'Vi lineup. And thankfully, they won't make us wait for another 15 minutes of a beatdown and take it even slower than they have against Rune Eaters. But yeah, Level Up kind of messing up their plays and their coordination. It has to be said. It's kind of hard to deny at the end of the day. But Na'Vi basically bringing the paper form and the expected.
I think you give Niku Ember Spirit, and it's really hard to play the game, and then you give Na'Vi Niku Ember Spirit and Daze Coddle, and it's even harder. Like, Niku did so much work this game just off of the fact that he was kept getting mana from the Coddle, and I wish I could see how many times Coddle tried to give, a teammate mana. You can't see that, but like, he just walked around, kept giving this mana to Niku. Niku always had a combo of spells ready, and Level Up lost all 3 lanes. Let's just call a spade a spade. These guys lost all 3 lanes. They didn't get anything done out of the laning stage. Maybe you can argue Lena was the only one that got anything, but the Storm was 2,000 gold behind Ember Spirit at 10 minutes. Lena the only one, but still within the TB net worth. And then a Tidehunter 500 short of 300 short of the Axe, 400, which at 10 minutes is a lot of gold. So it just comes down to the fact that you kept getting yourself put behind, and the net worth graph is exponential, guys. It wants to go trend upwards, and it certainly did. The Terrorblade just farmed up way too much, got too much gold, and you saw heroes get deleted the moment that the TBs saw them for longer than 2 seconds. So even though the TB damage numbers here, as you're seeing on the screen in front of you, really low, 13k, 22,000 building damage on the TB, exactly the kind of pick that Na'Vi needed if they wanted to close this game out early.
Yeah, and also the fact that there was just that mid lane tower being ripped apart, and then all of the territories just being taken over by Na'Vi, nice and methodically, right? We kept on saying the word slow and steady, but at the very same time, actually a very, very nice last hit count coming out from God the Juice, 420 last hits, shout out. And at the very same time, he wasn't really the main damage. There was truly Niku, as you mentioned, but that's all we have to say about game 1. Is it, Bryden?
I think so. Yeah, there's nothing else.
There's nothing else to put on the table from us. Na'Vi will take game number 1 in convincing fashion against Level Up. Let's see what happens in game 2 after the break. Ladies and gents, welcome back to game number 2. And yeah, plate, my friend. The Undying gets picked up. Everything Undying, I'm just happy. Because zombies are awesome. No, I think it's BB3PX's pick onto the offlane. Really hoping the Lena's going to go mid into the hands of Niku, because I just don't like this carry Lena idea being a thing. Overall, the overall, there I go. Keep pointing at my beautifully decorated microphone. Shout out to artists and fans who help me put more things on it. Find me at events and give me shit, and then I'll put more things on the mic. By the way, uh, yeah. Overall, I don't think Lena's like a straight up counter to him over at the end, and obviously level up can just pivot the Undying into putting into position 5, which I just don't feel confident in that position right now when it comes to the zombie boy. Yeah, well, same thing with the Coddle, but they're addressing a lot of those. Actually, they're like shooting themselves a little bit in the foot, right, on the level up side of things. Going for this draft. Agreed. Yeah, it's the IO Chen decision of TI9. For those of you who are not aware, right? There were a lot of good support heroes, and Liquid decided to keep all of them in. And, oh, these are not tier 1 teams. Blah blah blah. The logic of the game is the exact same, and obviously, that doesn't really make much of a difference, no matter what skill level you are in. Certain heroes are going to be more valued over others, and banning out both seems over excessive. Leaving yourselves with no real choices will get you 23 minutes of 23 seconds of reserve time as you pick up Ember Spirit and the Wind Ranger again. I'm sensing setup issues here for the level up esports side. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they I do believe, was it against Navi? But wait, copy went into the offlane with the Ember, or interesting. I do remember then another combination then where Undying mid went in to meet, I do forget who. Thank God, no. I think it was all Burka that played it, and it looked so weird. Not gonna lie. Right, it was Power Rangers versus Mouse, right? They dodged out the Slark mid combination to save the Ember, and it was Kiyotaka. That was basically yeah, hook shot, cogs, and the arrow that you need to be worried about. On top of that, with more than likely PMA rushing the Aghanim Scepter, you're going to be put in a pit of malice with a portal on top of that, which obviously roots now way more valuable, right? They can break your teleportation through Twin Gates and through the Fiend's Gate. A nice interaction change pre-TI, I believe. I'm really much a fan of this change overall. Yeah, Frostbite being a different one, and what is the other one that will not allow you to attack? Trent Ultimate, right? Yeah, let me either attack, let me not attack, or let me basically be able to cast spells or not be able to cast spells, right? Well, those are what you're truly thinking of, and then there's also like weird interactions with silences that blind, silences that don't blind. It's a whole different thing, but like these are like the I'm fun at parties and I know all of these changes kind of people. So like this is what analysts are for, guys, to know all of the. I'm definitely not for the parties. I get drunk and I sit in the corner and I babble on about Dota, and I'm the weird guy that people are pointing at. That guy's talking about Dota again. Brian, can you check your V mix for me, my friend?
Oh my gosh.
You
Yeah,
forgot
hi.
to unmute yourself. Hi, there you go. But yeah, at least if
I'm
we're the
tired.
last pick, you're here. It's
I am
fine.
here for the last pick. Thanks, guys.
Canadian
Thanks,
timing
everybody in
is
chat.
weird.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I'm so stupid. That's on me.
Yeah, production let us know. Thank you, production.
Thanks, production. Appreciate it. Yeah, last pick here, Razor. Offlane Razor, I guess. No, carry Razor. Mid Lena.
Thank God. I'm way more a fan of that. But Razor into the Tide. Once again, I am missing my classic fish or classic Slark into Tidehunter and classic even Lifestealer was available, wasn't he, on this one?
I don't
Interesting
think
that
you
they go
pick
for this
Lifestealer to
choice.
Wind.
Oh, it's the wind? Okay, gotcha.
Wind
That,
Clanks are both really
you
hard for
just
Lifestealer.
infest. You just infest. Just
You don't.
infest. It's so easy. You just infest.
The problem is against like Wind and Clanks, like you can't hit a Wind, so that's not a target for you. Tidehunter, you can't. You want it's about open wounds with Lifestealer is what you're looking for, and Tide purges it off, and Clanks does overwhelming physical damage. Same thing with the Wind. So there's no point picking that hero. You're not
Yeah, I
really
just
like the only
like
thing you're
my
doing is using
percentage-based
Rage for.
damage. You know,
Who cares, man?
I'm just a weird guy. I don't know.
Who cares, man?
At the end of the day, one thing's for certain, though. Navi once again having, I think, the better draft overall. I don't know what this Undying is going to do, other than maybe just tickle PMA once or twice. But other than that, it's once again a fight around BB3PX's Tidehunter, which didn't really work out the first game. And yeah, this draft kind of gives me a reminiscence of what Mouse did in Game 1 yesterday against Power Rangers, and they didn't really have a great time. I can tell you that. Like me and Crash were looking at that game, and I mean, it looks good on paper, but I don't know if you can execute that. And overall, I'm having that little bit of deja vu, having this feeling that this is going to be a 2-0 here. Played.
I think that this is a very easy 2-0. Game one, I was on level up side, but after seeing the Tide Hunter in action, after seeing the Windrunner, I can confidently say I don't have any faith in both of these. I wouldn't say I don't have any faith. They have to change their game plan. They have to change how they approach the game, I think, in a very meaningful way. BB3 needs to park himself in lanes with danger with Ravage and threaten Ravage a bit more than he was in game one and actually use the damn thing. Because if your opponents know that, hey, you're not actually going to use Ravage, they are going to abuse your passivity. Like, you have to be willing to pop Ravage. You have to be willing to threaten it with consequence. And that just didn't happen that first game. So game two, let's see some more Ravages. Let's see some better lanes. And hopefully we can make this game a little bit closer through those actions.
I can see the Underlord dying 2 or 3 times in 10 minutes. There's more than a possibility against some dying Clinks, right? Oh, I only have 400 HP now. Oh, okay, I'm good now. Although, even though our mutual friend Crash Roni is just big hater of it.
He's not a fan of what? The Clinks?
I know he's not a fan of Undying in general, right? Because he doesn't think it will take too much. As Aincrad will die for first blood. Fafo, I guess, stick around and find out.
Not only do they get the kill,
worst Facebook kill ever. RUNE as well. Like, oh, they get the ward too. No,
they got the mid ward too. Yeah, so
it will be 3 runes for level up. We will give them credit on that, but rune, first blood, and a compensation rune. Kind of a decent start for Navi.
I think there's a bottle on the way. Yeah, bottle's already on the way for the Lena, so you're gonna go one without the bottle. Yeah, this is gonna be a lot of harass. Unfortunately, there's literally nothing that the Ember can do.
A little bit of comic book strip action for you guys on production. Hopefully that will be resolved soon. There you go.
Yeah, I think this mid matchup is literally just going to be Niku spamming Qs and then right clicking, and that's just going to be how this lane works. I don't know what you do on Ember. I think he's got his bottle coming now, so it's not the end of the world. He's actually dominating in CS, but this is one of those lanes that gets a lot worse with the levels. So I wouldn't put my hands past the Ember not doing so hot in here. Haha, pun intended.
I don't know. There's this very, very classic song, "Fight Fire with Fire." I don't know how that works. I would love to have 2 flamethrowers point at each other and test it out, but never really had.
I think that would be bad.
BB3PX going a little bit connected on as Hatred, finding that last decay that he needs. I don't think it might have been his last. I mean, he might have needed 2 more. Oh well.
Yeah, top lane PMA is getting run down. He's even got a ring of protection. He knew how much he was going to take this lane.
Once again, another good connection. It looks like an evening and up kill coming out for Queasy as BB3PX is adamant about joining up onto the Razor. Meanwhile, Miss of Mischief, Malefice on that top lane. Day's not going to get caught that easily. Will leap out into safety, but PMA will be left in to be chewed out, as we did mention. And that could be a big possibility for Low and Hatred.
His bottom lane is I mean, you can see how much HP the Tide has.
Yeah, no, that definitely the static link is working overtime here. Squeezy.
Yeah.
Looking to stack up the bottom. As the firefight, I guess, is what we could call the mid lane here. Is kind of dead even between Aincrad and Niku so far. I need to see someone have at least like a 5 last hit lead to order to call a winner, right? At this point, It's like watching a classic 1v1. Queasy. What is this rotation into the lane? He brings the safe lane creeps. Okay, as BB3PX. What the hell is the Tide doing here? What in tarnation is Level Up doing? Are they going to rotate Einkrod into the bottom lane? That would be the Kajillion head move here.
Are they making a lane swap? They must be. This has to be a lane swap. I wonder if they're going to bring...
Einkrod came back. What's on bottom? What is going on? This is not even musical chairs. What is happening?
They're just gave.
Okay,
they're
going
up.
back. They're going back. They're going back. But what?
I think he gave
what
up.
What is
on the
this
lane.
move? What does this give you? What does this do with Squeezy? Gonna go down to half HP, being static linked down on the bottom lane. Manos once again on the top, as we did have good old days. And PMA be joined on Riddies as the clock coming up onto Woe and Hatred. The kill will still happen on the bottom while Got the Juice gets murder for killing off Queasy. PMA will once again lose his life. And Level Up are now in the lead.
You can't bring multiple people to an Undying lane. Don't do it. Like, this is the worst thing you could probably do to yourself. Is just give Undying more... Oh my gosh, there's a power shot mid.
As Niku will die for that as well.
Okay, I think the Selena hero is bad. I think...
You joined the Alina hate train? You're joining the Alina hate train?
I think the Selena hero is bad.
Oh, we can be friends again, play. Yay! I'm so happy. Your voice is back. You hate the Lena just as I do. Got the juice. Gonna be hated just as well, but has a static link, so they're not gonna overextend on him just yet. That's 30 seconds until the next power rune. Einkrod zoned out from his own lane. Niku and Daze chasing him down like in an Axe body spray commercial as Einkrod looking for the turnaround. Slide of fist, but gets cogged in the face. They'll take out Einkrod as Riddies is clockwork, trying to get the connection onto BB3PX. Squeezy. Shaking this off is going to be a hard one. Power shot will be a miss. But as the arcane rune appears, BB3PX will immediately pick it up. It's Hatred. Also looking for a wrap.
Why is Undying doing here?
Was looking to contest the power rune, has got the juice. Chasing Queasy into the triangle and getting that kill while BB3PX and Hatred, they would just join up onto Niku. The chaos just continues as we are 11 kills in. At 6.5 minutes, Got the Juice joining in with a static link, but is losing HP fast thanks to that decay. BB3PX's Gush. And of course, Einkrod with the Flame Guard. And of course, the lovely right clicks as Daze. Could be next. 2 kills per minute already, and it looks like we ain't stopping anytime soon.
It's just so weird, like such weird movements, such weird decisions coming out from Na'Vi. I think they over-forced the rotations. They were, instead of letting something lie, they kept going and to a lost engagement. You can't bring people one in at a time. And obviously the Razor TP is in front of 3 people and dies.
Double XP.
It's going to be double XP. It will be.
Okay,
so
Level Up just won the game.
Really puts a damper.
Level Up just won game 2. It's a 1-1, 3-2-2. Taiga Long is here. Hiya. Nah, jokes aside, obviously. This is the new joke, right? Because it used to be Taiga this, Taiga that. Now it's Tai Lung this, Tai Lung that. I think I read it on Reddit or somewhere, maybe on X.
If your name starts with a T and it goes like Ta something.
Yeah, oh yeah, if your name is Ta. There's no 3-2-2 in Bossing Say.
Oh,
but yeah, as Riddies dies as well. Double digits now on Level Up. Kind of time to get the lead out for Na'Vi. Also pressuring the Dire safe lane or that mid lane tower once again.
Oh my gosh! Did you see that mid?
No, I kind of skipped it out, but the arrow kind of hit. Even though Aincrad tried to go for the illusion dodge, he is not going to get lucky as Niku.
No, he did. He illusion dodged Laguna Blade.
Oh, he did get the illusion dodge Laguna, but he didn't
got
get
the
dodge,
illusion
but he
dodge
didn't
Laguna
dodge out
Blade.
the arrow. Poor dude didn't dodge the arrow.
He dodged like 3/4 of the Laguna Blade.
Poor dude. That's Queasy. Easiest turnaround, and Niku will just survive the power shot.
To the fire.
Okay, well Niku's back on top of the world again, so that's good news for Navi. You definitely needed him to be strong, but getting the solo kill on the Ember Spirit, then getting a solo kill on the Wind Ranger really puts him in a really comfortable spot here at the top of the net worth there. And all that, like literally all of that lead that we were talking about, gone now.
PMA. Sending it up onto Hatred. Now comes the Starstorm as well, but the Decay. Cannot underestimate level 3 Decay.
It's pretty good. I mean, it does a lot of damage in its cooldown reduction, but the strength steal, I believe, is consistent at all levels. So
Arrow won't do anything. It's Hatred. Could be looking to join up on to the bottom lane. Leaving WOE alone. Does have a Tombstone and, of course, the Flesh Golem to throw out against his enemies.
WOE is not having a good time in this game. That's kind of the problem with the Razor. It's normally a hero that I like. I think there are a lot of really nice use cases for it, but
All the way around, WOE is having a great time. It's got the Jews that are suffering a bit.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
In it?
Radiant's bottom
Nope.
tower has
No?
fallen.
You think WOE is
Nope.
not having a good
Middle
time?
tower is under attack.
no, I think he's the
Radiant
last.
structures are
He has the least amount of net worth on as a core on.
No,
either
that's
team.
got the juice.
Oh, that's got the juice. Oh,
That's what I'm saying, other way around.
It's the other
What are
way
you
around.
talking about?
I don't-
Mike
I'm
is
not talking
off,
about anything.
you're Canadian, and you're messing up things left and right? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you people?
I'm sorry.
I'm
about
sorry
that,
about that, eh?
Oh.
Let me get my Tim Hortons.
Oh, but I
What
gotta
is he
watch the
on?
Leafs play a hockey game.
Hockey game.
Sit
I have
on
a
the
hockey
Chesterfield.
game in the meantime, in the background.
Go out by the dikes and hack a dart, man.
You know what's super interesting? My favorite content
What?
piece that I've been currently watching is actually this Canadian girl who moved out from, I believe, Toronto or Vancouver. Like, she hated the city life so much. She bought like a lumber yard, and all she does is cut trees as content pieces for a living. She's so happy cutting trees. I wish to be half as happy as that. You know, just cutting trees. It's so cool. BB3PX looking to cut down some PMAs. At the same time, half HP on that Underlord. And even with your Firestorm, the enemy's fire is just going to be a bit too strong. So yeah, I think I might just go down to my family's estate and cut some trees.
My father used to clear cut. That was his job.
Ooh, that's cool.
He would just, and you can, if you look at Google Maps on his dad's land, it's no longer in the family, but you can look at all the area that he used to clear cut just for fun. He just did it for firewood and stuff. And Niku is about to learn this fate.
Of being
Never
a tree.
mind. Yep.
Niku might be a mighty redhead tree, but might just be cut in half. Well, yeah, you guys
The
don't have to
Desolator-
do. You guys don't have mandatory replanting in Canada, and then we can talk about Dota
no.
items. I'm just very curious.
No.
Not at
We
all.
have too many trees. We have too
Wow,
many trees
that is
for
interesting.
that to be an issue.
As up top, or down bottom actually, BB3 is going to get hook shot while God the Juice is being contacted on. The Focus Fire is doing the work, as even with the static link, it looks like with the Laguna Blade, Niku might just help the burn. Feels the burn, Queasy.
Is under attack.
He's going to be killed. Redhead on redhead action. Kind of getting the Wind Ranger killed as BB3PX, and he one cog, but is not going to get double cog block. Niku at the same time looking to get the contact onto the Tide Hunter, but as the Hunter becomes the prey, Niku definitely on the catch as the burn will once again set up another kill for Niku.
Is under attack.
It's not a slow burn. The name says slow burn, but you die really, really fast. That's Hatred. Finally getting caught out. The shootout undying. is not looking to return
Dire's
for
top
another.
tower has fallen.
Well, not looking to immediately turn for another
Dire's
3 minutes or
bottom
so.
tower is under attack.
Cecil's there on cooldown.
This is how you play Lina, boys. You want to know how you play Lina? You just do this. Eyes glued to the minimap, Laguna Blade on CD, TP on CD. Let me go to the lane where kills are happening and contribute my body, my mana, my damage.
Radiant's middle tower
And this is
under
just the
attack.
way you play this. The activity,
Yeah, mid Lina for the
patience,
win.
positioning.
Mid Lina for the win. It's so much
I think
better.
it's-
See, you take the mid tower
think-
and then you do whatever the frick you want.
There's so much to this Lina hero. I think that can be, the skill ceiling on this hero is all about positioning. If you want to learn how to position, play this hero, think exclusively about your role in team fights. And
WOE.
there is Ravage here. You do have to be careful.
And their BB3PX. PMA focusing out spells. Out comes the Ravage on the position 5 Clockwork. Can the rest of the team arrive on time as BB3PX eats Laguna Blade? A little bit of Soul Rip help coming out from Hatred, but it's not going to be enough. Hatred, Sasuke. You lack the hatred to play this as Niku. Gonna be gunned down with the right clicks. The Undying goes down as it's a double kill for the leader.
Doesn't it?
And of course, it's going to be by Felicia for level up. Get the hell out of our mid lane. Leave our mid tier 1 tower alone.
They're lurking. They want to get this pick off here.
WOE looking to join up onto Niku. The right clicks are working overtime, but Days looking for the reveal. Throws out the Dust of Appearance as a Pit of Malice. The red circle of death is coming out onto Einkrod. And he will be burned to a crisp. Niku picks up another 2 kills. It's now on a godlike streak, apparently, as WOE and Einkrod just melt in the presence of the Lina. I think they're just, Na'Vi are just teaching a lesson at this point. Play the Lina mid lane. This is mid lane Lina, the way good old Copy used to do it. You know, the original recipe, no changes made to it.
Lina's gonna be the first hero in this game to eclipse 10,000 net worth, a milestone that you want your Apex carry to be Apex hero champion.
Apex Legends?
We'll
What?
workshop it.
What are you
No,
talking
not the-
about?
Apex Predator, my friend, the top of the food chain.
No,
the Lina.
why? Hold on. We don't have a sponsorship from Apex Predator. Or is it, or were they called Apex Predator, the gaming company?
Radiant are scanning.
Huh? What are you talking about?
There was a.
I'm talking about-
Oh, it was Acer Predator, right? Wasn't it?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? Do you not watch Dota
I just
games?
know the Quakes is dead, dude. That's all I know, man.
War on everything, war on life, that's for sure. But your own at this point, WOE just walks face first into the Na'Vi lineup, unbeknownst to him, of course.
You have to be careful if you're Wind Ranger. I've noticed something really, really important, and I would love to see Got the Juice make this small adjustment. Wind has been ulting Razor almost every team fight. When you buy Shard on the Razor, every single time you get hit, you have twice the chance of popping Storm Surge.
Storm Surge, as once again,
And
Redhead on Redhead action will take out Queasy.
You will get yourself killed. And because it doubles the number of strikes that Storm Surge does, you're going to get your team killed.
God the
So
Juice
you have to
isn't
be
really
careful.
looking to pick it up, though.
I think that's a mistake. I know you should focus on getting this BKB, but genuinely, I do think the shard is more important. Like, it's so important for farming as well. It's just so nice. So maybe Razor will think about it. We'll go and take a look see. But again, in this game in particular, because of the amount of like projectiles and Tombstone, the right clicks from the zombies are double important for this. They don't absorb any of the Storm Surge damage, but they still let you proc it. So it's like there's just a lot of stuff happening in this game that I think that makes the shard really good on Razor in this particular game. And it's also just a lot of damage, man. Like, all you have to do is live on this hero. 170 damage every
Going
time
for
you
the
get hit.
ramp. Sacred Arrow BB3PX is just looking at the sky, stunned at what's going on right now. 5k net worth lead for Na'Vi, once again sub 20 minutes in. Amplified damage, Rune in the river.
Oh, that's big. That's a problem.
And of course, Niku singing the song to Riddies. I follow you. As the redhead once again gets Light Striker raid and then cog blocked. Niku will not be denied the kill, even despite Riddies trying his very best to take it away from him. WOE once again revealed. Mr. Skellington trying to at least burst down something, take them to their grave, but he's the only one being sent there right now. This is pain.
It's misery.
The player?
Well, I wonder what he would be thinking about this game, but
He'd be
this
shaking
is...
his head for sure.
Oh, for sure. I think everybody's shaking their head. I mean, this is... The double damage rune, obviously, on Niku made this really, really impossible. But again, I have to go back to this. I had this problem with this hero in Game 1. We saw a slight adjustment in Game 2. And then it feels like BB3, yeah, I'm calling him out. You gave up on it. Like, he's ravaged, man. You're a fish with a circle. One of the best feel. You press R, and then stuff happens around you. That's all you have to do. You don't have to do anything. You just hit R. You watch everybody die around you. You pick up all your stupid little fish, and you get bigger. And then you keep doing that over and over again. But, dude, I can't remember the last time they got a kill off of a Ravage or a Gush or something. Like, it just feels like he's not confident in his positioning.
No. The chain stun. The chain root. He remnanted into the pit. Crud. Oh, crud. He's just massacred.
Darknia obviously not at his most comfortable here right now. He thought he could be Niku. But only Niku can be Niku.
Down. Just being shut down left and right. They were just casually walking on their way to the Tormentor and they almost got a double kill. Na'Vi, they are literally just playing gang wars right now on the map. Everything your eyes can see on this mini-map is theirs. And it's not like Level Up can do anything about it.
This Torm is so painful to watch.
It is a long one, right? But I think Daze might die to it. Nope. Niku comes in as the savior of Na'Vi. Yo, guys, let me help you. I'll just right-click it twice.
PMA had Soul Ring Fiend's Gate. I think he probably should have done the Soul Ring Fiend's Gate play to get everybody reset and they could push the bottom tower.
Screw the team. I'll just TP home myself.
Yeah, I don't think that was necessarily worth it. I think they definitely got to put a little bit more pressure on the objectives bottom. But
you guys solve your own region. You guys suck. Let me be PMA. Let me be BSJ. 4-man smoke coming out from Level Up. Here comes the hoorah. This is the turn. This is it. They'll invade the enemy's triangle. And there's nothing they can do about it. Oh, they've got the play now plate.
They might find Clock.
Oh, they're going to kill PMA.
No, they're going to go
They're going to take PMA. They're going to take the tower. They're going to take everything. This is the fight. They'll finally do something. And they actually did.
Never mind. He is the guy.
They had to stop the 80% win probability of Na'Vi one way or the other, but Na'Vi are coming to react. Moonlight Shadow was activated for this, and as Squeezy initiates Focus Fire onto the Tier 1 tower on the top, he will be Plasma Fielded down to 2/3 HP. He's going to be contacted on as well. The Static Link will take away your damage, and Squeezy will be whipped to submission.
Just Mantha dodge the Shackle. Why not, eh?
That's hatred. Easy catch onto the Zomboid. Sees his Dirge still on cooldown once again.
I think you would be a lot happier with that if you're Level Up, if you actually managed to, I don't know, get an objective. They didn't even kill the friggin' tower. They all abandoned the win the moment that they smelled. There was an ounce of trouble, and they all left. They're just playing so skittish. You can tell that even in a fight where they're 5v4, they're not giving any respect to themselves. It's one thing to respect your opponents, but another to actually do something to make yourself feel powerful.
Remind me to talk about CY and the tragedy of this Na'Vi squad if the game ever ends. But That end might be coming sooner rather than later, as BB3PX will be saved by the Tombstone. First time we see that coming through, as Squeezy tries to just focus fire down on to the Razor. Perfect Ravage coming through from level up. At the very same time, Daze and Niku, they could still join in on the fun just for a little bit. Riddy's gonna get caught out, could be victim number 3 here. As PMA actually got the hell out of dodge in the middle of that fight. But level up, they will pick up 3 without a casualty for the first time this game.
Yeah, Navi just went a little bit too... You can't dive tier 2
A
towers.
little?
You can't dive tier 2 towers. I'm sorry to say. I wish it was different. I too like diving tier 2s. But holy smokes, is diving tier 2s bad? Is it bad? Don't do it. It's one of my rules of thumb.
Don't
It's one
do
of my
it.
rules of thumb.
Don't you do
So
it.
don't
Plate's
do it.
gonna come for
Don't do
you.
it. I will.
Mr. Plate will find you at your own home. He's got a particular set of skills.
I will turn this car around, and we will not go to Disney World.
No! But I want to see the mouse and the duck. At the same time, the Roshan will be approached. Roshan trying to do the Shrek cosplay of just trying to get the Navi to get out of the swamp, but
I don't know if
like.
Navi necessarily know that this is happening.
I mean,
It doesn't
Level Up
look
doesn't
like-
know that this is necessarily happening.
Well, no, Navi don't know. Clearly,
Navi
because
don't
not
know because
everybody's
they're
in
not the
pit.
ones doing it.
Not everyone is in the pit right now, but
I think God the Juice is just setting up for a top tier 2 push in general as BB3PX. Get the hell out of dodge, please. It's God the Juice.
they keep blocking the hook shot.
And so will the creeps.
They had a hook shot if they just let Redis go, but they kept blocking him. They're just blocking him.
No, our kills. Stop, Riddy, stop. He's already dead. All they really truly needed is the wave here, so they can just walk back into it. This Niku's like, I don't want to tank this, you tank this. I don't want to tank this either, says God the Juice. You tank it. You wanted this tower, you do it.
There's Aghanim Scepter now on this
Is under attack.
on this Underlord.
Backdoor
So
kicks in, and there is that Aghanim Scepter Pit of Malice going in inside the triangle. Niku joining in on the fun. The Clinks surrounded. Niku kind of stuck between skeleton archers, but will not be willing to die that easily. Taking out WOE, back to the status quo. Navi in control now. Of course, the Fiend's Gate will take some time to come back again, but they just reveal its true potential here.
it didn't even use BKB on Nico. It wasn't ready for that team fight. So he's
Radiant's bottom tower
again
is
still
under
just
attack.
strong, just getting strong.
BB3PX, this time taking it nice and slow on the Tidehunter. Went for the good old Consecrated Wraps, plus the Blink Dagger on the Tidehunter. More reminiscent of what Boom usually plays from the mouse side of things.
Yeah, this is pretty like self-centered Dota. I don't mind it. I think
Dire's top
anything to
tower is
make you a
under
problem, you should do. I don't know if necessarily solving problems with items is the correct way to think about it. I think that if you're building an item that forces your opponents to change how they play the game, you're going to have a lot more impact. So I do like this idea a lot.
Good shackles. Riddy's on the setup, dead in the water. Out onto the Maranas. Out comes the Ravage as the cavalry tries to arrive on the Na'Vi side of things. But getting these kills is a little bit complicated. Tombstone will confuse them just a little bit. But as Niku joins in on the fun, they'll take out BB3PX with ease, but God the Juice is melting. At the same time, Niku with the Aegis will look to commit. As out comes the Fiend's Gate join up from PMA. He will take out Woe, but as the Aegis will get taken, I think it might just be time to turn things around. PMA looking to get more of that good old invading force bonus as Niku stuck in between the three, gets shackled, gets controlled. Aincrod, Hatred, now BB3PX back in play, will be looking to be taken out. BB3PX bought back for this on top of everything. But they lose one and get 4 kills on the level up side of things. I mean, they lose 2, right, because of the buyback. So
Unfortunately, Niku thought that he had killed the Clinks, but Clinks at the last second ate one of his skeletons, and it gave him just enough HP to live. And that threw I mean, it didn't throw the fight, but it just changed the complete outlook of the fight.
yeah,
Unfortunately,
PMA had to
Niku,
disengage and then
yeah, and
try to get it.
that put Niku completely alone. Like he just didn't have anybody next to him, so he got multiple heroes on him. It doesn't matter how strong he is, no BKB, no help. Same thing with the Razor. I think Razor is a lot worse now. He was never. I mean, he wasn't great before, but they also should probably talk about optimization. Okay, they did. They had 2 select your secured up on Navi, but if you're BKB, if you can't go double BKB anymore, which is not possible anymore. Like you can't do it. They did make that change.
Thank
It's
God.
so hard.
Thank Gaben.
It's so hard to play Razor. I think he really was a hero that relied on that double BKB. I think more than a lot of other heroes, just because his ulti lasts so long. Like he needed to use as much of his ultimate effectively as possible,
Does that mean
and
we
you can
kind of
only do it
need?
safely with the BKB.
Does that mean we kind of need Ex Machina back on tier 4 or even tier 5?
I think you should be able to buy Ex Machina as a consumable.
Okay, as a consumable, interestingly enough, as well.
Yeah, but I say
How much would it
consumable
cost?
because
Like
you can
1,000?
limit. No, like
2,000? 3,000 gold for the double BKB, and then you'll
Like
triple think about it when you use it.
It's so how I would do it is like it's a shared team item. You can only have one at a time, so you prevent like triple BKB refreshers, and then also it's like thousands of gold.
Yeah, we'll be taking
And
a
it's got
lot
a
of
cooldown
HP
to
from the
fill
enemy
your
and
shop
was
again.
looking to mitigate the lack of double BKB with Satanic and the aforementioned Assault of Karas, but that will take some time until the Razor is going to be fight capable.
I think you could really use a gem on Navi.
I'm thinking, who's the carrier,
Especially
though?
against the Clinks. I don't think it really matters. You just need to have someone that can have it. Maybe the clock does have a gem. My apologies. Okay, they did do what I said.
Only 6k net worth lead now. Gaben giving them a 62% chance last time I looked. Now it's 64 on the Navi side of things. As good Laguna Blade, but of course Remnants will keep Eincrod in the gold. Not gold, but alive status, I guess.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah,
So-
PMA. Oh, hold on. Good find on WOE. Not gonna do anything. Not gonna do anything. No Fiend's Gate to be thrown out onto Niku, so he can join up on the fun. He just doesn't TP down onto the bottom to just start hunting the Clinks.
It's difficult because you don't have the burst damage really for Clinks. Like when he has Dark Packs going, his HP pool gets pretty fixed. Obviously he's going to get the BKB. He has the BKB now, so the Lina can't just kill him himself. I'm curious about the Silver Edge purchase on the Lina from Niku. I know you're trying to break Tide, which is pretty good, but I don't know if that's how necessary it is for you to do that. Maybe you could think about a Silver Edge on the Razor, is my opinion, but I did want to highlight Hatred's gameplay this series. Well, this game. My man went blank shard. And he says, I'm going to blank put whoever Razor's static linking in Tombstone, and that is my job every team fight, and it's turned fights around. Like, that adjustment has legitimately made Na'Vi lose team fights. And now Underlord is in trouble.
Hold on, Gem now on got the juice of all people. That could complicate things or make them just a tad simpler.
It doesn't look like they really want to go for this Underlord here.
On the other hand, they did have to address their top lane problem. They'll go on to Tormentor instead. Let's see if Na'Vi can catch them with their pants down. Looks immediately TPing onto the other side. Queasy will run into the Fiend's Gate, but from the other side, here comes God the Juice and Niku. Queasy will be evaporated. And that's all she wrote. Not too shabby, considering the results.
You'll take that trade. You'll take that trade. Would love to see a casual Chasm Stone on Underlord. I know that item did get nerfed. It costs an extra 100 gold now, but Chasm Stone, very nice on Underlord, making those pits as big as possible. 2,000
gold gained in exchange for giving up the Wind Ranger for 500. Definitely a good trade as Riddies. He's just gonna lock down the Clinks. I don't know what Woe was thinking here. He might have to be Kibby. He might be Tombstone safe, but he's gonna be executed by God the Juice. 222 damage on God the Juice as he joins in with the Plasma Field. He'll just right-click Hatred down. Double kill for the Razor. It was this Satanic all along. I think this is definitely that breath of fresh air that will keep God the Juice alive.
Satanic is so good on Razor, man. It is actually so friggin' good. He's also thinking about going AC still. Obviously didn't pick it up earlier, but anything to give your team more armor against this really physical damage heavy lineup. Sleight of Fist, Clanks. I think you really could go for some more armor.
Maybe VPX is thinking about it. Satanic activated. One of them. PMA coming around the bend. Looking to throw out another Fiend's Gate. They kind of got stuck in the cogs. And then, yeah, with the cog block, DB3PX is giving up on even the opportunity of a chase or the possibility of one. He was thinking about it, though, and that's what... The thought is what counts. Well, not in this case, but we appreciate it nonetheless. As Riddies, revealing 3 at the same time, Flesh Golem will be forced out. As BB3PX gives back the tip immediately.
They have this Ember stuck. Never mind, he's not stuck at all.
That's fine, step bro.
He's also got a gem.
Step bro.
He's got a gem.
I think he stole that gem, or I don't know where he got that gem from.
No, that's his.
No other gems on the map. But where did God the Juice's gem go?
Oh wait.
I think they stole the gem.
It would say where, like, it would say who had it first.
It doesn't.
Maybe...
No, it doesn't say it anymore. That's my biggest annoying part. You know, original owner is not listed now on Gem of True Sights.
Oh, I resent that.
I resent that too, with a burning passion.
It was on Clock, and then if you say God the Juice lost it, then it would have came from him.
I think so God the Juice just gave it over to Riddies, and then Riddies was like, "Yeah, I'll go de-ward in the enemy jungle," and then just
died.
Ripped to shreds, I guess is what I'm gonna go with.
Well, now, but Riddies has a gem.
Well, maybe that's a new one. I don't know at this point, man.
But dude,
gem on gem action.
Keep track of my gems, bro.
Gem on gem action.
It's also crazy that you drop it when you die.
Why would you? Yeah, it's stupid.
The only item in the game that drops when you die.
No, that's not true. Divine Rapier does that too.
Oh, sure, true, but like, you know, why?
Why exactly? Why did I fumble? Or I could get to keep all my other stuff. Why do I have to fumble these items? Yeah,
I think Divine should do more damage.
If yeah, you have the chance of losing it, it should. I think it should be worth less. It's worth way too much.
No, it should be worth. It should be worth. The number isn't the problem. I think the damage number is the problem. Make it like 400. Like, give me something to sink my teeth into.
Holy moly! It doesn't even do true strike anymore. BB3PX. Let me have his. I'm gonna have a Navi's teeth sank into his back.
Okay, maybe 400 is too much. I'll sell for $3.99.
$3.99. You wanted to have the Costco prices.
Plus tax. I want Costco pricing. I want
Divine Costco prices, damage, and. Well, yeah, then it should be $5,099 instead.
Costco D&D rapiers, dude. That's what I want.
Holy moly! It should be $5.99.
Well, also, why aren't items in the shop like budgeted that way? Like, why isn't it
59.99.
1 gold short of like one?
Yeah, we have
It's a
inflation on
shop.
clarity. At least give us something else. As the high ground push will come out from Na'Vi. They have the power. They have the Aegis. Let's see if the He-Man, I have the Storm, will help them out at the end of the day. Got the juice. Kind of protected. Does have his BKB. Does have his Satanic. WOE will show his teeth. Onto the Lina they go, but as Riddies joins in, providing the vision and the information, they'll just cut them down to size. Eincrod and Hatred just gone. As WOE trying to keep his distance. They'll eventually run out of stuff to throw at you, right? Right?
Hey, hey,
True sight stolen.
hey, Tide Hunter. Hey, I'm tapping my microphone. Hey, anybody there?
Press
Where's
the
Ravage,
R.
man?
Press
Where's
the R.
Ravage?
Dire's middle tower.
Do the
Where
gush
is
thing and then
Ravage?
press the R.
You have to
Yeah,
blink.
they all had their BKBs online. Like, give him some credit.
Dire's middle
Looking
tower.
to hold his buyback for one more fight.
Dire's middle barracks are under
You have to Ravage.
There we go.
just have to use
Ravage. No, once again the BKB will stump him. Hatred ball back for what? As Niku is the one who pauses the game. That is a sussy baka pause if I've ever seen one. Giving him the opportunity to just press the
Niku-
Satanic. He can't press Satanic in time, I think. Where's the other Fiend's
I-
Gate? Oh, he says headset. Niku, that is such... Oh, we can
Niku,
see him right
bro.
now on camera. That is such a cheeky... He's smiling. Oh, you cheeky... Oh, you cheeky bastard.
Yeah, I think he dies. Because if like 2 of these
there's
crit, he's
so
he's
many
dead.
arrows,
There's
man.
So many arrows, man.
Press the Satanic
I-
there. You're pressing that button so hard as the
You
unpause
are
button is ticking
mashing-
down.
You are mashing Satanic right now if you can.
There it is.
Oh,
He's healing. He's healing. Queasy
He's
is
fine.
not doing damage. He's not doing anything. As WE is dead. Hatred and Queasy alone can't really do much. Navi, a little bit dirty, but I respect it. There's that one last Ravage, but got the juice. Looking to survive all this. Will not be going down. Buyback from the Tidehunter will be committed. It's 2 against the whole Navi world. As Niku, no Satanic, no BKB. The Lina will force staff themselves down onto the lower ground.
I think you can still go for this. There's like really nothing left. It's only the Ember Spirit in 10 seconds, but you have Satanic back up again.
We should be fine, is what we're saying. As with the Dragon Slave and the Satanic healed back up, Eincrod trying to do something, but as BB3PX dies again. BKB's activated. Eincrod looking to get the hell out of dodge. A sliver of HP on Riddies. But as Niku secures Mega Creeps, it might not be the cleanest way, but it's been a long time coming.
Dire's middle tower.
Navi, last time they were here, they were still Navi Junior. Now they return to European Pro League.
Dire's middle tower.
And it looks like they will be going to the grand final in their first tournament back.
Dire's
It's
30K
not
net worth
over
lead.
yet. You still
Tier
have to
4s are
do a little
gone.
bit here.
Niku, surrounded by WOE and Queasy at the same time, but even if he's sandwiched in, Niku will just have to press the Satanic button and just heal back up. GG will be called as level up. We'll be going to the lower bracket final from here. They will have one more chance, but Navi, on to the grand final they will go. And in what beautiful 2-0 fashion against level up.
Yeah, Navi just played this game absolutely perfect. I think their drafting was on point.
I know
know
shaky
Delina
in
was-
the early mid game though. Like, let's be honest there, but
Yeah, they
this
definitely
Lina
had,
pick just sucks. I hate Lina. But yeah,
I mean,
Niku makes it look good. Niku makes it look good. I will say that, but Lina
I
in
thought that
general.
Lina was great. I mean,
Not
like, I
in
thought-
the early mid game. Like the first 12 minutes of this game were hard for Navi. Like, let's just be honest there.
Well, Lina was the highest damage dealing hero for 95%, 99% of this game. The only time he wasn't was like before 10 minutes. He was second next to the Razor. Yeah, I really just think that Niku played like Niku was like, dude, this is how you play it. This is how you play Lina. 24, 3 and 8 on this guy. he had his hero first picked game 2, and then game 1 he had his hero third pick. So he just outskilled Dark Nia. But straight up, just the mid, like the 1-to-1 ego mid matchup. Who do you got? Niku won both game 1, game 2, and yeah, got the juice. Probably thinking back a little bit at this performance, but ultimately did what he had to do, linked somebody, forced the saves on the target he was going on, and that gave space for Niku to take over the game, take over a lot of the team fights. And the only times when Navi struggled were the couple of times that the Lina died. Like Lina died, what, at 29 minutes? And then a couple of times in the lane at like 6 minutes and 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 7 minutes. Besides those two times, it did really feel like the graph, the win probability graph, swung so hard in Navi's favor, and they ended up being able to clutch the game out. And another pretty quick 41-minute game for them. I'm excited to see where they go. Obviously, they deserve to be in the grand finals, and we're going to see even more of them
Well,
in the
just
future. But
maybe
I
tomorrow
mean,
for the grand finals in general. But yeah, until then, there's
yeah,
like a crap ton of Dota to be played. But yeah, Level Up are not out just yet. Keep that in mind. They will be playing tomorrow in the first series of the day to try and get back into that grand finals one more time. They still will have one more chance. So it's a little bit back to the drawing board for
yeah,
Einkrad Woe, Queasy Hatred, and BB3PX. But meanwhile, for your viewing pleasure, we will still have 3 more series as Ringers versus Mouse, which was our original first series of the day, is going to be coming up in just about an hour. Where, yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Definitely, you will not want to miss it. And then, of course, Yellow Submarine versus their Tenacity following it up. But Navi versus Level Up will end in a clean 2-0, and that is going to be us for just about an hour. Stick around, and yeah, Ruiners versus Mouse coming up next.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to EPL. We've got ourselves the Elimination Day. We're going to be saying goodbye to 3 teams here today. If you are not mistaken, it is going to be one of RUNE EATERS or Mao's following up here. If you are not familiar with the man, the legend, the myth on plate, and then with me I have a sidekick, Waxon.
That's me.
Perfect. That's all we need. That's all we need.
I'm here.
No,
I'm
we're
ready,
done.
Plate. I'm excited for this lower bracket matchup. Somehow, some way, both of these teams end up in the lower bracket. A bit unexpected, I could say, Plate. But Mouse has played with their coach, a fellow countryman of mine, Immortal Fate. Then he's swapped out, and of course, their Toby, their player, came in, and they did win that series in the lower bracket. It's been a wild ride for Mouse, but both of these teams are of a very high caliber, and I think looking at the games that we have scheduled today, I'm going to go on a limb and predict that this will be the most contested game of the day.
We're going to have to see if that's the case. I mean, I thought earlier today with
Level Up?
Oh my gosh, Level Up and Navi, we were going to have that,
yeah.
But that wasn't meant to be.
I think Level Up is just tired. That's why. I think they're tired. They've been playing so much Dota in the last few weeks. Maybe one of the most active teams that hasn't made TI. So maybe that's why.
Maybe. Could be. What's your opinion on the Selena? We keep seeing it. So
I have higher opinions of Delina than some of our fellow co-casters. I know Dota is a avid hater of Delina, especially when it comes with some player pairings. I think it's very situational, but yeah, that is my big problem. I think people kind of value it too much as an opening pick here, Plate. I would say that I love Delina, and I think it is undervalued in Tier 1. I don't know if valuing it as a first or second pick is worth it, though, when you still have the likes of, oh boy, where do I even get started? I mean, I still think I value Clinks a little bit higher than Lina. I think I value the Bane itself that we see here from the RUNE EATERS, maybe even the Hoodwink, but of course the Hoodwink was banned. So it's a good hero. I think the Shadow Fiend might still be a little bit more potent than the Lina, but I think the Lina is gonna does have a space in the meta. Let's put it that way. Well, as we wait for Play to slowly join, as you can tell, I'm going to be taking a front and center of the camera. He was just asking me, I'm going to be doing Radiocast and Microcaster. He was asking me, what do I think about the Bane? I think the Bane is such a fun hero. I actually hate that it's being played so much in Tier 1 because it's one of my favorite supports to play myself, which means it will most likely get nerfed after TI. And it's a much more reliable setup. It's a much more reliable support. It trades the lanes. Plate is back. There we go. As I'm still answering your question, Plate, don't worry. And, it's a great setup for the Mirana. We've seen the Ember be used as a setup for a Mirana. Teams really like the Mirana. I think Mirana is a little bit overvalued in the current meta, especially with the Aghanims rush. But RUNE EATERS, I suspect, will most likely head that way.
Yeah, it does seem like one of those pretty obvious combos, right? You just Nightmare, throw an arrow, and then, 800 damage happens, and literally you can't do anything about it. Now let's go for Centaur Warrunner, though. This is a hero that has seen itself prop back up into the meta. I remember a day in the life of old me where you would see Helmdom Rush on every single hero literally ever, and then Centaur is kind of coming back into that again. So really cool stuff. RUNE EATERS doubling down on that Nightmare setup with the now Cataclysm or Sunstrike combo. So Arrow into Sunstrike, Bane Nightmare into Sunstrike. There's some pretty nice synergies here for this lineup on the Dire.
Yeah, I know it's very good. And then, of course, you're going to have the Fiend's Grip later on. the thing that the center does also bring, and you have to keep that in mind with the Lina, they do have a lot of area stun. So the Bane would like to get his Aghanim in about minute 25, 35. So much easier to maybe stop the Fiend's Grip from taking place. But so far, Rune Eaters with a very complete draft. And I like people that still prioritize the Invoker. I know it's very team specific. In 2026, most mid laners should be able to play the Invoker, but not everybody does.
Oh, that's it. Okay, so we are going to get some save. We are getting double save. Double save, Laxon. Double save. I mean, Mouse do not want to deal with this BS at all. They're like, guys, you got to get in the bubble. You got to get in this cold embrace. We're going to stop it.
I don't like the Winter Wyvern here, and I'll tell you, I get the thought process. It's you get the throw the curse on the whatever target is next to Bane, and he just stops Fiend's Gripping. But you already have the Shadow Demon, and I've been saying I think Shadow Demon is one of the most undervalued picks right now. A lot of teams stay away from it, and I wouldn't be surprised to see if it makes a huge resurgence in TI in just a couple of days. The Winter Wyvern I have seen multiple times the last 2 weeks, and it just always seems to either lose or have no impact. And it's also, you Cold Embrace a teammate, it's an easy target for the Sunstrike play. The Invoker is going to have a whale of a time to just hitting those easy targets.
Yeah, I don't know if you really want to set up on that. You know, like you it is really good against Kez. There is something to think about that, right?
Yeah.
Like maybe they were, you know, they saw that Kez was still in the pool, so they preemptively picked the Wyvern. Yeah. But Rune Eaters said, okay, well, that's fine. We're still going to pick it anyway because of all the reasons that you mentioned. But I kind of agree with you. As a Wyvern enjoyer myself, I find often that I do nothing in my games. And all the games that I would win, I won anyway because like I could have been playing anything. So hard to see how far the impact is going to go for the Wyvern. I think the most impactful thing that could happen is, say you save someone from Kez and then you Cold Embrace or you whatever the frig the ultimate is called, Winter's Curse, like Invoker, who's standing next to Kez, and then Invoker dies. Like that's probably the only way to go about this reasonably well. But I mean, Centaur doesn't really help you do that, and Lena's kind of just not going to help you do that either. So it's really just yourself. Like there's nothing that keeps people locked in place for you to send up in a position to get the curse off.
Yeah. You also have a lot of but rather weak laners when it comes to the Shadow Demon Wyvern. You would want Shadow Demon paired with something more aggressive. Of course, a lot of these supports have been banned, whereas the Bane Mirana are just going to be completely steamrolling over the map from level 1, right? These heroes do not need levels to get involved, whereas the Wyvern level 1, I would argue that the Wyvern level 7 is still a little bit under-leveled, right, to have the significant impact. Shadow Demon, of course, can join up with the Centaur and the Lina and find a lot of impact. And now I think we are potentially looking at a carry needed here for Mouse. That's what Rune Eaters seem to believe. That's why they're banning the Monkey and the Tiny. The Luna is still in the pool, and something that Yellow Submarine have been playing a fair bit of is the Sven.
Yeah, I think Sven is a hero that can definitely pull into its own. Ooh. Now, Lycan is a little weird into the Wyvern. That is probably something... I'm not a big fan of that, but against the Shadow Demon, against the Lina, I can definitely see where the Lycan is coming from. So very awful, offlaner to deal with. If you're a Shadow Demon, we already mentioned that the lane can be a little bit weak, and then you have wolves running at you the whole time. Like, I don't know. It just sounds abysmal.
Yeah. A Shadow Demon here needs a good pairing if he's the one safe lane. Of course, you could go Shadow Demon 4, but I think Wyvern Centaur is the off lane. I think you're correct with that. Wow, new hero unlocked.
Wow, that was a hero that was not picked at EWC. This is a
It's a Crystallis special. That's what it is. Crystallis said, "Oh, I want to play a hero," and he just gets it picked, I suppose.
Wow. I was not expecting a Crystallis Troll Warlord today, but here we are, watching Mouse break it down in the lower bracket of the EPL Masters right before TI. Get your predictions in. Today's the last day, of course, to get those in. I don't know what you've got for yours, but I haven't touched mine at all yet.
I just did mine last night after our broadcast, and I'll just say that I am the kindest word I could describe my predictions are unhinged. That's what I would describe my
I
predictions
see.
as.
Okay. You'll have to send me those here, but yeah, I mean, this game, I think it's really going to be fascinating how both of these teams. Like, I don't know, I know, I'd be curious to see or to think if TI teams are using some of these games as sort of, you know, just not as the meta. I don't know if I would consider these games as the meta going into TI, but I would definitely see the value and maybe seeing like a couple of, you know, heroes that are maybe useful or like strategies and ideas. Like, I wonder if the Centaur is going to be something that TI teams see and they really like, or
I think Centaur is definitely an S tier hero. I think I said it last night on the broadcast. I'm going to say it here again. I think Centaur is probably going to be the most banned hero of the tournament at TI. And it's absolutely broken. Every game I've casted of hit here at EPL Masters, the hero has won. So when I'm casting and Centaur's being played, it has 100% win rate. I'm not even exaggerating. That's Helm of the Dominator, Heart of Tarrasque build is so obnoxious, so hard to pierce through. What do you do when you got a 5k offlaner HP coming at you at minute 15? The answer is most often nothing. Last night, as recent as last night, we saw this Kez picked to counterpick the Centaur. Guess what played? It was minute 8. The Centaur had 1.2k net worth ahead of the Kez. And that was before the Helm of the Dominator.
yeah, I mean, it's just so much HP, man. Smoke up here. Bounds are going to try to do something fancy, but Rune Eater's already just circumventing some of this. The Lycan's going to be seen. The smoke has been broken, but wait, I don't know if they. What is happening? Are they going to just kill the range creep? What's going on, Mouse? No, that's Rune Eaters. What are Rune Eaters doing?
I've seen some very strange setups. I've actually seen a couple of smokes through twin gate plays earlier. Well, since 741C came out, and I think these teams are trying to be a bit more creative to surprise one another. And look, there is a slight chance they could steal one of the bounty runes, so this setup might be worth it in the end. Yeah, they're gonna get 3-for-1 bounties.
I couldn't quite get the banish in time. 1J just forced to take that weird engagement there, but interestingly deep ward as well on that high ground to cover the Lorinov camps, as they are lovingly called. No Lorinov here in this game, but those are the camps that are being covered with that ward.
Yeah, I mean, if you get a lot of harass onto the Lina and she's trying to retreat, that word provides a lot of vision and potential setup for copies Sunstrike. I do have to say, by the way, Play, just people know I am a massive Mouse fan, and I've been a massive Mouse fan this entire 2026. I'm kind of sad to see them not making TI, and I do not, although I do think Supreme is a very good mid laner, I do really like them with mid one. So I do root for them in this game, but despite the fact they have the Centaur and I favor them, Eki is taking a ton of damage here.
Yeah, he's going to go down just straight up. Toby gets the first blood. It's a lot of harass. That is the point of this Wyvern and Troll Warlord combo. Like, you know, Troll, not a carry we saw a lot of, but when you do pick Troll, it is to win lane.
Where did Copy play before? He played with a tier 1 team recently, didn't he?
That's
Before
such a great
EATERS.
question, Wax, and I have no idea.
I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna give you a second to continue looking at this. I'm gonna figure it out myself, like the analyst I am today.
Perfect. Lena, Kopi, as you said, this is a nothing burger of a lane. Holy smokes, is it ever? But Fire Spirits do a bit of poking damage against the lane. He's gonna have the bottle coming up here soon, though. It doesn't really. Again, all this harass doesn't matter. Mid lane. Waxen, I know you're doing some research, but I feel like the mid lane
I've got the answer.
Yo, do you?
Yeah, he played for Navi for like 2 tournaments and then a lot of time for Nouns and then for Peep Speak +4. So you could argue if those are tier 1 teams or not. I would probably say maybe not, but hey.
Well, Navi is a very notable team in that list, I would say. They got a lot of brand recognition, I think. A lot of goodwill in the community. Yeah, for sure.
And they used to be tier 1 for about 3 months as they had Zayats and then kicked Zayats and stopped being tier 1. Hey!
Whoa. Those guys are in the grand finals here at this tournament. We'll see exactly if they can make it out. But Eki getting chased down by the bird. And that is a freebie of a kill. Eki with the second kill of the game so far. All the blood is in his pocket.
I wanted to say this after you got the first blood on the. We got a 6-7.
Rune Eaters and Mouse is upon us, and the only thing we can do is wait for the drafts to resolve before we can get a clearer picture about what might break down in this next game. Mouse took down Rune Eaters within 30 minutes, and now Rune Eaters are going to have their time with the Centaur. Waxen, you've said that this Centaur can't lose. Can it lose now? Will it lose against Mouse, or will it overcome the Goliath that is this team?
Someone please save me. I can't. Like, guys. Okay, someone. You know what? I'm gonna offer this to all the teams looking at us right now. Yeah, I know you might be really busy playing the game or actually practicing for TI and all that. But if someone does see this is a cry for help. I'm willing to volunteer my coaching services for free for the next, I don't even know, 2 months to help teams draft in this meta. Stop letting Centaur through. I'm doing it right now. Plate, you've got a team, you need a coach, sign me up. I'm down. I'm going to do it right now. It's game 3 already. I think this is the only explanation I have. Crystalis went to the boys and said, you know what? This hero is unbeatable. Let us try to see if we can figure out how to beat it. This is the only explanation I have. That's just why they're opening with a lifestealer. They want to really try and punish the Centaur in lane. And they're going to try to dominate the other lane with the Gyro position 4, which is what we've seen a little bit of. I just don't want to see Centaur. Just ban it. Who cares about the Tree and Protector anymore?
I can't remember the last time I saw a Gyrocopter 4 in a game of Dota 2. That is quite
it's coming
pick.
back. It's coming back, actually. The teams are playing it for some reason. It's a very funky build. I think you go Tranquil Blink on the support position for Gyro. It's very funky.
Yeah, why not? I mean, Dota's a game about funkiness. So the setup is, I guess, you like a Nightmare, and then you can set up the rocket to like start coming towards you while it's setting itself up.
Sure. Yeah, sounds about right. I don't know, man. I didn't say I'm a fan of it. I said it's coming back.
I've been playing Carry Gyrocopter recently, actually. I think Carry Gyro is very busted. Your farming speed is so fast. Triple Blades of Attack opener, just so you can finish your phase boots, which I do build on that hero. Don't sue me. Weird picks, I think. Rune Eaters are going for stuff that's like really simple, really straightforward, hard to mess up, it seems. And they kind of got washed game 1. We'll see. Mouse have done something completely different. If there was ever a hero that could lane against Centaur, it would be Lifestealer at the very least.
That is true. I'm fairly certain Rune Eaters is lining up for a Shadow Fiend. I don't know why they didn't pick Shadow Fiend as their 4th and go for Lich last, because this might prompt Mouse to ban the Shadow Fiend here. Which you know might open the opportunity for Rune Eaters to go for something else, like the Luna, like the Clinks. I'm just not the biggest fan of the Clinks. I feel like the hero has a lot of impact, but it just doesn't win the games in a similar way that you would come to believe the hero does, considering how much is being played. Now, Mouse, we already know their supports. There is not a universe we live in where the Lifestealer is going to be flexed to make room for the Gyro. So I think it is confirmed Gyro 4. The question is, are they going to go for a very greedy offlaner, or for something a bit more control like the Underlord? I'm a big fan of the Underlord in the current meta. I think the Axe Rush is very, very good globally.
Yeah, it does really help against the Stampede as well.
Yeah.
Just like stuff you can't run through, right? Like that's a really good way of stopping the Stampede. But they're going to go for the Pango instead. Doesn't necessarily show anything. Yeah,
it could be flex to mid. Supreme is also a Pango player, so is Boom. It's one of the specialities that Rune Eaters have. Last night, I did cover a level up game in which they played Bloodseeker. So is there any hope we get a Bloodseeker carry here for Rune Eaters? Ooh, I don't know.
I don't think so. I think
like it.
Against the Lifestealer, it's too hard, and also against the Bane, it's a little bit too hard. You're going to get Fiend's Grip, and then like there's really no other good Fiend's Grip targets right now. Maybe the Invoker, but like, you know,
makes sense.
I really do think if you go for something that's that obvious, you're asking to be just deleted every team fight. So yeah, they go with something that's a lot more resilient to possibly getting stunned for 5 seconds at the start of a team fight.
I think the Shadow Fiend is still the most likely here for Rune Eaters unless Mouse is going to ban it here. They take out the Kez first. We saw a Kez attempt from Rune Eaters in the first game. Maybe, I mean, what else? What else is a classic? We've seen some Terrorblade. Again, I did mention the Yellow Submarine team like playing this Sven. The Sven is quite a classic counter to the Lifestealer, although these days with Lifestealer being able to infest Ancients and being able to infest into you if he gets the axe, I don't know if it works the same way. But they are going to ban the Shadow Fiend. Templar, maybe?
Templar could be another ban. I mean, I think you just need something that, like, you need to stop the stuff that kills the roll. Lina was banned as well.
Darkseer ban, I like that. I'm wondering, okay, could it go for a Magnus here? I haven't seen Magnus in a hot minute. It would be quite fun with the Pangolier pairing. I wouldn't like it, but if you're afraid of the Darkseer, the Magnus could also bring it together. One of the heroes that a lot of tier 1 teams play, and we haven't seen in EPL, is the Enigma, but they're going to go back for the Axe. Okay, sure, I like the Axe here, why not? Which means the Pango goes mid.
I mean, Gyrocopter is so... I know it's not a carry Gyrocopter, but I kind of wish it was. I don't know. I really like carry Gyro. Maybe not carry Gyro into Centaur. Centaur does reflect a lot of the damage that Gyrocopter does, but I think, if you get a blink call in the backline, Pango roll on top of it, Lifestealer's infested inside of the Axe, definitely a lot of damage can be done, and that's not including like any follow-up from the Gyrocopter or the Bane. So I think already there's enough going on here for me to say that Mouse have a pretty decent shot at winning this game, and doubly so against the Terrorblade. You can't sunder someone you can't sunder Roll, and you can't sunder Rage from Lifestealer.
Yeah, but that's why you got your Leech. That's going to be there all the time for you to kill him and sacrifice him. They're going to go for a range 6 speciality. He wants to be on a comfort hero. He wants to be able to scale. He wants to have a pretty good lane versus the Axe. I would argue, right, the Metamorphosis just punishes the Axe a little bit, although Boom will most likely go to pull the wave. Yeah. I would say Mouse has won the draft. I would agree with you, Played, but there is the goddamn pesky Centaur for Rune Eaters, and you know me, I hate that hero with a passion. If I can see it lose, take my money. I'm here.
We're just gonna see if Mal can have that kind of impact on this game as Boom had in game 1. Mouse obviously just looking to secure themselves a survival in this series. A third game would take it to the brink, and Rune Eaters are playing for the tournament lives right now. Every single game that they win is one step closer to the finals, and every step they take that is a loss results in one step closer to failure. That was a very long way of saying if they lose, they're out.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's what we were going with that one. But again, similar to game 1, I think Rune Eaters have had a very strong start to their draft. Hoodwink, Centaur are very strong, very reliable. 2 of the most picked heroes in Tier 1 Dota right now. Let's see if they can put it to use. And they will go back to the copy Invoker, who looked pretty decent, but maybe didn't have the best team around him. Now, with the Leech and the Terrorblade, they've got a lot more potential in the mid-game. Maybe they got more potential in the mid-game.
I don't know. I think it's going to be hard. Like, the Lifestealer Infest Bomb on the Axe is already pretty difficult to think about as a counter. And I mean, as far as difficult as Centaur can be, when you are laning against a Lifestealer, it does negate a lot of the pain that you would be feeling. Is there a world in which we find ourselves at what happens for there to be a game 3 between Rune Eaters and Mouse?
Centaur doing Centaur things, I suppose. That's what you need to win. It's not out of the realm of possibilities. I think this draft looks a little bit more even to me. Maybe not feed. Protect your Leech and your Invoker, and I think you'll be fine going into the late game, and then it's going to be more of who jumps who and who executes better, and those are the best types of game of Dota. I don't think this is going to be a wash based on the picks, right? So I think RUNE EATERS could take it to a game 3 here.
The gaming graph, not that it means anything at minute 0, is saying 63% for RUNE EATERS, so it does really like the Centaur, I think, and I don't blame it. Centaur, Stomp, Cataclysm, if you want to go for that build. I don't know if that's what Invokers have been going for, but there is some amount of setup for it, at the very least. So, okay, Gyrocopter 4. Let's bring me back.
Yep.
Bring me back to the time. Why are we seeing this now? Are people losing their minds? Their mouths?
I think it's
That was bad. I apologize for the people at home.
it's trying to replicate a lot. This is gonna sound insane to say that they do the same thing because they don't, but they're trying to play the gyro in lane sort of like an Undying. You know how Undying just runs at the opponent's right clicks and decays them? I think you're trying to do the same with the gyro, but with the rocket barrage. And I know it just sounds out of completely insanity, but it is a lot of damage and it does help you because it's not that much mana and you go easily through a lot of the HP pool of the opposing supports. And when you get the Banes, the Liches, the Miranas, the gyro does soften them up quite fast. I think that might be an explanation.
I mean, Rocket Barrage does a lot of damage. Level 3 in particular, level 2 Rocket Barrage does a ton of work. So maybe there's something to what you're saying. You know, maybe the Shard Rush, there's something going on here that some old tech that we're bringing back for the Dota. That's what Dota's all about, right? Like just coming back with stuff that's new, old.
All right, well, I'm gonna actually point you at the mid lane where Copy has a great start on his Invoker versus the Pangolier. Usually we get the Pango with a slight lead before Invoker gets more points in his spells, but so far fairly even between the two of them, which is hopefully going to allow Copy to find more Sunstrike kills in the early portion of the game. Another interesting aspect I'd like to bring up is, I don't know if he's still going to go for the Meteor Hammer build this game. Maybe he will prioritize something like Midas Orchid to punish the Pangolier early on. I don't think it's the go-to build, but it might just allow for a little bit more of an old school aggression onto an opposing mid laner.
CS seems pretty close so far, but we'll see as top lane Axe got low. A lot of damage from the Flat Cannon, though. I think 1J is going to be pretty happy with that trade. Has another Blood Grenade to work with. Boom, waiting in the wings. Looking for some sort of metamorphosis here, and yeah, I think 1J is going to go down. There's a lot of walking back and forth for a while. I don't know, that seemed pretty weird to me. But you do have level 2 spin.
Okay, well. Later's at least going to use the first blood to maybe get a bit more lead now. Crystallis, nice dodge, popping the rage. Could have been a pretty dangerous there. You know, you get hoof stomped into a bushwhack for a Sunstrike, and then your health isn't looking that great, but you know, Crystallis has the experience, spotted the leg going up, and instantly popped his rage. Sunstrike for the Bane, though, is going to be pretty close. The creeps, though, tanking a little bit of the damage, and he survives.
Get down, Mr. President. And it was the whole special Secret Service just waiting for that Sunstrike to come down. They knew it was going to happen. And there's another kill up top. I mean, this Terrorblade.
This is why you get the gyro support. This is what he does, like I said. Goes behind the tower, tons of damage, low cooldown, fairly rapid, punishes the carry, apparently. And it's a bit of the shortcomings of a Leech, right? Not one of the strongest laners especially if you've got a carry like such as the Terrorblade, who doesn't bring too much, well, damage onto the opposing heroes unless he has meta up.
Yeah, a metaless Terrorblade is really sad, even at this stage of the game.
Did
You
you
do
see
have
that?
to make a decision.
A single rocket barrage got the Lich down to half HP.
Kopi getting chased, look for a Sunstrike up top. He's going to be able to get it.
Tower is under attack.
All while being dove underneath the tier 2 tower, by the way.
Radiant are scanning.
Supreme is somehow ahead of Copy by a level.
Dire's top
That's
tower
kind of
is
surprising,
under
to be honest. Especially when you look at last hits, but who knows? Maybe he was a little bit away from the creeps for those early Sunstrikes.
Yep.
Guess what? You picked Lifestealer to counter the center. How did that work out for you? No, it didn't. Great. Set up
No,
mid.
no. Yeah, they are looking for this easy kill onto the Invoker, and next it's going to be the Hoodwink. That Rocket Barrage damage just does so much work, and Toby with the right click is going to finish that job, but there's a TP coming in. It's the Lich. Looking for Toby. Just too much damage to deal with it, but maybe you overstayed your welcome. Pango can't find his target.
Good dodge there from the Lich. He at least found something back in exchange for his team. But the mid laner still died. Malik, bottom. Right click by Crystallis, but again, he's level 5 to level 4. He's got more gold. And there's nothing you can do to shut down this Centaur War Runner.
You still believe in the center of this game?
I believe it will be very hard to kill it, and yes, the answer is yes. I hate the hero, and that means it's probably going to be successful. Meanwhile, the runes are being traded. One for the Bane, the Wisdom Shrines, rather. One
Up
for
top, Gyrocopter.
Wink.
I mean, this is just deep, even for a gyro.
Yeah, force TP at least, and it's fine. Boom will stay alive. He will manage to get for the side, to go for the side pull.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Good punish. Supreme would love to use his Rolling Thunder to find another kill, but Copy is also hitting level 7. He does not have the Boots of Speed, so he is, I guess, a little bit slower.
He is so vulnerable to being ganked by anybody. I mean, this is just... Toby's not even level 6. He just knows that that second point in Nightmare is going to be enough to bring
Dire's
Invoker
middle
to
tower
rest.
is under attack.
Let's see what happens here. Who are you going to go high ground with, right? Like, you're going to... Like, if you're on Mouse, say you start winning these team fights, but the stun happens on bottom. Doesn't get level 6 in time. And the TP came in from the Pango just a touch too late.
He does get out though, the Pango will not die. Finding a kill on the Lifestealer is massive. Now the Pango wants to go back in, there's a sentry that could spot him. Supreme realizes that something's a bit fishy here, so he will fall back.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's
What are we
middle
tipping?
tower is under attack.
Each other? I
Something
don't know.
happened.
Dire's
Middle tower under
is
siege.
under attack.
I just don't feel like this is enough threat to the Penguin when you have a Bane setting there. But they want to go for it.
His middle tower has fallen.
Well, they could want all they want, but that doesn't mean they
Yeah.
will succeed. Still another tower, and Mao's similar to game 1 already. Taking that early tier 1 mid is very, very good for them, I have to say. Supreme spots Eki. That's a ton of damage with a swashbuckle. Nerf Pango again.
TB look at the top of the net worth charts right now.
Yeah, much
this is a
better
big
start for RUNE EATERS plate. Much, much better start.
Yeah. Yep. Does sound like there's a lot. Does feel like there's a lot more Dota to be played for. I am a little bit worried about the TB though, because Axe can and will blink call you with the blade mail, and you will die.
Toby level 4 smoke. He is very under level, but he will at least help Supreme spot the stacks, and they might find a setup onto the hoodwink.
Just looking for this angle, smoke around, walk around. They're gonna get the vision with the rocket barrage. That's just too much damage, and now running in is the axe. Nice taunt up, but the roll is coming in as well. Just looking for the slits. The dive underneath the tier 2 tower is going to come into full fruition as the gyrocopter ends up getting picked off, but one more spin is all you needed. They won't get the dunk, but maybe they didn't even need it. As they got 2 pickoffs, they don't want any more. They use all their ultis.
So it's a 2-for-1 overall. Not the worst thing for, well, either side. Of course, RUNE EATERS loses both of their supports, but the Terrorblade continues to farm, so does the Centaur. Yeah. The big problem will be the Invoker. And Malik this time around, you see it late, you hate it. Oh, okay, it's a 2-for-2 overall, because Toby just dies mid to the meta. This Malik Centaur will be going for the Hard to Tarask second item, ladies and gentlemen. Going back to the completely annoying... Oh, 1J.
Nothing's happening mid.
Yeah, if Eki hits that bushwhack, I think they can probably kill him. As the meta had a few more seconds going. The deny does not happen. Rinsik claims the kill. No. The tower kill.
Obviously a big deny for RUNE EATERS there. Or a big tower kill. I mean, not deny. We just talked about how that didn't happen. But getting the tower, very important. Blink is getting picked up on the axe next item. Seems like Maus are just... is falling a little bit behind in terms of map pressure and tempo, but maybe when Lifestealer gets his ultimate, and Radiance, he's able to really pack a punch and get in, so.
Okay, well. So far still so good. 1.7k gold lead for a Terrorblade ahead of Crystallis' Lifestealer. Malik.
Yeah.
Using the self-tornado onto the Wild Wing to move it a little bit further. Plate, as we wait a little bit of this halt as the carries are farming, I have to ask you the same question I've been asking all of the other co-casters that I've had the pleasure of being here with. What would your TI voice line be?
I think my TI voice line would be... It'd be a little meta, for sure. I'd have to think about it. Sure. There's no, but I mean, like, there's a lot of them that are like, they're trying too hard. I don't know. I think I would do the community a service and bring back One from the Dead. Like, bring back the I can't pause it. It's a video game online. I can't pause it. That voice line. Yeah. I'd bring it back for sure. I think is what I would do.
Tier 1 top traded for Tier 2 bottom. This could be a huge victory for RUNE EATERS here, as the Terrorblade meta is just going to find the tower. No questions asked.
I think there's some doubt coming into play here. You don't have the blink on Boom finished yet. Maus. Maybe... I think they might be out of the depth a little bit here on this one.
Malik went for the blink. He's copying Boom's build. He doesn't want to go for the 100% win rate build with the Hard to Tarask minute 15. Disappointed.
Alright, so... a lot of pinks coming out up top. Okay, well, this gyrocopter. So, yeah, this is illegal. This is not supposed to happen.
Well, and it's not happening. That's why they're punishing it, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sadly, Copy couldn't find the last hit with the Sunstrike. He didn't have enough damage there. He would just split the bounty with the Leech and the Centaur. Rinsik continues to push. Now he's got this entire bottom side of the Radiant map to farm with, to play with, because there's no more towers. Minute 15.
There's too many camps to give up to a Terrorblade.
Yeah, and what did you get in exchange? A Tier 1 top? Sure, I guess. Oh,
Get down, Mr. President.
Does
Looking at
Canada
the
even,
Pango.
Radiant's top tower is
Well,
under
that's
attack.
not supposed to happen.
does Canada even have a president plate, or you were more of a prime minister country?
We have a prime minister.
Okay, okay. So how about get down, Mr. Prime Minister, then?
Well,
Toby Bottom.
Blink, Taunt. Is there a Fiend script coming out? They didn't even need it.
They still used it, but were afraid of the Sunder. Rinsik does get punished for his insolence. I think he should have just been content with having that whole half of the map to himself, give away his life, and that means it's gonna, at least it's gonna be the blink reveal from the boom axe.
Yeah. And they're gonna look for this Lich as well. Oh my gosh, that's so much damage. Maybe they're onto something. Shard is all you need. They are gonna bring in, get on top of this Centaur. This is not something you're gonna see a lot of.
Okay.
But Mouse, I mean, they are making the plays happen. I was a little bit worried
Radiant's
about
middle
their
tower is under attack.
passivity, but it seems like they've really stepped it up and I've made a more assertive approach to the game.
Well, this is what happens when the Centaur dies when he doesn't have a harder Tarrasque at minute 15. Last game he didn't, but he still found a rapid one, which means Mouse is going to be more than happy here with how the things are going. Yes, they might not be the most farmed, but looking at the axe, he found an effective triple kill the moment he had his blink. So Boom is going to continue farming very, very nicely. They're trying to catch him top, and they're not finding him.
Yeah, they're going to look at the Bane instead. Toby gets picked pretty easily. No blink on the Pangolier yet. Just feels like some of these cores are just falling farther behind in net worth because of how far ahead Terrorblade gets, right? Like when he gets the butterfly, I don't know how you kill him as a lifestealer.
Okay, well,
See it?
the farming does continue, and it will be going on for a few more minutes, I think. Now Rinsik, after he respawned, he's walked back top, and this time he wants to find a tier 1 top. I do not think Mouse will defend this one, as they are most likely looking at finding a tower themselves bottom.
See what goes on. This top tower under threat gets taken up by the TV.
Radiant's top tower
Big
has
smoke
fallen.
play mid though. If they can get Kopi,
Radiant are scanning.
they should see him farming here. Blink forward, Fiend script down as well. That's an easy kill. But they want more. There is a blink on the Centaur. He's not even going for the heart. He's only going for the Lotus Orb first.
I'm starting to
Board
kind of
got
doubt a
drawn.
little bit of our RUNE EATERS, like what their dedication, not dedication, what their rotations and what their commitments are around the map. But now they're going to find a support at least.
Yep. Yep, that's how you do it. I do think the Gyrocopter a lot more capable of doing that solo though. I feel like you can just do that with the Blink Rocket Barrage and then achieve the same thing but better.
Yeah.
But yeah, Invoker trying to cut these waves.
Boom wants to find more. He's going top. He wants to catch Copy. Dust is a little bit late from his Pangolier.
Yeah. Very, again, very slow game.
Yeah, only 20 kills in the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's not a lot for us here, is it?
No, compared to some of the other games we've had now.
See, Blink Call is not going to land. Boom. May have wished that he had that one back, that opportunity, but it's okay. Stampede was forced. And they want to find more. Blink up on the high ground. That is one dead gyrocopter.
Yeah, but out of the 12 kills RUNE EATERS have had, 7 of them have been on the support gyro. And yes, some kills are better than no kills. But still, you've been losing your Invoker here and there. Your Terrorblade has a couple of deaths. It's not ideal for you if you keep killing supports and your cores are the ones dying. Even the Centaur, I believe, has died a few times.
See, the pit is being berated.
Sunstrike to also help with the Roshan there is.
Yeah.
There's no rotations coming in from Mouse towards Roche pit as it is falling pre-minute 21.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, they got it, obviously. Blink call, not gonna land on anything. Counters Blink. A lot of deception, but they find the Bane.
This is
They
still a
let the Bane
slow
live.
Roshan. Still a slow Roshan.
Oh, they want at least, they wanted something for all being there. They will get the Hoodwink. Aegis for one team, but they are not pressuring at all.
What an attempt from the Leech. He was very optimistic with that. He's going to try to turn around and kill the Bane. Probably not happening there. Oh, nope.
Yeah.
The Nightmare will keep him alive. Damage is quite significant onto Boom and Supreme, though.
It's just a lot. It's just a lot of stuff that you have to deal with.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
We'll see if Kopi can live up to the name and actually invoke something.
Dire are scanning.
A lot of pings happening.
Well, they see Boom.
They do. They want to get this kill, but it's not before they also lose their invoker, and the Nightmare is going to set up this other kill as well. So much damage the Hoodwink is taking.
You might say this
That's
is
a
crazy.
double.
Oh, Rinsik's
I'm
there.
looking at. Yeah, I'm looking at this TB. Wants to get this kill, but I mean, he actually genuinely might. No, he's got a swashbuckle out.
Oh, that was close.
Top tower.
I was just about to say, even before the Terrorblade arrived, I would still say this RUNE EATERS should have been happy because, you know, the Axe was accelerating a lot in farm, and now they found a kill in mid anyway, so they are going to be happy. Sacrificing the Invoker for the Axe might sound kind of crazy, but if you can kill the Axe once or twice, his aggressive progress is getting slowed down, and as an Invoker, you will continue scaling no matter what.
How do you overcome this 5,000 gold lead deficit as Mouse? Do you just steady as she goes, keep playing it out as it is, or do you force your opponent to think about selling it out? And
I think it's a good question, and I think I don't have the answer because the only person that does have the answer in this in this game right now is the Lifestealer. You will have to be relying on Crystalis to kind of assess his own timings and his strength, and then when he calls for rotations, that's when you go, because the Axe Pangolier are two heroes that sort of overlap with one another. Yes, you can argue there's some damage from the Gyro that maybe the Axe and Gyro could play together, but you do need the Lifestealer if you want to go for a 5 versus 5 skirmish. And RUNE EATERS wants to go for a bit of a smoke play themselves, by the way. They see 1J. This guy's
yeah,
dead.
they get him.
Dire's bottom tower.
It's just like full combo, dude. It's so annoying. And yeah, with their triangle occupied, this game can be a little bit awkward to play around, to fight in. So, Lifestealer in the enemy jungle though. TP is out. He's good. But they know that there aren't, there's at least one person in the triangle. I feel like Mouse can do something here. They're just kind of letting RUNE EATERS occupy a lot of space right now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But maybe not. Here comes the push.
One right click. Come on, Terrorblade sent it to the tower. There we go. It was literally 1 HP. As they're now going to turn their sights with the Metamorphosis on the final outer tower. And with another minute on the Aegis, I think RUNE EATERS will freely find all of the towers outside of high ground. Mouse, though, doing what they can, continuing to farm and split the map. Looking at what is the next item going to be for the Lifestealer. That's what I'm more curious than anything.
It looks like he's queuing up AC.
Okay.
Rocket.
Yeah. I mean, I like it. I don't. Yeah.
There could be a team fight Bruce bottom though. I don't know. I think this Lifestealer obviously walking around, poking things out, seeing how things are.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The bottom tower is still under threat. But just so many spells being cast at this point.
It's good they found a leech. This is going to be a list of something that's going to delay the next fight. Crystallis also gets the tier 1.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's just continued map pressure, but not objective taking for Mouse. Waxen.
Dire's bottom
Yep.
tower is under attack.
So this game obviously incredibly even, as you can see.
Of course.
Isn't Terrorblade the kind of carry that wants to be like really far ahead at all times?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, he's about 2k gold ahead. Do you mean more than that? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I do mean a bit more than that. As they do get the Fiend's Grip on the bottom lane.
See, I don't know if he is the actual problem, to be honest. I think all these other heroes, the Lich, the Invoker dying here and there, I would say these are the more concerning ones, if you really want me to be honest.
Call, blink call, there it is. They find this poor Lich. He's taking a lot of damage, but will end up going down. Boom, forced to pop the BKB. Another team fight happening on the other side, though. Stampede comes in. That Pango gets a shield, but it's not a big enough one.
The fact that you can't keep up unless the Terrorblade is there is quite concerning for the RUNE EATERS, because if somehow the Terrorblade gets caught and isolated or controlled in a team fight by the Axe and the rest of the boys, it will be very, very disappointing. And speaking of being ahead or behind, Lifestealer has level 20 to the 17 of the TB. Yes, I know the TB farms with the illusions, but he's even less levels than the Axe.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
you lose more than just a tower, I tell you. Every time. See.
Call down mid as well to push the wave.
Yeah. Just I'm curious to see if there's anything else that Mao's are like. What is the next step for Mao's? Is it just a Roshan or something?
It must be, right? They got all their success with the first Aegis. Nice catch onto 1J again. Death number 10 for the guy.
Yeah. But he knows his job. Call.
Eki? Oh, so close.
Let's see here.
Arms for the dead.
This is getting to be one of the longer games of the day. 29 minutes in, 17-17.
Continuing to try to squeeze the map. RUNE EATERS, despite the fact that they're bleeding kills on their more significant heroes, they still have a 5 to 6k gold in it. They've managed to keep ahead for a while. And even if you look at the network chart, other than a Lifestealer, Top 4 is still all Rune Eaters but him.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a big smoke play in behind this lifestealer now. They know that this lifestealer is a bit of a bait. They're going to keep using him that way.
Okay, let's get this moment in. No, they're actually falling back. They realize there might be a smoke from Mouse.
Yeah. The smoke is going to come in. They are going to drop a stampede. Try to get away. Oh my gosh, that rocket almost killed the Hoodwink.
Stampede to disengage. Great usage. But now it's in cooldown, which means Mouse wants to fight again.
Yep. So much pressure. Mouse
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
haven't done themselves any favors at the draft, but they're still playing like Mouse. See, big stun coming in. Oh, they found the axe. It's a big pickoff, and the Roshan is respawning here. You might have to force a buyback here. Big team fight coming up for Mouse. Mouse, what is your game plan? Do you infest bomb? Do you do anything
have the
here,
Rolling
or do
Thunder.
you just let it happen? Blink up onto the high ground. Buyback comes out from the axe immediately, and now they're going to turn around over to this Centaur.
Bash.
Stuns are
Call.
up, but they just don't have enough damage to bring this guy down. And this Terrorblade won't stop hitting the Lifestealer. He does have Infest. He's going to be able to use it, but he doesn't have Rage. Now for another 3 seconds, he's just stuck. Can't get out. Nobody's around to save him. And he's gone just like that. They do bring down on the other side Ike, but unfortunately, Boom looks dead to rights. Never mind. Don't quite get it done.
Yeah, he'll just die. It's going to take a
He will
second
die.
longer, yeah.
But it's a 4 for 2.
5 if you count the axe dying first, right? Everybody's
Yeah.
axe died twice. This is a dieback for Boom. And a lot of focus on killing the Centaur to the point of he wasn't dying, that Crystallis had to jump infest into him. I think if Crystallis keeps their infest for someone else, the teamfight can go further, or he could escape. But because he had to use the infest to get the Centaur low within kill range up, after they spent about, I don't even know, 18 seconds right-clicking him, he had no escape out of there, and Rune Eaters continue to win. Rinsick probably has a massive smirk on his face. We can't tell that because he doesn't have the camera. But yeah, he's got the team on lock. 5k gold lead, well, 4k gold lead ahead of the lifestealer for him now. And he's going to find a second Aegis and a banner for the Dire Boys.
Roshan has fallen to the downward.
With this Aegis, it's hard to imagine that they could, lose another team fight. What are the avenues of expansion now for Mouse? I mean, you're down 11,000. You just lost a really big fight around your pit. Around your triangle. I don't think this is it, though.
It's going to have to be split pushing, I think. And the copy tried to split push a bit. He gets caught and killed.
Yeah.
The gem of the Invoker is going to make it even harder for any observers to be placed aggressively to find the vision. And I am fairly certain Rune Eaters are right now more than 1 foot into game 3 of this first sweep attempt.
Yeah, this Centaur has been a problem.
Yeah, who would have thought it, right? It's almost like I've been calling it, right?
I don't think so. It doesn't seem like that to me.
No, I've never said that, did I? No, never.
No, never. Never said it, never meant it.
But guys, if you're looking for a TI coach, I mean, I'm willing to fly to Shanghai right now. If there's any teams out there, I'll just tell you, ban Central, win games. Easy tactic.
Yeah. There's a Succurus on this Lifestealer. I'm just worried about the damage.
As in the lack of damage, you mean?
Yes.
Okay. You should be, because they have no damage. We saw it last team fight. They spent 20 seconds trying to kill one Centaur. I mean, you should probably go for a different target. I suppose that's more what they should be doing. At least they have still all their tier 3 standing. The question is for how much longer will that be the case?
Hard to say. I think Mao's just have too many. There's just have a lot of issues, man. Like this Lifestealer getting picked off here where he is. Nice Nightmare save.
Good escape.
Alright, what are we doing?
We are trying to continue delaying this Aegis high ground push. With 2 minutes to go, it's going to be fairly difficult. I'm looking at buybacks, and there's only 2 available on the supports of Mao's. Crystallis needs to find a kill to have his. So does the Pangolier. And now with the banner drop, this tier 3 will fall.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, this high ground push just seems so hard for a Lifestealer to deal with. He needs a little bit of help.
You can't even kill the illusions
Sunstrike
there.
comes out.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Range falls. They still have the 4 to 5 needed. Are they going to use it, or are they going to keep it for the next set? Aegis is gone in 90 seconds, so they can come back to push here.
Lifestealer, he just wants to take care of that banner and leave, but the blink in from the Lich, looking for an angle, right on top of Boom, and he pays the price for it. Pangolier rolling in, wants to find someone else. He is going to be able to get the sound sound from the Diffuser Blade. That nook and cranny is not what you want to go for, but they are going to be able to get this axe up into the air, turns around, looking for the Invoker, or step away. They are going to force some buybacks here. Taunt comes down. Sunstrike is coming down as well. The Lifestealer with the BKB, they are going to be able to get a Sunder out, but this is a Peace Grip down on top of the Hoodwink, and it's a 1v1 Macho. Can the Lifestealer win? No, he can't. This Terrorblade is still alive, man.
I think he had a Frost Shield. I think the Frost Shield on top of him also reduced a lot of the damage. He still doesn't die, eats the Swashbuckle, just walks up high ground, is going to walk into the call down, and now he's going to have his second life.
Yeah, I don't know how you deal with the second one.
You don't.
The first one was hard enough.
Crystallis bought the BKB as he was trying to slice and dice the opponents instead of saving for buyback, so he will be gone for a minute. It will be full megas. I think with the meta they can get full mega creeps, even with a Fortify.
Radiant structures are fortified.
That Bloodthorn coming in clutch, they just didn't have a way of stopping it. Lifestealer was stuck fighting. He would have infested, but it was obviously not available to him. And that's so many illusions. So many problems. Mouse don't have the answers for it right now. The TB just a little bit too strong, and this high ground push, it might just bring us to a game 3. The roll being pump fake, 20 seconds left, all the creeps. Well, the creeps are going to start to come back, but who cares about creeps? Melee
4
racks,
seconds for the
last ones are dead. Oh my gosh, this Bane is gone.
That's a
He does have a
buyback.
buyback. Blink call by Boom. Where's the follow-up? BKB is coming in. Let's get in the cart, my friend. We're taking an Uber. We're getting out of here. Stampede is used up as well.
He has the Sunder if needed, by the way.
Yeah, you know he's going to look at it. Gets the Sunder off, and this poor Pangolier was hit with that Bloodthorn. He's gone. Blink up on the high ground. They find the Hoodwink on the side, but the spells are being thrown out by this Invoker. Buybacks are coming out again. Lifestealer raging, walking forward, but he's going to get hit with the silence of the Bloodthorn. Forced to pop the BKB. They're turning their attention over to the stupid friggin' finally Terrorblade. Who goes down? 1J, the one is the one to do it. Blink forward once again, Boom, but holy shit, this friggin' Centaur Warrunner. He's so strong. And at the end of it all, there were 2 illusions doing the dirty work, killing. Eventually, the axe will die, but they won't let it come to pass. But it doesn't even matter. You got megaed by 2 friggin' mirror illusions from the Terrorblade.
The game's not lost, but it's looking fairly lost. As the tier 4s are taking a bit of damage from the creeps here. Plate, I have to ask. what do? You've got no basher on either the Pangolier or the Lifestealer. You could have actually won the fight a little bit earlier and stopped the TPs out. We actually saw Malik with a Hail Mary TP to Fountain, wanted to take the Lifestealer with him. Crystal is forced to get out there faster, out of the infested Centaur. And now Centaur back bottom. Look at the damage onto this Pango.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Unfortunately, Waxen, I'm looking at the win probability graph. What do you think it says?
100.
It does.
Yeah, doesn't surprise me.
Pango. Nice save with the Stampede. That wasn't his Stampede, though. That was the other team's Stampede. I don't know how you hold this high ground, Waxen. I really don't.
You need a full Abyssal and a Mjolnir on the Lifestealer, I think, to even dream of it. And he's dead.
Every wave is a problem. So, Mega Cube comeback. How possible is it?
It's not. Yeah, I mean, was it ever possible? I told you saw my facepalm at the beginning of the game. Ladies and gentlemen, I told you center picked, center win. I don't know what is happening with these teams. They're still not understanding what they need to do to not have to be guaranteed a defeat. And,
Smoke plays coming in, dude. They're invading. And they're going to find the Gyrocopter. Buyback coming out on this Lifestealer. Full on committing on this Hoodwink. They're going to be able to find it. They can't get the card out in time, and the roll keeps on going. Lifestealer thrown up into the tornado. They are going to rip another ultimate down, trying to get an infest save on this poor Pango, but on the back line, this Lich knows what he's doing. The BKB comes out. Crystal is trying to man fight it out, and he'll be able to get a lot of lifesteal, but he's in some trouble. Can't get a save. Can't get any sort of purge. Tornado up into the air. Axe. He's going to go down. Buyback coming out from the Axe. They call it GG. And this game, this series, is going to 3.
well, we know it. We hate it. Centaur is picked. Centaur wins. It took them, what was it, a little bit over 40 minutes. And of course, the Lifestealer counter did not work against the Centaur Warrunner. Malik, 22.4k damage. Of course, you could argue, oh, he didn't do most damage, whatever. Again, the oppressiveness that he brings to the table. The farm, the tankiness, the stampedes, the stuns is just a little bit too much. Of course, I do have to give props to Rinsik, who has played a completely flawless Terrorblade game. Arguably, the MVP of this map, more than the Centaur, because, Centaur just exists. And despite Supreme's best efforts and Boom's early impact with the Blink Dagger, it was not enough for Mouse to win 2-0. The question I have played before you take it to the break is anybody gonna ban this goddamn Centaur first phase next game or not?
I think if you don't ban this hero, you're just asking for trouble. You're asking for trouble in a place where trouble exists in every nook and corner, nook and cranny even. There's no, even the Lifestealer didn't look like a solution to it. Like, the amount of time that Lifestealer has to spend hitting Centaur to kill him is not worth it. It's literally just not worth it. I don't know what, I think the only counter to the Centaur is you pick Witch Doctor. Like, you're forced to. If you don't pick Witch Doctor, I don't think you have a chance. But we're going to see what Mouse and Rune Eaters come up with. The hero of this series so far, Centaur Warrunner, is going to get banned, is going to get picked in Game 3. The loser being eliminated, EPL Masters, coming to you after break.
Nice. See you in 10. Be right back.
Okay. Hello and welcome. Don't don't do that. It's Dota 2 time. Game 3, Waxen. We got ourselves what is going to be the last draft of both of these, one of these teams in this entire playoff series of the EPL Masters. Waxen, we are going to have to say goodbye to 5 incredibly. Do you need something?
I'm
Can
gonna
I help
stop you
you?
there. I'm gonna stop.
Okay.
My prediction is perfect so far. Before we went live, play asked me, "Are we gonna get a centaur ban?" I said no. Are we gonna get a centaur first pick? I said no. How? Sorry. I know. The storylines last game, 5 talented players. I get it, but no, they're not talented enough. I'm having beef right now. Immortal Faith, we gotta have a 1-1, my friend. What is happening? Why is it not banned? Yes, you got the Enigma first pick. They're still
They'd rather
not
ban
banning it.
Punch. They'd rather ban Punch than Centaur.
Is this a meme? Am I being memed right now on EPL Masters? Tell me, play. Tell
I
me.
think what Rune Eaters are doing. Wait, no, but Rune Eaters don't have the pick now. Like, are Mouse just gonna? But
No.
Mouse can't pick.
That's why the Rune Eaters is. So this is what Mouse is doing right now. They're gonna either ban it or risk going it through, and then you're gonna have Rune Eaters not get this. Maybe get the Centaur because Mouse has the Enigma offlane already. They banned the Lich, they picked the Undying, and now you must pick the Centaur. You can, if this hero goes uncontested, I will try it. I will attempt a backflip. I will break my neck, but I'll attempt it.
I just don't like. Do you really pick Centaur into Enigma Undying?
Yes, of course. That's perfect. What are you talking about? He drops the tombstone, you stampede, you rock away from the tombstone. Yes.
No, but like if you get Black Hole, there's the Enigma. What is it? The big circle that.
The pull. Yeah, it's 180 seconds cooldown, man. Who cares?
No, not Black Hole.
The Midnight Pulse.
The Midnight Pulse. Yeah, that does a lot of work. You ever get Conjurer's Catalyst by one of those things? Holy smokes, does that hurt?
Neither of these games have gone to tier 4 items. You're thinking way too far right now. I don't know what. Again, these teams are maybe testing the waters. Of course, letting the Lone Druid 2 is insane. They're going to pick the Mirana here. I swear to God, if Centaur goes uncontested, I don't know what to say. Mirana Bane? Is it Mirana Ember? Ember was banned in the first phase last game. He's not banned now. It has been a staple of tier 2, tier 3 Dota in the last couple of weeks. It's going to be the Rubik. Okay, of course. There's an Enigma. There's an Undying. You got so many good things to steal. That also makes perfect sense to me. Mouse, the ball's back in your court now. What are you going to do? Are you going to Bane now? Can you afford to Bane Undying? I think that's not a bad lineup, actually. You got Bane for the Nightmare. You got Undying for the lane. And also, can we talk about how much stuff you got on the ground with the Enigma Eidolons and, of course, the zombies of the Undying?
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff to work through. But Rune Eaters are cheating. They did pick the Lone Druid.
It's also the Mirana is a very good historical counter to counter to the Undying. You just leap faster attack speed to kill the Tombstone, and Mouse is not gonna let the Ember Spirit go through. They will pick it themselves. Rune Eaters, of course, would have liked that, as we said earlier, for a nice long range setup. And now the Dark Willow. I've seen a lot of Dark Willow matches, and it's not been really successful played.
Yeah, Ember Spirit is a hero that I think could really really go off the rails here. And if you're Rune Eaters, you don't have a stun right now. Like, you don't have an instant stun for this hero, so I don't know what your game plan's gonna be. You can't. It's not like you can pick a lion or anything at this point. But yeah, Rune Eaters. I think your 18th pick is the most important pick of the draft. They're gonna go with the Pango.
Okay. Well, I guess we're just ignoring the center. I mean, at this point, what do you want me to say? I am speechless.
Couldn't you Centaur mid against Ember Spirit?
I think you Pango versus Ember Spirit here, right? I think that makes sense. You just pick the Pango. You're going to be using it versus the Ember Spirit as... we're going to get a Monkey King ban, of course. Could be a very,
Yep.
very oppressive offlaner. Carry versus your eventual offlaner, I meant. What else have we seen banned from RUNE EATERS? There was another one they banned last game, a strong laner. I can't remember right now.
Couldn't
Very
remember
interesting.
other.
Both teams have also stayed away from the Necro this series so far.
Necro's fallen out of favor, I think, at EPL. Just not the kind of hero that a lot of teams are prioritizing anymore. I think there are a lot of answers. You buy a nullifier, and then the hero basically is dead. Like it's just it's fine, but I think in this game, like if you're looking at it, what for Mouse, I don't know if you have enough tower pressure with just Enigma to be able to take buildings like meaningfully. So
Well, you mentioned earlier in the series that you wouldn't mind seeing a gyro carry, right?
yeah,
And it's still in the pool. Of course, I've brought up Luna a couple of times, and either of them would have great ultimates to follow up with the black hole, but maybe you don't want to rely too much on the extra cooldown of the eclipse, as long as the black hole cooldown. But they will get that extra night vision. Nice, Nature's Prophet ban. Okay.
yeah, the global TP hero. Just effective in a lot of roles here. So where two more picks left, one more ban, a lot more time left in the tank for both of these teams.
Is there a world in which you play Pango offlane and you pick Slark to kill the Ember mid? We've seen it a few times this last couple of weeks, becoming
You're
more
gonna
and
get
more.
black hold, bro. Oh, do you think
Right.
Snapfire's dead? It's a mid Snapfire, offlane Pango. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it looks like it. Although Snapfire has been played as an offlane sometimes as well. She could also be a support, right? If you want to go funky and play Mirana or Rubik mid. But no, I think you are correct. That's kind of most likely the outcome. Versus the Ember, I don't think she is dead. I think it's very, very strong because it is a range versus melee matchup. And yes, she wants to get on top of you. Ember level a few early levels. He does not have the remnant to get away. So yeah, I think this could be a great snap game, or at least in the laning phase. Of course, you also have the cookies. You can try to go for a late save if you're going for the Aghanims build to save them from the black hole. The Enigma just stands still, eating the kisses. No, it's a fun pick from RUNE EATERS, especially if you steal the black hole with the Rubik. My gosh,
Yeah, I mean I know the nerfs on the snap were bad. A lot of teams I think have given up on this first pick Snapfire idea. Like it's just not sort of what what people would want to consider to be viable. But I do think it's still good, and it's still good in decent matchups. This is a good matchup for the Snapfire. This is actually the reason the Ember Spirit Snapfire matchup is the reason why Snapfire got started getting played mid. Like this is literally the reason the matchup that Snapfire mid was created for. So maybe Rune Eaters can really play into the lane domination from the Snapfire, play into the lane domination from the Lone Druid, snowball advantages, and just win the game, close it out early. But Mouse has some crazy good team fighting, and I don't know if Rune Eaters are going to be able to overcome it. They're just going to go for an SF last pick, keep it simple.
yeah. It makes sense. One of the best, if not still the best carry in the game right now, maybe on par with the Lone Druid. And I think the Shadowfiend just brings a little bit more to the table and it makes the draft a lot easier. I do like this from Mouse. Granted, you have first picked an Enigma. We shall see how good Boom is with the hero versus the Rubik. But it's going to be at least a different game. And hey, they didn't ban it, but at least we're not seeing a center, which makes me happy.
True, would have been an instant easy win had
Yeah.
a team decided to pick it.
Maybe it's sort of a gentleman's agreement, right? Everybody decided, you know what? We should just let it be.
Yeah, Boom, and Malik. Wait, it's an offlane Snapfire.
Okay. Well, not surprising either, in the sense of Kopi is a very, very experienced Pangolier, and I think I have seen Malik run the snap multiple times. You might be a little bit surprised because you would think, snap is better versus Ember, but the Shadowfiend destroys the Pangolier in lane.
Yeah, that is going to be the idea, right? So, how do lanes shape up, and then eventually, with the lane shaping up the way they do, how do you translate those into success, right? And I think if you're getting put me in an elimination game and go, man, who are you voting for? I'm going to vote for the team that has Black Hole.
Okay.
That's just because it's Black Hole. I'm going to be able to
But
yell
both
Black
of them
Hole
have black
once this
hole.
game.
They got a Rubik. They
Well-
both can have a black hole.
Well, you know, I think Rubik is going to get Black Hole.
Okay. I do think Mouse has the easier execute draft, but that's not to count out the lone druid lineup. I think this is very, very even from both teams, and if Rinsick can get off to a great start on the bear, it could be quite problematic for Mouse. Although they do have this Shadow Fiend that is very, very oppressive. I am very excited. This is very even. I would say down the middle split. Of course, there is no center, so you know me, I'm going to be giddy about it as we get into the deciding Game 3, elimination time between Mouse and Rune Eaters.
I can't believe we're saying that Mouse have a chance of being eliminated here at EPL. Like, this is not a team that I thought would ever even kiss the lower bracket. I thought they would be in Navi's place, but no, Navi stepped up. Mouse didn't. Mouse are here now. Rune Eaters also a team surprisingly prolific recently with some of their achievements, and now here they are, also maybe undeservedly in a really difficult spot in the playoff bracket. So we'll see exactly who wants it a little bit more.
"30 seconds to battle."
Smoke up from both teams. Rinsick with the Panda Bear. Oh, Ike. Gonna walk up high ground. We'll spot 1J and Toby. It's a decay.
Yeah, I think...
Brambles.
Nah, he's okay. They missed the Brambles.
Even forcing out Leap at level 1 would be a small victory here. Turn
Maybe
around.
it's
Arrow.
It might be the Undying that's in some trouble. I don't know. A lot of trades happening that don't look very nice. We'll see
will
some
be a
wave
2 for
cutting
2.
going on.
Yeah, they're gonna use the Eidolons to get the range creep right away with the help of Toby.
Yep.
Arrow takes one of the Eidolons out.
They're just trying to set up on poor Enigma right now, but yeah, I think losing these Eidolons is definitely not the right way to go about this lane.
Dark Willow Enigma. This is going to be a very fun mid-game interaction because you can get the Terrorized to go towards the Enigma. Enigma can set up in a more aggressive position to get the Black Hole. The Brambles on Ike. Oh my gosh, he got a bamboozled, brambled, and
Yeah.
killed.
Yeah, I mean, get wrecked, dude. It happens. It's just really nicely done. Looking for more. Another Bramble comes out. Spirit Breaker. I mean, honestly, the bear is in a lot of trouble right now. That could be a lot of gold going the way of Enigma, but never mind. Forced to TP back home.
Yeah, the bear is gonna get some Fountain Rejuvenation. He's gonna come back to his Lone Druid. All this time on bottom. Pursuing Malik with the Tombstone. Malik, level 1, turns around with a Scatterblast.
Finding a kill, but the tower hits bottom. End up picking up a kill. Malik obviously not going to be happy with that trade. He is the core.
Kill very needed there. Well, very welcomed to the Crystallis Shadow Fiend. In mid, we have a slight lead in last hits and denies for the Pangolier versus the Ember Spirit. Up top, Ike TPing back in with Avengers after dying earlier.
Yeah. Looking over at that Willow, but the right click damage is coming out here. Need level 3 on this Enigma, and then you can really start getting stuff done. But Willow doesn't have any spells left.
Nice attempt at the dodge there, but ends up still eating the arrow. Gonna be Ike finding the trade at 2 for 2. And I think the healing lotuses will get traded with Sinian dying bottom, picking up this healing lotus. Ike is gonna get 1 for his safe lane top.
Yeah.
But in mid, this Pangolier, he had only 3 last hits ahead of the Ember. Now he's gonna be a full double creep wave. 21 to 14 and 7 denies. What a start for
Dire's
Copy.
bottom tower is under attack.
He's just doing such a good job so far. Really dominating this matchup right now. It's really hard for this Ember Spirit to lock and load, and more kills happen around the map. Bottom lane, there was a tier 1. I don't know what they're doing, but they're, as you said, past the tower. And the raises are here. One more long raise from the SF if he feels like he can get this done.
Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah, very strange, very strange dive there. Ends
Yeah.
up working out for them somehow, despite Crystallis not being able to get the last hits. Oh, top Rin, sick! This could be massive!
Radiant are scanning.
What the heck? Hello? How does that happen? Do they just
Dire's
walk him down or
is
something?
under attack.
Well, that's what happens when your support position 5 Mirana has to go help bottom, because the Shadowfin is diving everybody else.
It's not good losing your lone druid like that. He's not fed a bear, but every death counts as a cooldown timer. Elimination game, and everything is on the line, and it is action-packed so far. 6 kill
6?
participate. Yeah, 6.
Oh, I thought you meant 6. No, okay. Okay. You said 7, then 6. Come on, Plate.
I said it the wrong way. Crystallis bottom, he's dead. Just found an easy combo on him.
This time he's alone and he gets killed for that. Maybe you should stop abandoning your carries, should be the motto of this game. Copy is here. Okay. I mean, he was dominating the Ember Spirit by quite a while, quite a little bit. I don't know why he felt the need to go top. Maybe the teammates desperately needed some help. He's gonna come back and continue to extend his 10 last hit lead.
Yeah. Root coming down up top. They do drop the tombstone. They want to get this kill onto this bear. Just make sure that you're stuck forever with this on cooldown, but it's not going to happen. They just don't have enough in the tank for Mouse.
Clearly outside of the realm of possibilities. You could even say outside of the shadow realm. Come on, that was not a bad joke, guys.
Let's see. How bad of a joke can it really be? The bear, does he like the joke or not? He's getting pushed back. Some more right clicks coming in, but I think that bear's going to be A-okay. Turnaround, a little bit more damage still, but one joy.
Is under attack.
It's only got 800 max HP, and these right clicks are going to be relentless. As the Enigma, level 4 still.
It's a tri-lane v tri-lane top, and Supreme shows up to the party. Can he get the bear? Yes, he can.
Just a lot of damage coming out here, but the bear is secure, obviously, really important, and the job's not done. Boom, getting chased down in the river. They are going to let this be a bygone be bygone,
Are scanning.
but the Bramble, so hard to dodge, will be successful in doing so. Some more right-click damage coming out here,
Is under attack.
and boom.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, he's going to get thrown back, but still,
Dire are scanning.
just a bloodbath here.
Dire's bottom
Shrine of Wisdom stolen by Crystallis. Yes, it was a successful skirmish for RUNE EATERS top, but losing both Shrines of Wisdom is going to be a big problem.
is under attack.
All this time, though, the Pangolier does have a great start looking at his gold.
Yeah,
500,
he does.
600 ahead of the Ember. Mirana dove behind the tower.
Yep, very easy
Dire's top tower is under attack.
to get that kill, and with the drums, Mouse clean up this top tier 1 tower, bottom. They want to rotate, they want to get something going here as well.
Is under attack.
And with the tower last hitter, Enigma jumped to first place in net worth for about 2 seconds until the Pango reclaimed it. Oh, Rubik, what is he
Kisses
doing?
coming in. I mean, thought that they could get the kill.
Okay. Well, the Shadow Fiend survives. Barely, to be fair. Can Malik go... Does he have a point in Little Shredder to kill the Tombstone? Of course, Snapfire, classic counter to the Undying. Look at Ake. Oh boy. Can he find Crystallis?
He wants to. He's running around. Maybe a leap. But this mid lane, there is a roll coming out. Supreme dodges it. But as you said, there's an arrow. Potentially on Crystallis. Leap forward.
Crystallis
That's going to be enough. There's the arrow.
Oh! Gets him.
Yep. Big kill.
Yeah, especially after the kisses were expanded and they couldn't find a kill. It's great to see the Mirana managing to find him and finish him off.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Supreme at least gets the bounty. But he doesn't have mana to get out. Supreme's just about to get called by Ike. Barely escapes. This Mirana is level 6. After they lost both shrines. Yes, Toby on the Undying is also level 6, but they got 2 shrines of wisdom. Mirana got 0 for her team. From her team, rather.
How do you feel about the Sapphire?
Radiant's middle tower is
So far, it's not bad, right? She would have loved to get the last hit there when they went for the Shadow Fiend, but it's not bad. Boom. Level 7 does have the Black Hole.
I mean, yeah, but what are you gonna black hole?
He had like 3 targets there, including a bear. Fighting Mindo.
Big kill happening onto the Pangolier. Inmate kisses are coming out as well. Undying. Turned into that flesh golem. Is gonna get some slows in onto this poor Rubik. But that's not what they were looking for. Instead, they want a little bit more action here. Here comes this really nice play. Follow up with the Ember Spirit.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Mouse are starting to really feel it right now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But they're about to lose Boom up top. Because he is pushing a tower by himself. Smile.
What's the voice line? You know what's cooking. Boom.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I have no idea.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Middle catapult.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
There's Black Hole. Remember, like this is the spell that they have in their back pocket right now. How important is Black Hole to Mouse's draft strategy?
Oh, that's a great question here, Plate. I think it is very important, but it's more, you know, historically the cliche that everybody says is the danger of the Black Hole than the actual ultimate, right? And it will be interesting how he positions himself. I think most important thing from the Enigma is that he's been farming very, very rapidly. That's why he's the first in net worth despite the 8-8 kill. Equilibrium between the two teams. So we shall see. I don't know. I don't think it's a make or break early on, for sure.
Yeah.
But if he can keep on farming and keep himself ahead of, well, the Pango and the Snapfire for the next 10-15 minutes, it would be a great sign from Boom.
We'll see exactly how he plans on making that happen. I don't know. I just think
Under attack.
you do have to Black Hole the Rubik, or at least send the Ember Spirit on the Rubik. Would be possible for Supreme to do with the Vessel.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Some pings are coming in bottom.
Ember would love to use his Arcane Rune. He does not have the Spirit Vessel just yet. Rubik realizes they need to TP and help his rest of the team, and they catch this Willow.
They caught the Willow, yeah. Kisses come... Was that a kiss?
Bottom tower is under attack.
No,
Can't
no,
tell. I don't think so.
no. It was just a Mirana Star arrow.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Well, Enigma has the blink, has had it for about a minute or and a half or so, and has yet to use the
Yeah.
black hole or reveal it. They need to smoke up to go for something, but they don't want to go until the Spirit Vessel arrives for the Ember. Willow
Yeah.
going for the Hail Mary top. Speaking of not going to go for stuff, never mind. Off-screen, Boom did go for the blink black hole, and he found a solo kill onto the Mirana.
Dota, man. I mean, is it worth black holing that? I don't know. I mean, is it worth getting a kill in mid lane as the Pangolier forced to pop the roar, run away? Tombstone still in a nice spot as Crystallis did show up, trying to get that ultimate off so that they can cancel this poor Snapfire ultimate, which does happen. Oh my gosh, that arrow was so sick. Such a gross arrow, and now Crystallis in some trouble. Lone Druid ending up here. I don't know what he's doing here. I actually don't even know what Crystallis is doing here, but now the movement speed is coming into play. And here comes the Enigma. Never mind, Enigma's gonna watch.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Front row seats at seeing his teammates die, and it's a 4 for 1
It is a
exchange there.
4 for 1.
Wow.
4 for 2, sorry.
Okay, 4 for 2. Still a disaster, no matter what, despite the fact that the Rune Eaters had a slight lead there. Sorry, a slight... No. Let me rephrase that. Mouse had a slight lead there in golf. They lost 4 heroes and only found the 2 supports. It's not a good look here if you're a Mouse fan. As this is the answer to your question. Was that black hole earlier worth it? The answer is no, because he didn't have it then.
Yeah. And he's not gonna have it now either. Remnant up onto the high ground once again. This Pangolier with the haste run, he's able to get away.
Just walks out. As you do. Actually has a stack waiting for him. Stacks again. As he swashbuckles it away. But they want to find Rinsick on this Lone Druid. A very aggressive place, observer word. I think that is under the sentry. Yep, it will get deworded right away. 1J only level 6. Now gets 7.
Well, here comes Ember Spirit. I don't think he really understood the gravity of the situation, as the Fear's going to be able to come out and do a little bit more damage. They don't have Black Hole for 40 seconds, but the Pingo roll is going to be able to come up here as the roll is going to start to do everything. This roll... Oh my gosh, he got caught for a second. Okay, well that would have been a complete disaster if he couldn't get out. The bear is a resummon here. They will kill the Tombstone. Let's see exactly how committed you are to fighting. I don't know.
Yeah, I think after you lose your Enigma, you can't go for anything else.
Yeah.
He was the most farm hero on your team. I do say that, but 1J wants to go for a solo kill.
Well,
With
it
the
doesn't
Ember?
look like a solo kill. Looks like
he's got a
everybody
squad.
else is dying.
Yeah, that is true. Oh, by the way, this Mirana is so fat. How many kills does he have? I think Ike, what, 5? Maybe more than that. 4.7k net worth for her. Of course, we've seen them get a little more active. Wait, the Spirit Vessel from the Ember Spirit. Boom does have the black hole off cooldown again, ready to jump in and use it. Going for an Octarine next. My gosh, he did purchase that shard though. Ike is 7, 3, and 4. What the hell?
Yeah,
He's
why not,
been
dude?
involved in 11 out of 15 kills for his team.
Crazy. I mean, this Mirana pick has been really putting to perspective how important you can be even without the Bane, right?
哇，游戏打得好特别哦！
As, okay. Goodbye, Rubik. Maybe some early vision setup around here in the bottom lane to get the Tormentor under your control? I don't know.
Arrow set up onto the Undying.
Arrow. I mean, I think Undying is super dead here, but that was a bait the whole time. Kisses come out, the roll is good. SF doesn't have a BKB. It was a bait, but it was just for the wrong person. As they go in, Black Hole just being pump faked here. They know that they don't even need to use it. The Pangolierians are gonna end up going down here.
Radiant's bottom tower
What's the chance that you can follow this to the ends of the earth? Or not. You don't even need to. Now when the Mirana is going to be programmed to walk back into your loving embrace.
I mean, what can I say? They found the biggest, fattest kill on the map, and I'm not talking about a Pangolier, I'm talking about this Mirana.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Now Malik, really trying to farm something else. Toby will steal his big ancient creep with the decay. Very proud of that one, I bet he is. The two list farmed corners on the map. The Ember and the Snap in mid, but now Rubik bottom is going to be in a lot of trouble.
I mean, these kills do add up.
And now it opens up Roshan with the Rubik dead and the Snap out of there. They're going to find Rosh pre-minute 19, well, pre-minute 20 at least. It might take them longer than 10 seconds to finish it. Mirana is in the vicinity. She could go for an arrow, but not much more they can do. Rinsik doesn't want to take a part of this as he continues to farm. He's got 2 components towards his Aghanim Scepter. Spots a courier, and yeah, so far so good. Mouse claim 3 of the top 4 network spots. The only one they cannot overtake just yet is the Lone Druid.
A lot of even farm distribution in this game, though. Boom, looking at grabbing A on disc, actually. Oh, Octarine Core. I get the two mixed up all the time. Like, I see this and I take a 50-50 and I'm wrong.
It's fine. You could be getting it way worse.
Could be.
Toby. Toby.
Found an angle.
Kisses.
I think this. I mean, the black hole comes in. It's only gonna hit the one, but it gets the Pango before the roll happens, and that's the big deal. Fear comes in. Cursed crown for the bear, the king of the jungle, about to be dethroned as he gets hit with the maledict, and that is one dead lone druid bear coming right up.
Resummoned right away. Black hole use no, and the rolling thunder, like you mentioned, was interrupted, which means when the Pango respawns, it would be go time for Rune Eaters. Well, it should be in theory. We'll see if they do opt to go for it, as there is an Aegis, of course, in play for Crystallis.
Yeah.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, he's strong on this SF.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Once he gets this kill, it's going, or this tower. I guess he's not. They're just going to leave it to Eidolons. They're going to leave it to the catapult. And they can't do the job.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Torm goes down. BKB soon for the Ember Spirit. That's going to be a big deal. What's the smoke for? Who are we going after? The Mirana?
They're going for anything. They need an opening. They want to get this Aegis in use. They want to put it to good use. The Enigma, though, could get caught. The Enigma is getting destroyed.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
It is. Alright. Rubik. He's gonna get just interacted with right now so far, but the roll's coming in. Oh my gosh, the
arrow?
The arrow landed, dude. He was baiting the whole time. And now Undying found himself next to the bear. Maybe the bear found himself next to the SF.
Are you surrounded here with? Are you surrounded here by me? Are you locked in with me, or am I locked in with you? Let's figure it out. Seems to be the name of the game. The Enigma will respawn now in the Ember. 20 more seconds. Still no black hole available. Such a long cooldown, man. Such a long cooldown. Thank God for us in real life that black holes have low cooldown. We don't have to be concerned with them during our lifetime, right?
True. That would be terrifying. I mean, the closest supernova black hole that we're gonna get is like
Bottom tower
nearest one, and is gonna happen in like
Dire's middle tower is under
some trillion years into the future. I don't know, but Enigma feels like it's trillion years. Oh no, he black holed. He black holed and he canceled it immediately. I wonder if they're gonna pick up on it.
has been denied.
But can the chase continue?
It does continue, but can
Oh
they catch?
my gosh, dude. This guy's arrows are ridiculous. I think they're going to get the kill. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Other side of the map here. They are interrupting with the boar. The bear.
The boar.
The bear.
Is he that underfarmed? It reminds you of a boar? Come on.
I don't know, dude. Pango. Up with the roll. That's going to be an easy pick here as well.
They're gonna find the tower as well.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Pango about 1700 gold away from having a full Aghanim Scepter. 5 seconds the Aegis will expire, but Crystallis will at least finish the final tier 2 of the Dire Boys before he gets reclaimed.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower
The fact that Rune Eaters is playing 3 towers behind and no Aegis, and they still somehow have the game on an even, is very impressive from them.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Again, so they're finished up on the lone druids. The bear is powerful. Big smoke coming out here, but I think that's just to get some
Malik?
space back.
Snapfire is cooked.
Yeah. It's just too much damage at this point. The smoke is coming in. Oh my gosh, they're going to find Crystallis. They know exactly where this SF is.
Under attack.
Do they know the direction he went, though? Yes, they
It's
do.
gonna show.
You
I
gotta
don't
be
think they have
careful.
the damage, man. I don't think they have the damage. The Pango is strong, but not that strong.
Yeah.
And he's got a BKB. I think he's fine. They need the Lone Druid if they want to get on top of the Shadow Fiend. They catch the Undying, who continues to get stunned by the Croaker.
Yeah, well, he's okay. You'll scepter down.
Has been killed.
Rubik didn't stand a chance, really.
Ike, about 1100 gold away from an Aghanim Scepter for the Mirana. A lot of players are saying that this is the strongest item for the hero. So he can have it in maybe 3 minutes as he continues
Sure.
to farm.
Just a big amount of uncertainty here. I think for Rune Eaters, they had a really good position, and now it's positionally they're kind of falling apart here. Let's see, roll up, committed on the side. It's going to be an easy kill on the Willow.
Good find. Rolling Thunder and
Yeah.
cooldown now, which could prompt Mouse to go for something. Sadly for them, there's no objectives. Roshan is not spawned yet. Neither has the Tormentor. So the best they can do is continue farm. Maybe like right-click high ground a couple of times, but it would be very, very risky, even with the Rolling Thunder and cooldown.
Radiant's middle
See, the
tower
bear
Look
is...
at him.
I mean, the bear's going to kill that mid tower easily.
Deceptive rune of invisibility.
Boom just blinks forward. Enigma?
He doesn't have Black Hole. Well, he does have Black Hole. He just doesn't have the blink for it. Turn around. Maybe you can get something going. As the bear is here, they do drop the tombstone up on the high ground. They do kill the Enigma, but at what cost? You don't have your bear.
Yeah, you do. He responded right away.
He responded again. How many times are you going to lose bear, dude? As many
I don't
as
know,
it takes, I guess.
I think it's kind of worth it for the Enigma, no?
It's pretty kind of worth it, to be honest.
Well, Shiva's Guard is going to be next for this Ember Spirit. Crystallis wants to start building his Silver Edge.
See here. They do want to get the kill on this bear. I think the bear's going to be fine.
Radiant are scanning.
But the scan going to be able to find BKB. The black hole doesn't get anybody. Boom. Does he give up the black hole himself? Yes, he does. It's a stolen black hole. On to 2. The fear comes in for a little bit of a save. They'll be able to get Crystallis out of there. No, they won't. It's all a lie. Moose. Mouse. It's just not meant to be. They lose 1, 2, 3, 4.
Radiant's middle tower
Oh, no.
Don't worry, they found the bear, and now the bear is in cooldown. Yeah, it was
Toby, the
worst
last
case scenario, by the
one.
way.
Oh, it became the worst case scenario. Runic Eaters just outplayed the living shit out of Mouse.
Yeah, missing the black hole, and then the Rubik has an Arcane Rune stolen black hole right away to turn it around is absolutely incredible, and Rune Eaters are about to fully reverse sweep Mouse in this lower bracket to continue their campaign, which, you know what that would mean, Plate?
What?
That would mean something insane. The fact that Mouse would be the first invited team to be eliminated from EPL Master Season 1.
Yeah, I don't think they want that. I don't think they want that accolade. I really don't. I don't think they're ready to give it up either. You know, they're going to be resilient. They're going to try their best here. And here comes that bear just destroying roads as they get the Panga roll in as well. Crystallis is completely alone up here. Has to pop the BKB and turn around and fight. They are going to get the bear once again. The right clicks are there. And they are also going to find the Pango once again. Doesn't have a roll, but he does have quite a bit of tankiness, and you do have to worry about that black hole on the Rubik. Because of the Arcane Rune, he's got it up again. But you're going to know because your Enigma also with the black hole ready to go. Double damage rune though. Blink in, black hole onto 2. Kisses are coming in. Where's the follow-up? The right clicks are there. Yeah, you lose your Enigma, but at least you get something for it. But it's just a support at the end of the day. There's a gem on the deck. Blink in, black hole is down. You don't have shard on your Undying. Where's the tombstone save? It's just not there. Instead, you have to drop the tombstone offensively. There's one Manta illusion. I bet you wish that was the real thing. Never mind. Sleight of Fist gets the kill anyway.
It's on the courier. That's where it was. It was in stash as the courier was dead.
Oh, he could have saved him.
That's the way life goes sometimes.
Okay, well, good news is you don't have to worry about the Enigma, like the stolen black hole anymore. The bad news is it did kill Crystallis twice.
Sooner rather than later, we will get this Shadow Fiend out of a black hole and potentially finding more damage. We saw how much right click he was able to throw at the Lone Druid Bear in his triangle. And just think about that. The Shadow Fiend and Enigma both die there, and the Lone Druid was not anywhere to be seen. That's how strong Rune Eaters are, even without their most farmed hero.
F9, F9, F9.
It's pretty funny. The F9 one is pretty good.
What's your favorite one? Is it the F9 one, or is it? Let me guess. Well,
Okay.
You're a Saberlight guy. You're a little goblin. You like that
No.
one, don't you?
No, that's
come
not my
on.
favorite.
Oh, but you like it.
I like it, but it's not my favorite.
Okay, what's your favorite one?
I'm spinning around in my chair.
Oh, I don't know that one. Whose is it?
That one is OD Pixel.
Is it? Oh, I haven't managed to listen to all of them.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Okay.
But like
okay.
the audio goes like it pans left to right.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I don't see anyone use it, but it is very creative. So
F9,
it gets a pass from me.
F9.
Oh, I think you can hear the keyboard being pressed on the F9 one, and that's kind of good as well. I'm a little goblin. Okay, never mind. I'm joking. I'm joking, guys.
I'm a little goblin.
Radiant
Kind of a
scanning.
desperado smoke play from these three players of Mao's right now. I mean, we haven't seen a kill. We had such a long time without seeing a kill. We haven't seen a kill on a core in 11 minutes
All right. Okay.
on the
you
side
not-
of Rune Eaters. So
Yeah, but they've been killing the bear. They killed the bear like 3 or 4 times. So he's basically a core, right?
yeah,
And they want to
he
get him
is.
again.
slideshow Dota time. They
They're
didn't
onto
get
him.
it. Did they get it? They did get it.
Yeah, he's dead. Yeah. Now the Enigma has a black hole. You know how great that is? Because the Ruby can definitely not steal it now. Oh, he can? Oh, sorry. Oh, okay.
My goodness. Let's see. Well, I don't know what happened to that guy, but he is no longer with us. There's a BKB on the Snapfire. Maybe forced to get popped as the Ember Spirit will use the BKB of his own. Scepter onto Boom. Enigma is just trying to get his way to get that BKB going. Forced to pop the BKB himself. Can we get that black hole, or do we even need it at this point? Malik, low, dead to the vessel.
It's a good fight for Mouse. Playing from behind.
But the problem is they've still haven't killed the core.
No, but they found the bear again. That's what I'm telling you. You keep killing the bear. That is a core. That is
Oh no,
the
they
core.
did. They did kill a
Yeah.
core. They killed the Snapfire
Yeah, and the bear.
and the bear.
The bear. Oh, wow. That's a ton of damage, actually. Lol. She's going to have one more arrow before they kill it. And the
Yeah.
Pangolier is coming. I think he's Rolling Thunder still in cooldown for a while, though. It's going to be very difficult.
Marana
might just
throws
try.
out. I mean,
Snatch from Kobe.
oh my gosh,
He went
it's
for
got
it.
snatched! Are you kidding me? Black hole it? No, he doesn't get there in time on Boom. He stole the Aegis in an elimination game. Game 3, everything on the line. Kopi just robs Mouse of the best chance they had at coming back in this game. Thievery.
This is what you need. This is the plays that keep you turn live in the tournaments.
Yeah.
Dispel there, and instant get out for the Druido. And now what do? You go Tormentor, you go and push into the Aegis, you wait for the next Roshan. Like, I don't know what the answer is for Mouse. Whereas RUNE EATERS, I think, yes, they're not the happiest that the Pango has the Aegis. They would have preferred someone else. But hey, it's the Pango. It's not their opposing Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, it's not like you're expected to walk up a high ground now if you're Mouse. Maybe this was a blessing in disguise. When you think about all those opportunities available to them right now, this Moonlight Shadow coming in.
Are scanning. Dire are scanning.
The Dire Scan is going to give away that there are people in the triangle. Though I don't know how much information that actually tells them.
Well, give them a bit of awareness if they're going to get wrapped around, right? They're not going to have an excuse. They should know someone is behind them.
Smoke by Mouse.
Also,
They're
minute
going up the high
35.
ground. They're looking for this triangle. They want to get something back here. But here comes the bear as well. Undying. You're not going to have the save, but that bear is just going to get ripped to shreds. The BKB comes out on the SF. They are finding the backline. But the black hole, where is it? We're just waiting for it. Maybe it doesn't even need to come out. Stolen Tombstone. That's gone as well. Ember Spirit playing Dota. Casting spells, finding angles. On the backline they go. Boom. He's going to walk up. Look for the black hole. Doesn't get it off. Their gig all goes downhill from here, my friends. The bear is coming back once again. Trying to man fight Crystallis. He doesn't have a BKB this time. They don't have the black hole. It's all going downhill the other way this time. As Undying just popping those heals. It seems like the biggest problem for the Ember Spirit right now isn't even HP. It's nothing but the mana. Sleight of Fist dodge coming in, but that Midnight Pulse does so much work. You cannot fight in it, no matter how much you want to. The cookie looks great, but the damage is still coming through. Brincy Q getting a kill with the bear on the other side, but this Undying fighting in the Midnight Pulse can't quite get the angle done, and it's just the Ember Spirit left and no mana left. He's just had to fight. There's no one to save. It's just the Dark Willow. Can they do it? The Willow of the Night, the Forest Sprite. He's got no more life left in him. He's got the full team wipe again.
But they got the bear twice, which means the high ground push will not be there. You are also fighting into an Aegis. This looks dire. You've got 5 on the sideline, but you found 3 massive kills. 2 on the bear, 1 on the first Aegis of the Pangolier. Crystallis had an amazing team fight with a beautiful Requiem that's set up for the black hole. The question is, extending the duration of the game. Is that going to bring you closer to victory, or is it only going to make it more one-sided for Rune Eaters the later we go?
Waxen, I cannot tell you how crazy this game has been. You've been here with me this whole time, but it feels like, you know, this is some of the Dota that we have been missing.
Radiant's top tower is
A Game 3 series and a proper elimination series where both teams understand what's at stake right here. The chance of being the last winners of something other than TI before the new Dota competitive season occurs. Yeah, this is the last one. This is the last tournament before TI. This is their last chance at finishing the whole year off on that note with the win under their belt, but it can only happen if you win this game.
And to get some money, right?
And to get some cash, yeah. I mean, if you got TI expenses, a little bit of money going your way wouldn't be a bad thing. There are voice lines to buy.
Radiant's top tower is under
Another roll. Waxen, I don't know if I can handle another team fight, but the arrow is coming in. It does latch on to the Ember Spirit. There's going to be the save. The kiss has come in. Boop, 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 but there's nothing there.
That was also an amplified damage rune on the Snapfire, by the way.
Wasted.
She has level 25, my god, with the Conjuring Catalyst. The Ember protected by the Undying was very needed there.
Yep.
And they're smoking up themselves. They want to put the black hole to use. Can they find a multi-target black hole? This is what they're going for with the smoke through their own triangle. They spot a couple, I believe. Supreme is going to break the smoke.
This is an awkward fight to go, an awkward place to be, but they have Crystallis underneath that tier 2 tower. I think they just got the bear again. They can't stop killing the bear, man. Rubik waiting in the wings still. BKB used. They are gonna get the stolen black hole again. Boom! You did get the multi-man black hole, but the cost was another freaking team wipe. As this Undying is the last one left, doesn't have his innate ability, and it's just like that. Eki gets a double kill. The stolen black holes have been on point, and I knew I was going to be saying black hole, but it's this game. It's all green. Mean machine. This Rubik just keeps toying with this food.
And you might have killed the bear this time, but there is a resummon, and you didn't kill it twice, which means your buildings are about to peril the claws of this panda. Rune Eaters. Oh man, what a performance in this series, about to eliminate Mouse despite starting 1 game down. You know what that means, Plate? The winner of this game will play 1 more game of Dota in the tournament in about 3 hours, as this is only the 2nd series of the day.
It is.
So the winner here will play the 4th series as well. So much more Dota to come your way, ladies and gentlemen. We're going deeper again. They find a Willow and they kill her.
I mean, maybe you don't have to think about the eulogy of Mouse quite yet. There is a tier 2 tower bottom available still for their protection of the base, but How do you get this Enigma's black holes on lockdown? I think you just need to I really think you need to use the black hole on the Rubik. I don't think there's
Yes,
anyone
but
else.
he couldn't because of the Moonlight Shadow. The Moonlight Shadow enabled the Rubik to position himself. It was the easiest play from the Rubik. He was fully invis, walking around the fight, easy steal, turning onto boom. They even thought maybe the Rubik wasn't there. That's why he went for such an ambitious play. And the thing I have to really question is maybe the BKB. Why not the Lincolns first? Yes, of course, telekinesis, arrow, and all that. But if you can steal all of the black holes, who cares that you've got a BKB? And the Rubik has an axe as well. Mamma mia! This is about to be a terrible turn of events, as already RUNE EATERS have 35,000 gold lead plate, and they are one step closer to eliminating Mouse.
I mean, what is the comeback? What the freak are you supposed to do here if you're Mouse?
Pray for some pickoffs, I suppose.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You gotta be realistic.
Rubik is your heroes, but better. You know, like what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? This is just the beginning of the end.
It
feels
be.
like another smoke. Another smoke that's going to find Crystallis, and the kisses are going to have to come out. The BKB is forced by Crystallis. Satanic is used again as well. They are going to kill that bear. But the Enigma is so low. There is that resummon available. Roll has ended, and they do have the Curse Crown going on top of this, but the Stolen Black Hole is there once again. It's just like clockwork. The way that this Rubik has found these black holes, and now he's turned into whatever the freak this is. He's an Ember Spirit himself. Boom, 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 and boom. Finally, he's going to be able to get the turnaround black hole, but he dies anyway. And just like that, Mouse, they get kicked out. They're all done. There's no way for them to win from this point on, ladies and gentlemen. The first invited team that we have to say goodbye to is friggin' Mouse.
This could be the last seconds we ever get to witness of this Mouse lineup, as together are there together. 1J disconnects, and it is the end of the season for Mouse. The end of the line. They tried their best, but it wasn't quite enough, and EPL Masters will also fall out of their grasp plate. RUNE EATERS, the story, the journey continues as they move on. As we take a quick look at the stats, and oh boy, these are some hefty stats. You asked me when you saw the hero in the draft, is Snapfire still a real hero? And I said maybe. I think it could do some work, and look at the work it's done.
Absolutely kicked off this series, kicked off the end of the series in phenomenal fashion. I think people overreacted to the nerfs of the Snapfire. I do believe that. I do think that this hero has a lot of merit still, and I mean I can't believe it. Mouse, like the Mouse. I wonder what's going through their mind right now. Maybe they blame themselves for letting the Centaur in Game 2 or the Lone Druid in Game 3, but ultimately, Kopi had a phenomenal series. Malik and the games that they won had a phenomenal series. This is just one of those series where you just needed a little bit more.
Are we not even going to talk about the Mirana? Come on, Ike carried that early game. Let's be real.
Absolutely. Yeah.
He was like, what, 7-1-4, I think, in the first 12, 16 minutes. Incredible work from them. And, Mouse, this is just a joke, but, they should maybe try to play with Immortal Faith more often, because they find more success with their coach than the full lineup. Of course, it's a mean joke. I apologize for it.
Wow.
This is just my cynical taste. And like I said, sadly, no matter how much I do love this roster, I think it might be the last time we see them together, as you know how it is, the season coming to an end and the new rosters. You will be seeing a few early teams eliminated from TI already, eyeing to poach some of these phenomenal players that have not made to TI for the next season.
Yeah. And I mean, for that, Mouse are gone. They're not going to be here today. But Rune Eaters, well, they have another series tonight. And that's going to be after this next one. Who's going to take on, who's going to win between Yellow Submarine and, oh my gosh, how am I forgetting the name of the other team that Yellow Submarine are playing tonight? How could I even
Zero
forget
Tenacity.
that? Zero Tenacity. I did want to say Zero Tenacity, yes. Zero Tenacity against Yellow Submarine is the next series. We are running if only a little bit behind schedule, so our interim break is going to be pretty short. Thank you so much for watching, guys. You got some more Dota ahead of us, and if it's as any as good as this series was, you know it's going to be a banger.
And hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the European Pro League Masters 1. And it's a sad day for us because we've been lingering in the lower brackets all day long. And we're definitely going to see two
No.
more teams getting eliminated. Well,
How you lie? The first series
yes,
of the upper
my
bracket
bad.
finals.
It was level
You
up.
lie,
Yep, you're
woman.
right.
You
You're
lie.
right.
This is
Level
why
up are still not
Waxen. This is
eliminated.
why Waxen and me were the beater. Women
I'm so
lie.
jealous of you guys being able to do that.
Immediately.
Like,
We
you
are in a
guys
freaking
walking
heat
around.
wave. There's no other
Yeah.
way to survive. The beater's the only way to survive. Sleeveless is the way to go, boy.
Yeah, and I have to be decent. At least I have a linen shirt, so
I
it's quite fun.
pretty. I put on makeup. I'm bigger.
We're on stream, my brother. We
Welcome
need
to
to
the
be a little
lower
bit
ra-
more
Oh, shit,
serious.
we're on
Zero
stream?
Tenacity
Hi,
and Yellow
chat.
Submarine are upon us. And yeah, I did kick off at the wrong note. We're not lingering in lower brackets all day long, but we'll keep on staying there until the end of the day because Zero Tenacity and Yellow Submarine. One is going to go home. The other one will have yet another fighting chance. And that is going to be for the lower bracket semifinals, where we already have RUNE EATERS waiting there after the win against Mouse, which I'm kind of sad about. I was hoping Mouse would have a little bit of a longer time. We've seen them for a very short while during the playoffs, but there's still a lot more teams that we've been watching throughout the entire Masters. Zero Tenacity is such an example that a team that has survived from the play-ins into the groups and are currently into the playoffs, but they have one more chance left remaining, and Level Up are pretty much in the same spot, so they finally found their match after not losing a single series until today.
Yes.
But let's check out these drafts, Dodie. Centaur.
Also, like just a little bit of a point out, like having basically 3 of the 4 invited teams down here just goes to show you that being in the competition just gives you a little bit more power. Shigetsu brings out the Kez again.
Yeah.
My pet peeve is with this Burp Samurai. I still don't get it. I'm trying to love the Burp Samurai. I love the hero. I love the concept. I love the switching disciplines and all. But it's just too many buttons, and I'm still on that verge of if you cannot get into the middle of those fights, if you cannot get your ultis off, if you cannot press the right buttons at the right time, the hero just falls off like a flat fart. And at the very same time, back to the Mouse versus RUNE EATERS series, just a little bit of a point out. Shout out to Play and a shout out to Waxen. I think it's a great long series. But yeah, Lone Druid late game carry is definitely a powerhouse. And it's sad to see our good friend Boom, right? He did buy us that beautiful pizza back in Berlin 2023. So it's just sad to see that, players that players that you hang out with kind of eat the dust at the end of the day. But
yeah,
that's the nature of competition. Like we just competed with Mixa and Desire on the other side on ENC as well, and you just keep on going. Desire and Mixa were on opposite ends of that tournament, and apparently Desire made it, but Mixa did not. And it was a brutal battle, but now they're back here, brothers in arms, once again, side by side. Desire did take off a little bit of a break during the play-ins, if I am not mistaken. But yeah, now it is a turnaround, and Amorales is still sticking around, and Desire standing in for the 5th position for the team is definitely one of the difference makers, pun absolutely intended, because Difference is going to be playing the mid for the team. But Nesphere's pick is definitely what I'm trying to look for right now, which I'm kind of coming up a little bit short. Against the Largo, you have several options. I like nice, close, and personal. Basically, Sven, Lifestealer, these are my personal options paired up with the Lifestealer. You can always infest a creep when it comes to the Lifestealer. If you would have gone for the Lina route, you would have the TP boots for the creep if you have the Centaur. But they do go for the Storm. And with the Storm, I really like DLS. Even though Largo is really annoying beyond rage, you are just basically ready to receive the catchy lick. You're ready to receive the frog stomps and everything Mr. Coconut Man can throw at you, right? If this is a VD making a rotation one way or the other.
I'm really happy about this hero, coming back amongst the living after so
obviously,
many years.
As a VD main.
As a VD Grandmaster, I'm sorry. You gotta give it to me. It's been
you only like heroes that start off with W.
750 matches, even sometime before Dota Plus got introduced. So I was grinding my way through to have that little sigil above my icon to prove that, if I'm doing something stupid, it's for a good cause. But it's been this active counter reaction towards the centaur being picked up. Now, interestingly enough, this late into the pick phase / ban phase, Lone Druid is still in the pool. Now, it's not really going to be something that Zero Tenacity are going to be taking here, because there's already the Kez on the other side. You already have a lot of healing available. Not a lot of heroes that can contest the farm, so they could still push him through. And I'm curious whether or not a Centaur and Lone Druid on the same side is going to be a viable option. I do like the Grimstroke. I do like the Tusk being picked up. You do have the Vortex to synergize with early on before you can kick off with the Scepter, so that gives you a lot of control. But what should you go for here? You said Sven. I do agree with Sven, but then Yellow Submarine can easily counteract the Sven.
Yeah, overall, the same thing with the Lifestealer. There isn't really that much of a hot pick that I would really want to go for. Ranged picks do come to mind with the Tusk. SF is up there, also for Nesphere. But one thing I'd really like to point out between these two teams, right, in terms of the numbers, out of their 16 matchups against each other the past year.
Wow.
Or the past year? Yeah, it does seem accurate, actually. Over the past year, 9 of those were won by Zero Tenacity, and 7 of them were won by Yellow Submarine. But out of the last 3, actually, one of their meetings was here at EPL. It was the Championship Series where Zero Tenacity got the 3-0 against Yellow Submarine. I do believe one of us was actually casting that one. But at the end of the day, it's very much interesting to see that Yellow Submarine are coming back into their victory. They are finding their stride. They are the team that makes more changes. I do believe Zero Tenacity tends to keep their rosters for 3 or 4 months at a time, and then they make their contract changes, yada, yada, yada. They are a legit organization. Yellow Submarine is a sister team to, I do believe, Bet Boom back in the day, but they're not technically the academy, right? So, like, in order to keep the roster separate, there was this, I don't know, unknown little stupid kid that played on this roster who was called Satanic. I don't know who he is, but he's here on the list for some unstupidly reason. But yeah, Yellow Submarine, they just give away their good players to higher ranked teams, and as scouts see the talent, they just pluck them out. And as the TB comes out for good old Nesphere, it will be reacted to by the Batrider, which is a kind of a rough lane, because B-Body was projecting that he's going to go for the Largo. But at the end of the day, it will be Earth Spirit on the mid lane with Cemetery Largo. It will be a support Largo with
Actually, no, it's going to be a
I think 4. Cemetery should be for Largo with the Batrider, which I don't know if that sits right with me overall. The Frog Stomp is good, right? You can combine Flame Break and Frog Stomp to just kick people back into the Frog Stomp, but these are like very high-level skill shots, these are not, I click the hero and the stun goes out kind of casket kind of combinations, where Amoralice and Desire are going to be much more effective at their duo one way or the other, in my opinion.
I do like those Batrider pickup, because it used to be this staple for the offlaners, especially when you have a high impact late games carry who does suffer very early on in the game. So you can just keep up with the stacks, you can just keep up with the annoyances with the sticky napalm. And I do like the potential pairing that we could see once we get the Aghanim Scepter upgrade, because it's one of the best upgrades you can get on a Batrider, but usually that prioritization is not that soon. Like, you need to get the BKB, you need to get the Bling Dagger, you need to get a pipe, you need to get whatnot to keep the team satisfied, because you are indeed a pos 3. And then once the Aghanim Scepter shows up, you can easily drag targets out, you can send them into the Frog Stomp, you can send them into a level 4 cask, and that is going to be 2 heroes instantly gone. Now, for Zero Tenacity, they definitely have this escape mechanism, both with the Tusk and the Snowball, and the Centaur with the good old Stampede. So you can have that difference. He has his own, own personal escape act. It's, of course, not at the level of Ringmaster, that I'm kind of conflicted that he's not being banned out and at the same time not being considered for either draft here.
I think it's just to counteract the Timber the Terrorblade lane. Overall, at the end of the day, right, the Batrider will truly be a nuisance for Nesphere to deal with, and I think they have a really good chance of getting this W on the Yellow Submarine side if they can shut down Nesphere. get that build up by minute 25 or minute 30 and then fall off at the minute 45 mark. But you don't want to get to that late game with the TB. So this setup from Yellow Submarine is more about shutting it down, not even letting them get to that timing, so that we can have a quick and dirty game number 1.
Wow. We're finally also seeing these voice line being ultra spammed, like with the 6-7s and whatnot. And I think this TI, we've reached the penultimate, brain damage. Not necessarily because the voice lines are that good, but there's this huge division between who's going to get the mental. I know, I've been seeing it way too many times, and the pause led up to that. I have to speak about my pain.
Vasilisa cooked with the kishi off. Like, let's just be honest here. That's gonna be the most annoying
is
one.
Very good, but now with the barking part is just like, huh?
It's just so much better than any of the 6-7 stupidities. Like, I think you use one of those voice lines, you're gonna get insta muted by all the players.
Depends on the
Kishik
demographic.
Off is nice for the first few times, and then it's gonna get into your head. The woof is gonna be like so annoying for a lot of people.
I don't know. I mean, they're just trying to outdo themselves, but that's definitely also something that Zero Tenacity and Yellow Submarine have to do here, because it's an elimination series. Zero Tenacity, they've paved their way. Well, they've been grinding all Masters long to get here. Yellow Submarine, they just jumped in as the playoff seeds, and unfortunately, they had a decent run, but, they ended up being here. And it is Level Up to blame for that, who finally found their match. It was Na'Vi that eventually pushed them down, and Na'Vi, so far, they're on a clean slate. No map losses, all serious victories, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. They've beaten everybody. But let's see who's the next contender going to be. Overall, because we did discuss, the small stuff about each draft, these little synergies. Overall, which draft do you like more?
I think it's kind of obvious that I do prefer the Zero Tenacity one. At the end of the day, it's Kez of the Nurse versus the TB Centaur. We hate the Centaur for a reason. I think it's just extremely broken that you can just get massive amounts of armor and regen with even just a Helm of the Iron Will. But the fact that you make it into a lane manipulating hero where you just casually farm away until you get your Blink and Heart and whatever utilities you want, does put Yellow Submarine on that clock. And they themselves put themselves on that clock as well, FYI, by going for this draft in general. But I don't know how much they can execute. At the end of the day, it will boil down to basically Zero Tenacity, finding their groove, managing to save the TB lane when it's under pressure, and possibly, just don't feed the Kez.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds easy, but it's not that easy. Like, even though Kez doesn't necessarily have the First Blood, by himself potential, but then you have the Maledig, you have the Bat Rider as well. So there's, these small things that are definitely annoying for Zero Tenacity, but it's gonna be around at level 3, maybe level 4, that he's gonna be able to do something about it. So there's definitely gonna be a little bit of a tongue twister in this game, because we have Rain and Rain, one with an A, the other one with an E, both playing at the same time. So I will try my best.
Say it with me. Say it with me.
I can't.
The
I
rain
can't.
in Spain
you say it. You say
stays
it.
mainly in the plain. Say it with me, chat. The rain in Spain stays mainly in the plain. They also say it in the way that it falls.
Play, the Spain, the plane, the plane.
Oh my god,
whatever.
You would be
I'm gonna kill
horrible.
it. Yes, I'm horrible in terms of that, because when you throw me some tongue twisters, my brain starts melting, and it's like neurotic damage.
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if the woodchuck could chuck wood? So
I was able
easy.
to do that when I was a kid. Not anymore.
Which witch is wearing which watch? If each witch is wearing a swatch watch.
Seashells on the seashore. God damn it,
There
let's
you go. There you go. There you go. More.
I don't have an issue with the S's. I have an issue with the R and the L, because, coming from a Slavic, Cyrillic writing country, the R is, so deformed, because it's R. It's Nesfir. It's not Nesfir. So even chat called me out a couple of times. It's like, is she Russian? Because sometimes the R slides through, and it's like, yeah, that's...
Okay, I say Batyuk instead of Batyuk or whatever.
I call him B-Body.
We can call him B-Body too. Because that is a nice body, bat body. As it is pressuring down Nesphere. This is a great start, by the way. Like, a lot of people will be like, don't pressure the lane.
Topside, looking low, and down goes the Witch Doctor as first blood, as a beautiful team effort from Mixa and MLS will take away the Kez support.
A lot of people will be trying on lower bracket, lower tiers, right, to be just pulling back the lane, keep away from the TB, but pressuring him on this early level until he gets level 2, right, is a nice timing, because he still doesn't have the Metamorphosis, so why are you backing away? You have Stick and Napalm? Just keep hitting the dude. But yeah, up top, the Centaur shows its claws. And Amaralis, of course. That Stroke of Fate. That's hoofs, claws, mammals, same thing in it.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to Difference's performance because he can be this shining star on this hero, extremely great, extremely well focused, but he can easily break at one point. Now, down bottom, we've seen this, we're looking at this big exchange. It's going to be Cemetery and it's going to be Desire, leaving out the course to play, so there goes the first Metamorphosis for a good cause. But yeah, going back at Difference, like, if he's able to maintain the wave, to maintain the groove, keep up the Galvanized stacks, keep up with the kills and whatnot, he's gonna be great. But if he loses that momentum, the first death for Difference can break him. And we can see him fall apart very easily right after. And of course, with Storm Spirit, you do have that punishing experience when you die, unlike the rest of the spirits, so you are becoming desperate sooner than the others. So definitely eyes on this guy. Down bottom, we're seeing Nesphere dropping pretty low, as the Blood Grenade will be committed with the Sticky Napalm, but neither him nor Desire will die, but B-Body will land the final strike for the kill, but he's also gonna take away from the Blood Grenade. Now Cemetery, not sure why he's going in deep under the tower. He wants to get another catchy, like he wants to set up another Frog Stomp, or he just wants to keep Nesphere at bay and away from the Lotus Bowl.
From the lane in general, right? Only the Conjure Image hitting is not that ideal, but well, that's the only thing you can do. It's not that great.
You've been under attack twice. You haven't died yet, which is, you know, good, but this might lead to the Sunder being picked up at level 6, which is not something you wanna do as a Terrorblade.
That's definitely that's something you don't want to do as a level 6 Terrorblade for sure.
Yeah, but
that would be like over
are gonna get
desperation.
stronger. The Frog is gonna get stronger. I mean, the Frog is currently under attack, which, you know, might make things a little bit, you know, shaky for him. Nesphere pops the Salve to stay alive. They will finally get to Cemetery, but B-Buddy, he is committed. He wants somebody to die. Desire. Snowball popped off. He is rolling back into the creep and still within range of Batik. And he's gonna be fine.
Well, not the best, but yeah, Nesphere already looking to disengage. The Reflection level, it might just be a lane where I would double level Reflection myself, but it will be up to Nesphere, right? But that does mean more activity.
Topside, the Witch Doctor is feeling hyper-aggressive here. Almost took down MRLS, but MRLS, he's got the Fairy Fire, he's got that Centaur by his side. And it's gonna be yet another death for my favorite hero. Down bottom, though, Desire will finally get caught. But they will lose sight of Nesphere, who actually took the long way back home. And that's a lot of experience and gold loss for him. But still, Z10 at the lead, 5/3.
Yeah. Overall, not that big of a lead. We already talk about the fact that kills are just not that high of an impact maker in the early game overall. Like, chat does tend to go crazy. The audience of Dota always goes mad. Like, it's 10-2. How can you lose at 10 minutes in? It's not that big of a lead. It's truly the creeps and the map control that will give it to you. Metamorphosis.
Oh, they're gonna get Batuk. Easy kill. Easy life for the TB. I mean, you just said that kills don't really matter, but, you know, TB likes those early kills because there's not much he can do until he gets, you know,
what a
the
good
bigger kill
boulder
potential.
Smash. What a great
Nicely
boulder
done.
smash from Rain.
Yep, and definitely tip-worthy. Cemetery
Like, smash him, lick
inflicting
him,
the mental damage.
put him in his place.
I mean, There's warfare in Dota on multiple fronts, man. Comms, chat, in-game heroes, creeps, whatnot. Meanwhile, Nesphero under siege down bottom. He's gonna be saved by his buddy. But is it gonna be enough? They throw back the snowball onto Cemetery, who did try to do something there to stay alive, but he's gonna die for Nesphero. But B-Body, oh boy, still within the shards. Nicely played out from Desire. It's gonna be 2 for the price of 1. Now they do take away the killing spree, and that's a lot of money for the Batrider. But ultimately, this entire lane has been a bloodshed. Topside, as minute 7 approaches, Nixa, he is having some unwanted visitors, and that's gonna be Shingetsu and Rain. Will land the double hoof stomp, and Rain again in danger. Shingetsu, do you want to linger here any longer? Because now Emerald is coming in from the side. He's gonna pop the silence, and better get the hell out of there. I mean, I know you're still lacking on that level 6, but you'd rather stay alive.
Yeah, the same
Shards will
buddy.
miss.
Shigetsu will just definitely need to disengage overall. Him going for the Mate Slayer first, it's definitely a build-up approach coming out from Shigetsu, which is definitely appreciated on the Kez. One of these Desolator rushes when you're under pressure, etc., etc. So, Yellow Submarine, it's not too bad. This 1k turnaround at 8 minutes in is definitely something salvageable.
I mean, 1k means absolutely nothing. And as you said, early kills in, you know, below minute 10 mean nothing. For one team, it's just that impulsive, aggressive approach, because that's what they have. For the other one, is just lingering in the sidelines and believing in the draft and what they can do, which may or may not backfire so far. 1k is something that you can, you know, work over. But Z10 are looking for some more aggression. Now Shingetsu gets the silence. They pop the Stampede. He tries to get away with the Raven's Veil, but it's not gonna be enough. Rain jumping in. He will get the stun off. Maledict, catchy lick, taking him back. Rain decides to jump in. Does not have the Magnetize for another second, but does not need it. They will land the final strike for Mixa to die.
Yeah, overall Desire picking up a bit more gold on the other hand. And it could just be a turnaround from difference.
Uh-oh, Cemetery. He's gonna linger, well, a little bit too deep there to try to punish Desire for getting that extra money, but he just jumped into a 3v1 contest. As a level 4 Largo.
Yeah, the biggest difference between the current meta, right, than previous metas. Hold on.
Wait,
Rain.
hold that thought. Rain is under siege again. MLS Desire difference. As these small micro combinations to make things work, but having that Phantom's Embrace, even at level 1, has done so much damage for Yellow Submarine. And now, we spoke about 1k, now it's 3k. Now it's becoming a problem.
Yeah, as I think Yellow Submarine made a series of bad options after Shigetsu's death. Right, they did kill off Mixa and then didn't just collapse onto the mid lane as they should have. And Nestor just not going to be pressured. They could still try and salvage the mid lane and make it turn around.
Why were you there in the first place? He did try to go for the sneaky approach. Now this will lead the way for Rain to jump in. Pops the Magnetize, but this will only lead to MLS dying. Desire was also in the vicinity, but you want to catch a bigger fish here. You want to get difference, you want to get something stronger. Cemetery. Ooh, that's a deep dive there, but they will get the lasso. Nice catch, Desire. Beautiful snowball to avoid the sudden death scenario, but it will be within range of the enemy counterparts, but dies by the neutrals. Now this is great difference. They will land the Maledict, takes away B-Body from the equation. Mixa, beautiful stun with the mini Centaur. But now Shingetsu, he decides to play. He jumps in. Cut through the Centaur Warrunner. Nicely done.
Definitely something we wanted to see come out from Yellow Submarine. Trying to salvage things by taking care of the enemy's pantry and putting a bit more pressure onto the mid tier 1. Obviously, the invisibility rune is not the best thing to use as a tool here, but the team finding the opportunity to B-Body as he is going to get punished for it.
Oh, yes indeed. Nicely done. And they're gonna take a tower. Easy peasy. Exactly what you would expect on TB lane.
You have to keep that in mind, exactly, that the TB is just going to pressure down your lane one way or the other if you leave him alone, and B-Body being on the mid there, you know, now you're patching one hole and now you're having to deal with another. That is the predicament that Yellow Submarine have put themselves into in the first 10 minutes of the game. And yeah, the current meta is all about if you make that mistake, one thing leads to another, and that domino effect will just make an even wider and wider gaping hole. And Na'Vi have been the team that has exploited that during the EPL Masters so far, even getting a 40-something net worth lead at the end there against RUNE EATERS, right? Not necessarily do you know how big the gap is between you and your enemies. Yeah, you can make a fairly good calculation looking through your items of the enemies.
There's going to be a beautiful calculation brought up as attempts were being made by Rain to jump up on high ground to get a snatch onto difference, but it's going to end up with both Cemetery and Rain dying in Nisphere, solidifying yet another tier 1 tower for his team. So yeah, you were saying about things cascading out of control. I don't even think Flex tape can fix this now.
Yeah, I don't know. Duct tape, Flex tape, where you can think of at this point to try and salvage it, but overall difference getting out of control. Already 9 galvanized stacks on the Storm.
First Death Ward is going to be used up. They will connect the Maledict, but he's going to soak up all of that damage and just backs off back to Fountain. Difference jumps in once again. They will get the Witch Doctor. That's going to be 10 galvanized tags. Like, the mana region is absolutely insane. Is he going to survive this, though? He will. Absolutely fine, but still ticking from the urn. Oh, he's going to die by his brother. Almost made it. One more tick. 13 HP. God damn it.
As it should be. The fact that Rain actually only has an urn so far, not the Vessel just yet, just goes to show you he's trying to rush into that build as fast as possible. It is already on the way on the Courier, so now the Centaur should never be able to join the lane until he gets that heart, until he gets a little bit of mitigation for it. He will go and for the pipe instead of the wraps or the heart.
I mean, there's plenty of magic damage coming in from Yellow Submarine, so you want to mitigate it. You want to counteract the Maledict. Yeah, the Death Ward is always going to be a pain, but the duration is pretty short. It's still at level 1. We saw that it does not hurt the Centaur in any way. So, yeah, but this is also, like, it's a double-edged sword if a Witch Doctor dies, because at the same time you are filling up the Gris or Gris or whatever you want to call it, so that means money. But he's so, devastated that I don't even think he's gonna be able to complete the boots on time, let alone glimmers, 4 staffs, or whatever you need to maintain this game. So far, Zero Tenacity, they're leading 17-8 with 4K net worth difference, 14 minutes. Second Shrines, only one had been claimed. The other one, I don't think is taken by any side. Yep, it's just still chilling on Radiant.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
15 minutes into the play, a 4K net worth lead, but a nice smoke coming out from Yellow Submarine.
Oh, Rain, nice jump, nice push. They will throw Nixa into the river. Death Ward this time, it is going to get the job done, but you gotta be thankful for the Frog Stomp there. B-Body, meanwhile, Batik will die down bottom. I don't know, it's a force of habit for me calling him B-Body.
You call him whatever you want. Honestly, at the very same time, it's the Vessel that is truly the problem for Mixa. It doesn't really have any kind of mitigating factors. All he does have is the Shawl, but even that 10% magic resistance isn't really going to help him in the long term. So he does need to get the let out. I don't know if this pipe is the right choice. It could bite Zero Tenacity in the ass in the long run.
We'll see. I mean, they still have the rest of the crew being absolutely, annoying and aggressive. Difference, he's got the Kaya, and he's on a good path to finishing up the BKB on time. So he's doing great. He's quite the predator, even though he died once and he just lost 2 stacks. Nisphere is been AFK farming this entire time, and he has appeared a couple of times. Each time he appeared, a tower went down, and already, Zero Tenacity, they've taken away all tier 1 towers. Yellow Submarine, they got none. So what shall they do? Well, let's see. Zero Tenacity, they're going in for more difference. They're gonna try to throw him away from Rain, and he will give up the chase. He's lingered here far too long and does not want to die. Rain jumping in. They find him more or less, catch it, like bring him back into the river. And it's gonna be a small casualty. It's gonna be a good kill for Shingetsu, who's also been having his AFK timing to do whatever the hell he wants. Level 11, Mage Slayer, and ready to fight one more time as Desire. He is gonna be lassoed up with the first Blink Dagger reveal from Batik.
There it is. Mid tier 1 pressure against the TB. Seems like the right choice. They want to opt in for a split push of death on the Zero Tenacity side, but I don't know how fast they can make it. At the same time, mid control of the map is very much beneficial, but Yellow Submarine's lineup is not fitted out with a Beastmaster or any kind of hero that could basically guarantee you sub 20 Roshan. But the territory is very much lush with farms, so if they can just keep this territory to themselves and not let such chaos happen, that would be nice.
Topside Desire is pretty much gonna get a solo kill on Rain, who I don't know why popped the death ward in the very last second. You're gonna have another 60 seconds walking around with nothing. Meanwhile, Metamorphosis up top. Nesphere, he is looking for more Shingetsu on the run. He is just gonna get, those 100 gold from the creep without necessarily revealing himself. And Zero Tenacity, they're not gonna waste any time. If we're not getting a hero, we're just gonna get an objective, because we still have that power spike, we still have that damage. But now the fortification does AoE damage, so it might not be as easy.
AoE? Multi-shot, you mean?
Yeah. Multi-shot.
It's not the same!
Sure.
Get it right.
Yeah, it doesn't hit every... True, you're absolutely correct, because he's not hitting everybody. He hits up to how many targets? Once he gets the fortification.
Bottom tower is under attack.
3.
Like, it doesn't hit everybody, Meanwhile, Shingetsu, ooh, that's a big one. Well, I was about to say that Shingetsu is having a fun time, but this isn't fun at all. Zero Tenacity. The second they take away the enemy carry, they're popping a smoke, moving down bottom. Or Nesphere. Oh, Nesphere. Is he gonna get lassoed? That's gonna be the case. He's got the Sunder, but he needs to break out of the stun. Kashyyyk is gonna move him, and oh, that was a save by Cemetery. He's gonna soak up all the life away from Rain, who did pop the Magnetize, but who cares? They don't. Zero Tenacity. They're gonna add one more to the count. Difference showing up last but not least. He is looking for Cemetery. Hello, Largo. And Batik? Oh, this could be a team wipe. Definitely a team wipe. But you gotta tip Cemetery for the Kashyyyk. That saved Nesphere.
Yeah, sadly enough, it's a bit of a miss. In fact, that Nesphere still got off that Sunder. It's not that great, and it.
I haven't discussed this with you, by the way, in the new patch. Like, I'm really happy that they finally added the healing to the recap. Now you can see the 2K!
Recap is kind of insane now, right? With the red and the green.
Yup. I love it. But Rain does not love it.
I don't think Rain is thinking about love in the current situation right now, having lost the tier 2 on the top lane and about to lose the tier 2 on the mid lane. Submarine are in a very interesting predicament now.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I am kind of amazed to see this Terrorblade being, ahead of absolutely everybody. I mean, the numbers, they're not that drastic compared to Shingetsu, who's been pretty much on the suffering end, but the effect that you're having this early on, the pressure and everything, it's amazing. Meanwhile, Rain, he's gonna pop the Death Ward just for the Ancient Creeps. Now, why would you do that? They don't bounce.
I do believe Difference was here somewhere, or, just trying to be a nuisance. They were doing a little bit of de-warding action.
Maybe.
But other than, like, Amaryllis taking a Sentry Ward, he didn't really overextend one way or the other. They immediately just split apart. It's 20-minute Trino Wisdoms are available. No team is addressing the Tormentor, which is a little bit out of place. But other than that, I think Zero Tenacity, they just want to sit pretty and chillax until the Scotty is at least finished. Other than that, like maybe the Hurricane Pike or even the Butterfly could be coming out sooner rather than later. But the question does remain, can Yellow Submarine go into another fight, or are they just going to get whipped once again?
I don't know. I mean, they still have a lot of
I
aspects
personally
that
would
I
not
like.
take it. I personally would just not take it. Split the map myself if I can, one way or the other, against the TB. Just avoid
Oh,
fights at all
boy.
costs at this current spot. There's nothing else you can do. Like,
Will Zero Tenacity allow you to have that? Because they have vision everywhere.
I mean, it just boils back to what Sumail said, right? So delay the game as much as possible, and then basically just try and fight off a farm. If your tempo is right, your draft is right, you can actually do it. But on Yellow Submarine side, even that, just the farming aspect, right? The Kez, the Earth Spirit, and the Batrider, they're not specifically those farming type of heroes. You should have fought in the first 10 minutes and are a bit harder, right? To actually get this to become a turnaround. But evidently, Zero Tenacity, they're just doing exactly what their draft is designed to do. Now, the 4 Protect 5 is just going to work out for them wondrously, unless there's like this massively insane stream sniping, TB finding, and destroying smoke. I don't really see how Yellow Submarine come back into this game.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a bunch of these notable names coming back to EPL for the Masters. Let's just see what happens to Batik here. Same thing that has happened 8 times in a row in this game number 1, but Navi came back and they reminded everybody why they left EPL in the first place, why they evolved into a tier 1 team. Yellow Submarine, this draft, aside from the Largo, is very reminiscent of the things that they had played before, or the things that they were safe about, of things that we have seen about 6, 7, 8 months ago. And that was the Batrider time to shine. And I don't know, it feels like they're trying to patch things up with responding to these meta plays, but this draft is kind of feeling all over the place. Now, it could be a long-term strategy to throw Zero Tenacity, give them the idea that they're super comfortable and just destroy them in game number 2, which Zero Tenacity have fallen for before, or it just could be, like Mouse had issues. They were not ready for this level of annoying plays. Even though they pulled off really well with the Troll Warlord.
Shigetsu, only showing his forehead, but as you can see, he's not sweating. He's not panicking at all just yet.
Man, Batik vibing those Base Hunter headphones full white. Just got
let's play
exactly. Here we go. Instant neuron
and
activation.
copyrighted.
Nah, you didn't even say a
I don't think
full word in Swedish.
I don't actually think Base Hunter would be mad that like his iconic song is still being quoted over and over again in Dota commentaries. Because like, I'll say, I think you and I have talked about this. That you and I have both seen him live, right?
No, not with me.
But
it's seen him live, unfortunately.
I've seen him live before, and it's very, very funny when people are, then ask the question, "What the hell is Dota?" It just goes to show you how niche of a culture esports or in general Dota is still, right? Like at EWC, I have like pretty well-known athletes here in Hungary, sit down with me and then ask me about, okay, talk to me about this game, explain it to me how this works, and when you explain to them the basics and everything, like, oh, now I can watch it, now I understand what's going on.
Yeah. That's always the thing with Dota. I mean, CS, League, Valorant, every other of the the esports that we're watching, you can just see 3 things and you'll realize what the core loop is, what has to be done. Dota is like 5D chess on wild waters, on God knows what level of Rubik's Cube solving, and you're never gonna get it right. You think they're having the the better push, the better output, the better lead? One small move can completely mess you up. Now, Those Zero
Speaking of
Tenacity, they
messing
have
up.
the upper hand. Well, and they have the Aegis, so they can literally do whatever they want. Close up the map space even further for Yellow Submarine. Because they've enjoyed these past 4 minutes of downtime way too much. Now, it does lead to a BKB appearing on Shigetsu and a
Nesphere coming in
BKB for
from the other
Rain.
side. They're seeing Nesphere coming in.
Yeah. They will pop the Veiled out for him to run away, but Mixa will make the jump, will make the catch. And can they keep them? Oh, but Soulbind! Oh, that's completely... Everybody destroyed. Difference going in for the deep dive, and I think this is GG here. Having this massive of a jump. As Nesphere, he was under vision the entire time. They just jumped and deleted everybody. And yeah, that's a cute magnetize. I'm just gonna heal up for my friends. Even if this guy dies, I don't care. I'm Nesphere. With a Scotty. And with an Aegis.
TB is just doing exactly what it was designed to do. Minute 25, Scotty, Manta. And no butterfly in sight, which I still think is kind of mandatory on the hero. Just for the buildings to literally become butter for the Terrorblade. But other than that, like, Nestor and the boys are literally just following, like, oh, if I'm playing TB, this is the timings I want to hit. And this is exactly what they're just doing. Nestor is actually a little bit ahead of the average timing, if I'm not mistaken, by the way.
I mean,
Scotty
13,
timing would be like
17K.
27, so like he's like 2 minutes ahead so far. He got at minute 25. But there were like these massive amount of kills, and he's at 6-1 and 13.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Do you know what's really funny?
What, that Earth Spirit mid is still useless?
Oh, wow.
Wait, what?
Okay. that was a... Wow, that was just a... No, I didn't mean that. I mean, he might as well get a kill here, right? Or most likely not, as he's completely surrounded. Decides to TP back home, but the punch from Desire... Yeah,
Desire's not gonna
but
let it go.
Oh, but Teak landing the lasso very last second. They're not gonna kill anybody here. Difference is freaking mad here. 11-6. 11-1-6. This... Oh my god. I even completely forgot what I was about to say.
Well, the cemetery's about to go to the cemetery.
To the pet
Three
cemetery.
3 times the kills for sure against Yellow Submarines. Their tenacity, it's the mid diff, it's the TB, it's everything at the same time. They're not shutting
It's
down
Desire.
enough.
Look at this.
I don't know. Everything is just doing too much work, and you are not addressing a single of the problems, right? It's kind of like a kitchen fire where everything now is you know, burning down, and you can still call the fire department, but the house is in an inferno.
And what can you do? You either extinguish or you start acting like a sim.
I think you start acting like a sim. That's exactly what Yellow Submarine are doing right now.
You start running around and panicking and cancel action, start playing the computer before the fire gets to you. But the fire is knocking at your door. It's just Nesphere doing the same things, just exponentially stronger by the minute. Not even a fortification is, you know, gonna scare him. He's just gonna take a step back, refresh, and then continue where he left off. And with this pace, he's gonna get Megas in the next 2 minutes.
I don't know.
Submarine,
Every time I look at the mid-Earth Spirit, you just hit that good timing, but then like the hero is like an injury that you need to, you know, cause to the enemy, but then you need to be that injury that gets infected. You need to start being scabbing over. You need to start, you know, like causing rot and destruction on the enemy backlines. But if you cannot get to those enemy backlines, especially with Nesphere just, you know, playing this well, what the on earth are you supposed to do with the Earth Spirit? Oh, okay, I get my BKB and then I can fight again. Can you? You know, that's my constant question all the time. It doesn't look good. Like, convince me that the Earth Spirit is going to be useful. Other than in the hands of Copy, and I don't know, like, did he even play it in this tournament so far on Rune EATERS? I don't trust anyone with the Earth Spirit mid.
He did play your Spirit mid, I think, at one point. And he did appear, which was absolutely insane, but I don't think it led the team far enough of the hero. And also, Earth Spirit was picked up really soon during the drafting stage, so,
Yeah, but then
if
rotate
it's
it into
that...
4. Rotate it into 4 and
Yeah,
give me a
yeah,
mid
I was
that
gonna
will
say
just
that.
stump down the Storm. Like, it's just not it.
But you've already revealed too many of your cards, so the last pick was gonna be your offlaner, and what do? We try to punish the TB. To some extent, it
Could
was
have just
successful,
put the
but it was
frog.
not...
You could have had B-Body play the frog and then have gone for something else, but you
Sure.
definitely went for the bat.
And Zero Tenacity, they're looking for you. They're gonna find Shingetsu. They will catch him with the Soulbind from one of his illusions, and he's gonna stay in place just to die. No BKB, no nothing that he's able to pop. Rain, he's gonna be target number 2. Cemetery completely obliterated, and there's the GG being called up. I thought it was gonna be a little bit sooner, but Yellow Submarine, they thought they had the chance, but Zero Tenacity were way better equipped, were way better, had the way better of a draft, and they know what time it is. Zero Tenacity, they've been consistent, aside from that, from the previous match, from the previous years that they lost. Yellow Submarine, they need a reminder of how they played things out here at EPL. So maybe game number 2 is going to be a subject to change, but this game number 1 was absolutely insane.
Pretty much textbook game, TB game on my end. On the other hand, I would say difference did kind of smack down Rain, but credits to Rain where credit is due. He did hit his vessel timing. He did get that BKB, but that one single fight right down bottom truly made the snowball literally roll into them. Right. I don't know if Cemetery will ever want to play Largo ever again. We shall see later on down the line. But that one catchy lick is definitely something we're going to be talking about.
Yeah, for sure.
As time goes by, but yeah, Zero Tenacity, they just follow what their game was or their lineup was designed to do, and they are just going to shut down game number 1.
Yeah, it was smash, bash, crash, destroy everything for the first 30 minutes. And you were talking about the Kaz during the drafting stage, right? You're not a firm believer of the bird. Look at the damage of the bird. And with that, I will agree with you.
Yeah,
5.8k. But that's between
oh,
the
wait,
supports.
5.8. Oh, my lord. I was actually looking at Rain's damage numbers and not Shigetsu's.
No.
That is 5.8 right there.
That's no damage.
To be fair, once again, to be fair, Shigetsu never truly got into the middle of the fights as you do. Some people would buy Blink to get that position better, or, rely on supports, setting up stuns or roots or lassos, etc., etc. When I only have one good Raptor dance the whole game, that's not a good Kez game in any shape or form.
And that was for you to save your butt at the same time. I mean, everything that Yellow Submarine had cooked up was way too slow. Like, this was a slow cooking draft. This is a draft that you leave in an oven for 1 hour and then you hope for the best. Zero Tenacity, they decided to, speed things up, have a quick meal, and continue off with game number 2. As for us, we're going to go for a break and see if the same scenario is going to happen once more. hate that hero. Oh. Gentlemen, welcome. Yeah, we're live. Welcome back to the game number 2 between Zero Tenacity and Yellow Submarine. Now, I was rooting to see a Lone Druid being picked up in first phase, but unfortunately, fortunately, both teams are not going to listen to me, and we're going to have the opener being your favorite, Undying, and it's going to be Treant Protector on the side of Yellow Submarine, which is one of the most contested supports out there. Now, Dodie, do you believe that this support is able to, carry the entire team to victory? Now, it's way too soon to tell, but it's big.
Sorry about that. So yeah, overall it's Mixa plays it as well. So overall it's not necessarily a counter pick to, or it's not necessarily a support pick overall. So since Mixa plays it, could be a position 3 Undying overall. It's a massive counter to the Treant Protector trying to hide into the trees, right? You can always decay the tree stack he runs into, and then he's not necessarily invulnerable. So the Tombstone Undying is definitely the way I would go for it. I think I want to say Malik was the one that kind of reinvented the wheel and put the Undying position 3 back on the map for all the tier 1 teams and the professional scene in general. But he did opt in for the Soul Rip one. This is definitely a new age for it. And during TI as well, it's mostly going to be the Tombstone Undying that everyone will focus on. And the domination of the lane does depend on if it has a good lane partner. So Hoodwink, Marana, Coddle do come to mind. 2 of those are already banned, or actually all 3 of those.
3
of
them
banned.
are gone. Yeah.
So like I do believe Yellow Submarine are following that route really, really well. Now the pairing to the Treant Protector is going to be my very much curious question. So pick 15 and 14 is an interesting question because pick 13 is going to be on Zero Tenacity's side. They're going to be forced to reveal something else. Not the best pair, but it is good. It is a good position for Amaryllis to come through with. I've seen Windranger being picked up next to the Undying, right? Tie people to the trees while you raise up the Tombstone and the zombies keep spawning. But Brambles, they could work. Roots have been buffed in 741E. And they are.
I know you were very tilted with the roots.
No, I'm not tilted. But
the roots
and
the gates.
I'm happy.
The roots and the gates.
I'm surprised that people are not tilted about that. Like that just increases the value of Underlord, increases the value of Dark Willow, increases the value of so many heroes that have roots as spells, right?
Lone Druid as well.
For the longest time, roots for the longest time were like this B tier, disable, right? Now they suddenly become an A tier, S tier disable because you cannot TP away from those guys anymore. And as Seth coming through into the Treant Protector lane, something we've played as the Hungarian team as well. Not my favorite. I do prefer SF being paired up with heroes such as the Bane, such as the Tusk. With the Treant Protector, Beyond the Nature's guys don't really have a true stun. Now there is a good slow with the Ringmaster, but it should go to the off lane.
I was looking for a Ringmaster during the previous game, and I'm actually
True.
going to get it now.
You
I was
get your
primarily
request.
asking you about the Treant Protector because it's not the undisputed strongest support out there. I'm still going to vouch for
Not
the Hoodwink.
anymore. It used to be. I think it used to be the primary one for the previous Dream League, the previous PGL Wallachia, and even the Blast Slam in Copenhagen. And it looked really, really strong. Like, I mean, if you have 90% plus ban rate on a support, that's a strong support. Well,
but it still gives you a lot. It still gives you information. It gives you healing onto the towers. Now, Zero Tenacity haven't revealed much yet, so we still need to see if there's going to be these aggressive tower pushes early on that, the living armor can make an early difference. So far, this setup from Yellow Submarine feels a little bit too ambitious. Now, I do like the Ringmaster and the SF paired up in the same lane because they can dominate the lane with the races coming in, with the Impalement Axe and everything. But once you reach the state of those big ultimates, you gotta commit big. And you gotta commit all the way. Now, if you're doing the same thing with your mid laner and with your off laner, Yellow Submarine might be thinking thing way too ambitiously, and Zero Tenacity can seal the deal way too fast, as they did in game number 1. This time, they're opting out for the Ember Spirit, which I do believe is a little bit more aggressive compared to the Storm Spirit, and you got the damage, and you got the aggression, and you got the techies, so ultimately rolling in the Undying as a pause 3. So there's a lot of burst, there's a lot of brambles, there's a lot of bombs, there's a lot of terrain action going on here. Zero Tenacity, I want to see an Underlord here, not gonna lie.
Okay, but Underlord, what position then?
Oh, actually, no, my bad. We were
Yeah,
looking for a
so-
carry, my bad. I mean, Underlord carry, let's go. We've seen
I
Donker
don't-
going
this
in
is
as
not
carry.
the talker. This is calm. This is not your good old. Was it 4 Pirates? The Otalker lineup. I always forget
Yes.
which one that was. But
Yeah.
but yeah, that of course Otalker did play the carry Underlord, and it was always a joy to watch. And on the other hand, the reason for my confused resting bitch face is no, as soon as I saw the Ember being picked up into the tree and then the Ringmaster, there's so many saves against it, right? But you don't have a Grimstroke that will guarantee you the Ink Swell, and you can't pick it up because you already have the Willow in position 4. You go for the Techies. Now that gives you the aggressive setup instead of giving you that tool to catch the
Yeah.
enemies, right? With a little bit of less risk and a little bit of shutting down the Twin Gates. It's not an automatic cancellation for the Twin Gates pass, but we've seen it in recent months. The Twin Gates just being constantly proxy mined, and even I think when it was just over buffed, right? Overall, I do believe there was this time when Tormentor could even be blown up as well.
Oh yeah, if you went in for the setup, you're setting that thing up for like 10 minutes, and then it shows up and it gets bursted into smithereens. I do wanna, give the acknowledgement to techies for pushing out Monkey King out of the game, and I came to that realization like a couple of months ago when I saw Monkey King just trying to jump around, maintain his farming patterns, and everywhere he went there was a freaking bomb. And with that knowledge, in this case that Zero Tenacity can also use up, you're challenging farming patterns. You're challenging the tree and protector who likes to linger around trees, who wants to be sneaky, who wants to do his own, sneaky bidding and try to counteract your information. But the techies is not gonna give you a yellow card for trespassing. He's gonna throw you all the way back into the fountain. The Ringmaster is gonna be provoked way too soon to use the escape acts, and I don't know. And I've always found this contradiction between heroes that like to have their targets stacked up and then the Pango added to the mix, who just likes to throw things out of proportions every single time. Now, it's good for the pickoffs, but Yellow Submarine are building up the big team fight. And in that mix, I don't agree with the Pango.
Both lineups currently have this big engagement coming out from the Ember and the Pango, respectively. It boils down to the carry choice of Zero Tenacity, though, where, of course, they will get to react to the 5-man of Yellow Submarine since they are last pick. But this Pango could even be offlane at the end of the day. Don't get confused by that. But
Sure.
Yellow Submarine will have to reveal first, and that's the big tragedy here. And Underlord, I don't think sounds the best against the Ember, but it could work. It's usually picked up against Storms. But they go for the Enigma, which Mouse tried in game number 3 in the previous series.
Ooh.
Not that much on the BKB piercing side for Zero Tenacity, so that's the good sign. The bad sign is I don't know. It could have been a Luna, it could have been a Sven. On the other hand, for Nesphere, him going for the Tiny just means that he wants to end this game a little bit faster than those two can. Basically, giving them a bit of an ultimatum situation, right? Not necessarily end it faster in terms of timing, because Tiny does tend to end the game once it gets fully acclimated in terms of itemizations. But no answer to the BKB black hole. No answer to the BKB black hole on the Zero Tenacity side puts them on the clock, So team fights could end up with Big Bad Circle, Overgrowth, go in with Rolling Thunder, and then you see everything blink in, black hole, Requiem of the Souls, put the Wheel of Wonder down, and those combinations could work out for Yellow Submarine, I might add. But they need to be pitch perfect. So good initiations from Rain, and from the other lane, right, he will need to try and rein in the enemy, as in reveal their positions and reveal their vision as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean you're always having the opportunity as a Treant to lurk in pretty deep very early on and get as much intel as you can, and that could be the upper hand for Shingetsu because SF also thrives on being very strong early game. I mean, he can facilitate a couple of tower pushes before Nesfer can pretty much do the same. And I was just looking at the numbers, the stats about Tiny because that hero has been a huge eyesore to me, especially. Well, there hasn't been any different option nowadays. It's only been Tiny Carry. He's appeared in 60 matches so far, been picked up 32 matches with a win rate of 34%. That is feeling a little bit abysmal, especially since you are throwing him as a carry every single freaking time. Now for Nesfear, gonna need to double check on his personal stats because I do believe he's a little bit above that statistic.
You narrate the game. I'll check for you.
Yeah, but all in all, Zero Tenacity, they're fast. They have these rinse and repeat combinations. At the start, they will be relying on the Tombstone. They will be relying on that bigger sort of a cooldown. But everything else that they have to offer, it's so goddamn annoying. Brambles are going to be so freaking spammy. Bombs are going to be spammy. Decay is going to be spammy. Ember is going to be spammy. Tiny as well. Yellow Submarine, they can do things in between. But then they're going to be relying on the big ultimates, on the Black Holes, on the Rolling Thunders, Wheel of Wonders, and whatnot. And if they want to overextend the game, they're going to be forced out to use up the refreshers and hope that Zero Tenacity are going to overextend. But Zero Tenacity, they've been playing absolutely on point, which, could be a 4 Protect 1 situation for the Tiny. And he's just going to walk in, show up with one Shadow Blade, one Echo Saber, and be on top of the SF.
We'll see that. We've had 7 Tinies being played by Nesfear over the past year, with 4 of those being a win as on the mid lane.
Hold that thought first. Rain, Mixa. Both of them in a tough situation, but Mixa is going to be the first one to die as he's completely surrounded by Yellow Submarine. Good start. And a good player to punish because Mixa, and even Chad is aware of it, is an insanely good Undying player.
It's not going to be triple runes, though, as you'd wanted. As on the other hand, Shigetsu's SF, right? He's played it 9 times and he has 5 wins on it. So pretty much even matched in terms of the carries. Mm-hmm. And I'm looking at it. We shall see, over time. If either of them are going to be dominant one way or the other, right? But big question mark overall is going to be if the Shigetsu lane is going to be shut down or not. That, I think, is what we're mainly looking at, because lane dominant King SF will need to survive and not die 3 times sub 10 minutes in order for this to be worthwhile, while Undying just likes to go into the fountain and just TP out full HP, full health, and come at you again.
Yep, he's gonna do that. Looking at, I pulled up Spectral because shout out to Leah. I think it's by far my favorite analytics site to look at. In this league, in the Masters League, Nesfear has played Tiny 6 times with a win rate percent of 50%. So, 6 times. So yeah, 3 matches, 3 wins, 3 losses. So it's very much undefined of whether he's going to be good or bad, but so far he is, scoring up high alongside with the Ember Spirit in terms of last hits. Shingetsu, of course, is going to be in the vicinity, but as time keeps on going, I'm scared of that guy. Desire, receiving a bunch of shots here from the Eidolons and the Impalement Acts. Scary stuff for the techies, but he shall remain alive. But yet another Impalement Act will connect. Cemetery, he's still committed. I mean, a lot more flexible and a lot more mobile and a lot more range compared to the Largo last game. But we saw what happened with his overly extensive aggressions in the laning stage. And it was just food for Nesfear. Top side though, MRLS. He was looking at harassing Shingetsu just a little bit. But same could be set down bottom, as Nesfear, he did land an avalanche to put things to a stop, and I do apologize, it is Batuk. And I'm finally happy that he decided on staying with that name.
Batuk be body, that's all this name.
The Yellow Submarine offlaner. He's always played off lane, right? I am sometimes under the impression that I've seen him mid. Regardless, it's pretty calm on both fronts so far. We've only seen that first blood 3 minutes ago upon Mixa, and Mixa, in the meantime, he's absolutely chilling, but difference. He's going in for the deep dive. He wants Rain, one more jump, but he's out of resources and all on cooldowns.
Dire's middle tower
Rain,
is under
the living armor, will save him, alongside with the Tango. But that's a lot of time wasted for him being out of the lane and not getting the Rolling Thunder on time. Now down bottom, Batuk is in trouble. They will land the Impalement Axe. Nesphere receives a bunch of Impalement Acts. And will they get him? No, they're gonna get Nesphere Desire. One more strike. Batuk was healing up from the Tangos, but it's gonna be a trade-off amongst the core. Cemetery, somebody blocking as the Eidolons. They're still dealing pressure upon Desire. And could they get him? I don't think so. And we still have some action top. Shingetsu under attack now. Again, the long-range living armor with the help, but Mixa will land the final decay for the kill.
Sorry, a little bit of admin discussion going on in the background. As down bottom, Batuk, it's not as lane dominant of an Enigma as I would have expected against the Tiny, but speaking of the Tiny, right, and speaking of the Sven or the Luna, that were the options for Nesphere, all of them, you know, have this great thing. One of them, you know, has their Glaze bouncing, one of them has Cleave, the other one has Tree. Grabs a tree and then cleaves, right? So...
True, but I'm never a fan of throwing the Ember, you know, just to be the only frontliner in the draft. Who is currently under attack, though, as Cemetery rotates in. Tame the Beast, Impalement Axe will connect. Now, Difference does not have the long-range healing, but he will survive by 96 HP. Meanwhile, it's way too early for the shrines. But Zero Tenacity, they're dropping scans as they've noticed that Batuk is out of the lane. I wouldn't say it's a tough time for this Enigma, so why allow all of this free space for Nesphere?
I don't know. Every time it seems like Batuk and someone else is just out lane, they could just try and pressure Difference instead. But as you can tell, Difference is relentless on that mid lane. I don't know, man. Give this guy a spirit and he will make all the difference. Pun absolutely intended.
Yep. And he's gonna go for Rain. No, he realizes that RUNE is not gonna be there. Jumps in topside region.
I need to go.
Beautiful
My planet
find.
needs me.
They're gonna go
See
for it.
ya.
I mean, they're gonna get the rolling. They're gonna get a level 6, but the Rolling Thunder won't be scaled up as he's already dead.
He doesn't even have the mana for it, so...
scenario.
Stop. He's already dead. But yeah, he didn't even have the mana for it, so...
He got
That's
nothing.
what it is.
And Difference, he's going in for a tower push before minute 7. Now this is madness. Nesphere down bottom. So far having a free time, but Yellow Submarine, they had learned their lesson from game number 1 and they're looking to punish him. He's not a TB, so he's not gonna, you know, throw the illusions and the metamorphosis. But he's not gonna die. And Zero Tenacity. Oh, the rest of them are moving from the back lines. They're looking to secure this Wisdom Shrine as Difference jumps in. They find Batuk. And could this be an Enigma that they will miss out on the Brambles, but so will Team the Beasts. And Difference will just get him. Cemetery avalanched on the other side. And more or less
Good
secures the
catch.
shrine. Another shrine on the other side, as Rain will also die. 3 kills, double the experience. These guys are on fire! Again!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Six into Zero Tenacity. So far, so good on all of the lanes. It has to be said, Shigetsu's not too shabby, right, in terms of the net worth so far, but he is 5th, and joining him is Batuk on the 6th place. with that net worth part.
Radiant are scanning.
We're still missing out on those big ultimates, which, you know, they're eliminating any type of a big team play. Meanwhile, Shingetsu, he's gonna get killed one more time. Just one tombstone, it's enough. 2 birds, one tombstone, and they're gone. It would have been funnier if it were a Kes.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
No burbs this time, although there is a skin where SF is a burb, isn't she? Or isn't he? It something, whatever.
There's a Spectre skin like that.
I think there's definitely a bird skin for SF. Let me just check. In the meantime,
Maybe. I mean, that would be funny. Aren't you sure you're not thinking about Phoenix? Meanwhile, first Black Hole is going to be popped down bottom, but instantly put to hold his desire, jumps in very last second. Meanwhile, difference gets Rain. It's looking like Batuk and Cemetery are going to pay the price now. Shingetsu joins in as well, but makes up with the Flash Golem. He's big, he's tanky, and nobody's going to stop him. Shingetsu turns around, throws a couple of projectiles onto Nesphere. Meanwhile, the chase for the Enigma has ended up with Enigma staying alive,
Oh, Shingetsu.
but this could lead to Shingetsu dying. Now the Terrorize, it is not gonna land,
Has fallen.
but will they reach him across the bridge? Nope.
they just
Yes,
throw a
we'll be
twig at
out.
him.
Yeah. Just
Get away
stay
from
out.
us! Leave us
stay out.
alone!
You know, like those little kids on the tricycles that are defending their own territory with, you know.
I was
God,
thinking
there
of
was-
I was thinking of the movie Warriors, right? Where
Oh,
Shigetsu
God.
is like, "Come out and play!" Yeah, and they are coming out to play on him about him. Immediately,
Hey,
I hope the camera pulls at it.
Warriors. They're gonna go for it. I mean, the fact that he's not dying, it's a good and a bad thing. The good thing is he's alive. The bad thing is he's not getting anything in return. He's been wasting the last 2 minutes here. I mean, just getting some creeps away for Batuk, but you know, this guy needs kills. He's 0-2-1. He might take down Mixa here. We'll pop the tombstone once again, but do you want to kill him? Do you want to kill the tombstone? Which one is easier? It is the tombstone. So
can go for the
Mixa will
deny.
be alive.
I'll just give away a bit of gold. It's fine. At the end of the day, as long as the Undying lives, he's okay with it at all. But 10 kills in 10 minutes, definitely a great start for Zero Tenacity. Not as good as the last game. Has to be added. You know, caveat, caveat, caveat at the end of the contracts and sentences there as casters. But overall, the shutdown of Nesphere plan didn't work out. Killing off Difference didn't work out. What will work out for Yellow Submarine is better yet the question at this mid-game that we are about to witness.
I don't know. Like, I've seen this type of drafting from Yellow Submarine way too many times. Like, they're thinking insanely grandiose. Like, they're thinking one team fight and it's gonna be Jover. But we haven't seen anything. Now, maybe they're gonna get Difference here because Reen is actively scouting him out, but Difference is no fool. He's just gonna jump out back to the river, back to safety. He's got the arcane rune, so, you know, that's gonna be absolutely disgusting when it appears. Full-blown Spirit Vessel. And even if he's spotted out, like, what can Yellow Submarine do currently? They need to call up Shingetsu for the damage, and if that happens, he could die. And he only has a Falcon Blade. Not even a Mask of Madness. Poor little guy. And Rain, he's gonna be dusted out as he's been sneaky for far too long. Meanwhile, Desire is keeping up the harassment onto Shingetsu. They will pop the escape back to try to save him, but the trade-off is favorable for Z10 once again. Cemetery, the crown is ticking. They got him completely surrounded. And now it's been more worth it. And a tower on top. It's better than a cherry.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I don't know, man. 10 kills up ahead. There, it's kind of hard to say. Early kills don't really matter in the game. You know what I'm saying? It's the XP, and the gold is not that big, but that XP amount is kind of getting insane. As it's 70% of an XP differential between the two teams at 12 minutes in, and that's a big number, Base Defender, for all our unmathematically knowledgeable audience out there.
Listen, we did the math, okay? We did all the calculations, but we suck at math, so bear with us.
What, how
Already-
dare you? What?
I'm great at math, I'm sorry. I used to
do
be a
you-
tutor back in university, but it seems like
I'm a freaking
your
engineer
friend
by
Rain-
trade. What the hell?
Hold up, Rain is not doing fine. He's just gonna die in his most comfortable zone at the edge of the map, amongst the trees, and still no overgrowth. But Tuke is gonna suffer the same fate as Difference is on the hunt, and this is gonna be a solo kill upon the Enigma.
I don't know, man. Something's got to change.
And guess
Yellow
what?
Submarine.
Rain is
It
gonna
has
be
to
next.
fast.
Cemetery. He's gonna pop the Impalement Axe just to keep him out. Just a
Honestly, he'll just eat the defusal so that his teammates don't have to. I don't know.
Yeah.
At this point, like, what's gonna happen here now? Do you go against Emerald and Mixa? You're gonna get Bramble
Maybe you're gonna get a
Maze.
kill.
Oh, okay. Maybe the three of them could be able to kill Mr. Pixie Dust. There you go.
That's
Finally.
the case. Now Mixa, who does not have the Flesh Golem, does not have enough decay stacks, he's just gonna have to accept it. And that's a very big streak being handed for
something.
free for Shigetsu. But
They did
he's gonna be
something.
back in the game. He's got the Ceaseless Dirge. It's fine. You
I don't
know,
think
the
he's
rest
gonna
of the
be
map is
engaging.
occupied.
Nah, all he's gonna do is just try and occupy the Shrine of Wisdom, and then maybe give Nesphere a bit of time to just basically farm out the bottom lane.
And Desire just doing these pesky things, dropping the proximity mines everywhere he can. This guy's been chilling. I mean, the fact that he's present just by having the freaking reactive taser, you have a free halberd, so you have free damage. You have a guy on a kamikaze mission who's there to take you down.
All AUI is doing is just embracing the all Desire is doing is embracing the AUI mentality of the game when it comes to techies.
And also gotta add up the Tusk play from game number 1. We didn't speak about that a lot, but it was amazing.
Well, he does main the Tusk, so it wasn't that big of a surprise to him. Oh no, Rain almost dying. To go in with the amplified damage room to the other side, there is no more mines there.
And there's no more amplified damage.
Yeah, that rune didn't really do much as the Pango looks sort of fine. Good catch onto Nesphere.
Nicely done with the Wheel of Wonder. He's just
Where was
lucky
this
that
game
Zero
number
Tenacity... Zero Tenacity are hunting up top. They were looking for the SF there because they did notice the mines going off. But I guess Yellow Submarine, I was about to call them Yellow Tenacity, are a little bit, you know, ahead of the curve. They've suffered they've counted their losses, but they're walking out with items. They got a Blink Dagger onto Batuk, which is, you know, a little bit of something. But you need a lot more. You need to counteract the avalanches, you need to counteract the Ember, you need that BKB on time. And speaking of the Devil, he is busy once again around mid lane. But he will force out pretty much a full-blown team response from Yellow Submarine, ultimately wasting their time.
As much as possible, relieving the pressure on Nesphere is the key here, right? Eventually, yeah, the Ember Spirit will falter just a bit. But now he's got the Vessel, he's about to finish the Kaya. Things could still increase to a better situation, just a little bit more.
Yeah, it's fine. He does know that the entirety of Yellow Submarine are trying to gang up on him because he's the last remaining streak on the side of Zero Tenacity. So that's a huge money back just being, you know, tossed in front of their face.
Oh, Rain.
Will they get it? Rain? They don't see him. Oh, they will see him now! That's a beautifully timed Sentry. They will get the Bramble, they will get the Escape Act, Wheel of Wonder, everything is poured onto Difference, but it looks like Rain is melting a little bit faster. He's not gonna be able to jump out. Meanwhile, the Cemetery is gonna get taken down by Nesphere.
Yeah, walking into territories that tend to be warded is even dangerous against teams like Zero Tenacity. These guys are coordinated, so... Well, I'm not telling them they're TI winning material, but this team is really, really good in the tier 3.
They're on their own turf, man. This is their turf.
They're at home. Yellow Submarine are the invited team, you know?
They're the guests. I mean, they're the guests to their former house. Meanwhile, Nesphere top. Oh, that's a little bit scary. This time he's gonna be the one walking under a sentry, but the Avalanche is gonna put things to a hold. The Overgrowth is gonna keep him in place, but they're kind of scared. They're not forcing to reinitiate, even though they had the Black Hole, they had the Overgrowth and everything on the queue. Meanwhile, Mixa, he's gonna... will use up the entire Rolling Thunder from Rain, and now it's time for Difference to arrive and kill everybody off. Rain, still under the tier 2 tower, the zombies are chasing him, then there's the Black Hole just for Mixa, but the Avalanche on the side. It's like he did nothing. They won't be taking him RLS, but Shingetsu is dropping low. Everybody else is dropping low. Mixa, he's gonna take down Rain. And they turn around. It's gonna be a man fight 1v1. The TB, well, the SF versus the Undying, and the Undying will survive if he. Like, look at the calculation. He just jumps off in the very last second, but now difference. He's playing a very big
They have
gamble.
another
Does not
decay.
have the Spirit Vessel, but he will get the burn onto
Not needed.
Shingetsu. Rain, one more catch. Just diving under the tier 2 tower. This guy does not have a single carry in the world. He's got the freest game ever, and he's just gonna back off. Rain, he's still burning. He's not gonna die. But what's the count here? How many people did they kill during this team fight? Everybody!
It's a full team wipe, technically on the side of Zero Tenacity. Or for the side of Zero Tenacity, of course. Overall, the single-man black hole, I think he was expecting Nesfer to just walk into it. But Nesfer has the sense of control to just stop his hero and then just press the avalanche on top of the Enigma.
He did die, though. I didn't notice that.
Who, Nesfer?
Yeah, by cemetery.
At the end, it was done. Yeah, Shigetsu dies down bottom here due to a bad move. It was later on due to the fact that, yeah, the Ringmaster got into the position and just finished the job that Shigetsu and everyone else was doing. But that's why we got the Mixa versus Shigetsu interaction as well in that fight. Sad that we don't have replays here at EPL Masters. Hopefully next season it's going to be a possibility. Yeah, pick off after pick off. We didn't even have the possibility of catching it right because there's so many pick offs in the map.
It feels like, you know, even covering the core plays, the core kills, feels like, oh yeah, another support just died. You know, it's underwhelming to that level. Zero Tenacity, they're leading at almost 20 minutes, 23 by 8 with 7k. 11k onto Nesfer, the hero that I did not believe in.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Casually picks up the Illusion Rune. All three positions of the network chart, the first three positions, are in Zero Tenacity's hands. And I don't think that status quo would change in the next 5 or so minutes. Which is when Yellow Submarine is supposed to have shined. That's the tragedy of all of this, right? Yellow Submarine cannot play the Dota they want to. And yeah, this is basically Zero Tenacity just forcing their will on the Dire. And what can you do?
I don't know, you can hope for the best and try to avoid Zero Tenacity, but Zero Tenacity, they're, you know, actively behind them. They're actively, you know, keeping them in check. The SF should have been right now a little bit stronger.
The carries in bad positions in this game is too damn high.
I'm not sure who was it that discussed that, like, currently the carries don't really matter. I mean, yeah, they matter because once they get strong and almighty and powerful, but in between it's the supports now. Nesfer finally gets caught up, but one Swift Avalanche connecting onto 3, and he's gonna try to walk off. They still have him under vision, they still have him dusted up. The Wheel of Wonder is gonna connect, Batuk coming in from the other side, and it's a full 4-man effort to take him down, but, you know, the following up with the Tormentor is not too shabby. Drum roll, I believe this is gonna be a spotlight.
The carries are feeding. They surrender. Why are they feeding?
I don't care, I'm fine with it. It just gives me more grace and power to do whatever I want as a support.
But yeah, no,
I know Joe wouldn't
Nesfer
agree.
should have been. Nesfer
Joe
should have
would
been.
not agree.
Joe would definitely not agree because he's a carry player. Ugh, carry players. What can you do?
And
But
he
on the
believes
other hand,
supports have no rights.
legit vision domination right now from the side of Zero Tenacity. They thought they were a little bit overconfident, putting Nesfer down onto the outskirts while Tormentor is being active. Maybe the call was to do to Tormentor, and that's why Nesfer is just, you know, like standing by. But obviously, Yellow Submarine is going to be doing that because they're not targeting Roshan. If they would have been, then it would have been caught by the rest of the enemy team. I don't know how Nesfer didn't have that game sense to know that they were there, but it is what it is. You know, sometimes you just make that blatant mistake of just being at the wrong place, wrong time, such as my life all the time, constantly. But
It was not shown on camera, by the way. Like, the level of how scarce yellow submarine are on resources, they were dropping a sentry ward and they were using the Pango to climb up on high ground and take away the observer. Like, I do appreciate moves like that, but, you know, you don't know what's gonna happen, you don't know where it's gonna happen, and at the same time, we did speak about Nesphere and his items. Like, finally he's, you know, hitting that curve, but he wants a Manta, he wants a Lance, he wants a BKB. By the time he gets to that BKB, it might be far too late.
I mean, he's already got the BKB, so there's at least
Did he?
that. He'll want to get the blink sooner rather than later, but
No, Shingetsu, not Nesphere.
oh, I thought you were talking about Nesphere. Shigetsu, I think Shigetsu needs way too many items. I agree with that one. Yeah,
I might have miscalled that one.
it's a
And?
possibility, but overall, like, yeah, Shigetsu opting in for the Hurricane Pike and trying to get that BKB online. I don't know if any of those items are going to be finished, as you mentioned. But definitely tier 2s are going to fall before those items are going to be finished off, as they're trying to go for the one lane gambit versus losing 2 of them at the same time.
Not sure if that's the right play. I mean, at the same time, you don't want to jump onto Nesphere, who's got the Aegis. And he's gonna waste way too many of your resources. You cannot leave him dead, you cannot leave him alive. Because there's still difference
Ooh,
being
amplify
at
damage in the river.
906.
Amplify damage in the river.
Dire's top
Someone
tower
pick
is
it up.
under attack.
Well,
But Yuka's gonna take it?
pick it up.
No, she's gonna. No,
At this
don't
po-
take it!
Someone has to,
No!
like, and they want to turn around into a fight with it.
No! Not him!
Don't use the black hole on the dark willow, please. Thank you.
He was thinking about
Oh,
it.
but. Seize Nesphere. Seize Nesphere. That one. Use it on that one. Oh no, he's gonna use it to farm instead. Hiya.
See? That's why. And meanwhile, topside, we do
Oh,
have Rain
cannot.
spotted out, who forces out the roll up to get the hell out of there, and he's gonna be forced to use the Rolling Thunder as well to get the hell out of there. Just 2 heroes needed to show up for him to pop both of his ultimates and just walk off. And now we don't have any threat for the next 70 seconds. 2 towers?
Yeah, good Lord of the Rings book.
Dire's top
I do
tower
agree.
is under attack.
But they're gonna take 2 towers. Maybe.
Fortified. Radiant's
Well, it's
bottom
one-on-one
tower
so far. I don't know about this top one. It should eventually fall. Backdoor's not gonna kick him before the creeps arrive, I believe.
Radiant's bottom
They
tower
already used
is
up the
under
fortification, which might be a problem. Topside,
And the
it
living
is
armor
gone.
as well.
attack. Top tower is
Oh, one
Yeah.
lane gambit so far working out for Yellow Submarine, though. I don't think you want to invade the enemy's high ground while they have Aegis. It
No.
doesn't seem like a good idea.
No. I mean,
If you're gonna invade the enemy's high ground while they have Aegis, you're gonna have a bad time, okay?
tower is under attack.
for sure. But at the same time, Cemetery is either trying to provoke a response or be like, hey, look at me, it's a free kill. Rain is gonna get a bunch of free couriers, which is great, but then he's gonna pay with his life.
Yeah,
And
at
that's
the end
all
of the day,
cute.
You're sadly not Matthew. Hailing from the South American region. I think he hit the record of 60 couriers in one game, or 50-something couriers in one game. I
This-
do believe
this
he's still the
was-
record holder. Like 2 or
This
3
was
years
after
ago.
the update, right? Okay, yeah, 2 or 3 years ago, okay. Not back in the day when everybody
No,
had
back
a
in the
courier.
day when back in the day when no
No,
one had courier.
when no one
we
had a courier,
one.
yeah.
We had the single courier. I think the record there is still around 17 or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Courier just constantly used aggressively with the team, smoke up, etc., etc.
Middle tower is under
People
attack.
swapping in and out items.
There was this toxic time when couriers were like the +1 hero.
They had the ability to use Dagon. Who came up with that BS?
I don't know, but whoever did, it made me stop playing Dota for 3 months. And at the same time, like, I have a bunch of friends who love to play like heroes like Meepos and Chens and whatnot, like all of these micro
They had
heroes.
such
And
a good time.
they had a
Cemetery.
beautiful time. Not like Cemetery right now, who pretty much dies in the... I don't think I've seen anybody die in the escape bag. That might have been a first.
What happens? Like, Escape Act is not a full immunity box, right? Overall, it does have 80% magic resistance, but that 20% damage will still go through.
It is something. Shingetsu. He is walking across the gates, trying to salvage whatever farm he has, but every single time he passes through the gate, Zero Tenacity, they know about it, because there's always a proximity mine over there. Another double Shrine of Wisdom. This time it's going to be 2.2 K experience handed between Mixa, Nesphere, and the supports. And one more tier 2 left remaining. Aegis. How much more time do we have? It's about 5 seconds. So in 5 seconds, we haven't really seen a tremendous team fight, which means the Yellow Submarine might want to do something now, but they've revealed Rain way too soon. So ultimately not doing anything.
On the other hand, Nesphere is kind of ready to go, but he could just work on his last item, that being an AC or Satanic. Anything that will give him a bit more tankiness and validity while he pushes the high ground.
Oh, they're looking to surround Batuk and Cemetery here. Batuk, nice Blink Dagger away from the danger, and he just TP's out. Meanwhile, Rain and Cemetery still standing. Rain, is he gonna TP out? Yep. But as times and times again, the escape mechanism was the Rolling Thunder, which is not good. Meanwhile, topside, Shingetsu is spotted out. We saw a bunch of pings coming in from Zero Tenacity, and they're willing to make a move forward. No Ringmaster, no safety, no nobody. They will commit for the jump. Now, he does have the BKB, but he's not gonna have the chance to use it.
Terrorized away as you cannot, running for fear while you're supposed to one that's supposed to give the fear. I don't know. It's not Shigetsu's game for sure. And honestly, Zero Tenacity, it's just shutdown after shutdown, one after the other. It's not the biggest net worth lead. They're not the most dominant team, but currently, their game plan is just better. I don't know what to tell you.
Bro, they're playing like clockwork. Like every single move they make, they either get an objective, they either get a hero, they either get a core, they're getting something. Yellow Submarine, they just, I don't know how to describe this. Like they're fishing with a shotgun and hoping they're gonna get something.
Nesphere finally going for that AC, as we mentioned. That will be, I think, the final nail in the coffin. That is Yellow Submarine, sadly.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's see
31
what Yellow
minutes into
Submarine
play.
do here. They're finally gonna pop a smoke. This is gonna be a bigger team commitment with Shingetsu still staying around the mid lane, so maybe he could be a bait difference. We'll make the jump. But it's different than we're talking about. Like, you don't want to chase him, you don't want to hunt him down, and if you want to do that, you gotta commit with the freaking black hole. He doesn't have a BKB, which is also a very big flex. And finally, after 30 minutes, that mid lane tower is gonna fall, which has been standing on about 200 HP for an immensely long time. So far, nice catches for Yellow Submarine. But you still cannot take that outpost, guys. Actually, they can. They have bottom lane taken away. Yeah.
Well, this is kind of the secret strategy from the COVID era, right? Hold on to the enemy's triangle and force them to fight there, but Zero Tenacity have no reason to fight here. They could just keep pressuring the bottom lane, take out the last outer objectives, and then just keep shoving into the enemy.
Tormi number 2 has spawned, so maybe they can even go for that. Yellow Submarine, I do love the positioning here, but they're not getting anything in return. What they're doing is just they're having this full-blown team commitment to allow SF to farm.
And their friends. And Mixa. And everyone, basically.
And now they're smoked up, so, they gave themselves this free space to control things, and now look at what Z10 are doing. They're
Well,
just
let's see if it's a trap.
going from behind. They will find Rain first. The other Rain is gonna come rolling in. But that was supposed to be your initiation. You haven't really exposed much from Zero Tenacity, who just took away your big support for the setup. Body Batik, oh my god, they're gonna find him. They use up the Wheel of Wonder, they use up the Escape Pack, they use up everything, but like Zero Tenacity, they're working their way around the problem until they get to the SF last, who's just gonna back off and TP it back home, and they're just gonna find Rain on the other side. I love this commitment. I love how they're playing this.
It's pretty much game right here. As you mentioned, the initiators are going to be attacked first. And even worse, right, but you just being taken out before he can use the black hole, before he can use the BKB black hole with Aghanim's Scepter. He doesn't get the chance.
What?
And all of that. Just
He's got a scepter?
It's a bigger
I do love
BH.
it, but...
I mean, I get the sense of that, but
oh no,
Shigetsu.
Shingetsu. I mean, the damage output was kind of scary, but again, Zero Tenacity, they're playing absolutely perfect. I mean, don't get me wrong, I do love the Enigma, the Enigma Aghanim Scepter, but you know, I want to see it do something. You know, the only black hole
like
we've
be
seen
used in general.
this game, yeah, be used in general. Like we've only seen one black hole during the entire game. One, just one.
Yeah,
Pretty sure.
sadly, but you just not really finding the opportunities. And Zero Tenacity, when you see them go in for the engagements, right, they're not going to group up for you to even just get a double. Well, we would have to commit to the single ones, and even that would give us some kind of result. I do agree with that. It's just, it doesn't feel good, you know? Like, the little voice in the back of your head is telling you, don't go yet, don't go yet, not yet, not yet, not yet, you know?
Let's see what's happening topside. I mean, oof, Batuk will make the right call to jump off. But, yeah, Yellow Submarine, they're not willing to linger there any longer, and Batuk will be caught up as he's trying to TP back home. And, nope, Mix is just gonna get him.
Still has buyback, so high ground is still gonna be a threat.
I mean, with all honesty, you're facing off against an offlaner who's got a double buyback. So, that's gonna be cute. And I'm talking about the Ceaseless Dirge.
Well, yeah, Mixa is going to be more than happy to just go full kamikaze mode as she gets his BKB. Once again, forced out. Now officially just 7 seconds long.
Yeah, meanwhile Rain is being caressed around the triangle as Difference. He is looking for more. This power-hungry daredevil, he hasn't died. How can you not die? 35 minutes, and you're throwing yourself out there so many freaking times. 13-0-12 on his KDA.
Well, not a single Orchid on the enemy team, not a single Atos on the enemy team. It's hard to execute against an Ember when you don't really have the tools to shut down that Ember Spirit.
And he has the Scepter completed. And they're gonna take the Roche with the Roche banner. So that's one more high ground siege, unless Yellow Submarine can do something about it. But they're not gonna get here on time, even if they have like the textbook beautiful setup and everybody in the pit. They're not gonna go for it. They know how overpowered they are, so the only stance that they can take is defend the high ground. But I don't know, man. It's worse than game number 1.
Is it?
I mean, time-wise,
timing-wise,
it's lasting
definitely.
longer.
No.
Yeah, but
I think the
score-wise,
outscaling, outplaying was definitely worse. In game number 1, there was 33-11 was one of our end game scoreboards while we were approaching the end.
Game number 1 ended with in 30 minutes,
and this was 38-11. Now we're 34-9. And topside, it's looking like they have found Shingetsu as times and times again. I mean, you want these items on your SF 15 minutes ago.
Oh, clearly Zero Tenacity just want to end with 35
10.
plus kills, you know, before the end of the game. Ha ha ha. No, Yellow Submarine are doing a very, very good job at delaying the game for as long as they can, so that they can finally utilize this black hole. They want to add Batuka Shiva's Guard instead of Refresher, which would be the turnaround item, in my opinion. This is a Refresher, nothing else. Everything else is a
It's
subpar
interesting.
solution. I don't really understand the Shiva's Guard personally. I don't think it will help. The Nullifier on the Pangolier could make a difference, but it's not going to be finished before this high ground is going to be ripped to shreds. Well, these 2 lanes are going to be guaranteed.
I mean, you got the slow. You got, you know, the magical damage coming in from the Shiva's Guard, and the passive that you're reducing the attack speed. So, you know, with Tiny being forced out by items to get much more attack speed, maybe it could make a difference, but ultimately it's... I don't know, it's just for that one big impact when you jump in and everybody's like, hammer time, and you try to do your best, but then everybody needs to follow up, everybody needs to be on the same train. Nesphere, he's doing this all by himself. Nullified, Wheel of Wonder, they're using everything they can. Just one Tombstone to reset things. He still has life number 1, and he's not gonna stop here. He's gonna go for more. He's gonna keep him harassed, keep him punished. Meanwhile, Rain gets burned down. This difference is gonna kill him. They will secure the gem, but the Terrorize is looking to land the Escape Act. Oh, it's not gonna help out. Rain is pushed out. Difference on a whole new level. They will finally pop a full-blown black hole, but nobody's gonna die in it. Batuk, Rain, they're gone. Shingetsu, he's being chased into the fountain. Overgrowth will temporarily put things to a halt, but there's no carry, there's no team, there's nobody from the old submarine
just
that
no problem.
can defend us. No way, just no problem. I mean, sure, but Tiny's still here. He hasn't moved away from your base. He hasn't even used up a BKB, and Rain is gonna call it. Now, this was, I hate to say it, a little bit of an underwhelming performance coming in from Yellow Submarine, who have grown on me during previous seasons, but they haven't been a part of EPL for quite some time, and it shows. Which means that Zero Tenacity will receive the second chance to proceed further into the playoffs, which, unfortunately, they will need to use it today. And it's kind of tough playing 2 series back-to-back.
Yeah, overall, sad to see our second invited team go home. After Mao's Yellow Submarine will join them as well. But it just goes to show you, the more you compete, the better chances you have, right? So it's better to play the play-ins, it's better to play the wildcards, it's better to play the last chance qualifiers, etc., right? At the end of the day, it gives you more team coordination, more opportunities to figure things out while you get further and further into a tournament. And Yellow Submarine, they just don't live up to par in this series at all. Definitely not what we expected from them, for sure. And yeah, I gotta say, this draft looked better on paper for them, but overall, with just shutting down Nesphere, but then pivoting over to Difference and not even killing him the once, as you pointed out, 15-0-15 on the Ember Spirit, where Difference is basically the biggest damage dealer in all of the game number 2 that was just watched.
Absolutely insane. I mean, Difference, definitely, with all puns intended, he made a difference in game number 1, definitely in game number 2. Like, him being the hyper-aggressor with Desire, with MLS and Mixa was definitely worthwhile their time. Nesphere, he got a free game. You know, he did die a couple of times because I assume Zero Tenacity gave them the opportunity to do so, and he pretty much died more than everybody else on his team. So you can call him a feeder for, you know, for every pop carry that has made your life a living hell. But you did manage to persevere, and again, I'm gonna say it, Yellow Submarine, even in previous seasons, they have been opting in for these grandiose big play drafts that they're not able to deliver with. And we might even see a delivery after like 50, 55 minutes once they get the refreshers, but this was not their chance. This is not that type of a patch. Everything is tempo based. Whoever dictates the tempo early on has the stronger chance to win the game. And Zero Tenacity, they've been, you know, baby steps, step by step, setup by setup, and work things out absolutely beautifully. And I am very amazed because I believe this is by far the most on-point performance they've had during the entire Masters, where everything is at stake. But again,
except for losing to Navi in the beginning of the playoffs. But other than that, yeah,
true.
They've been really stable for the past 2 series, that's for sure.
And let's see if this next series is going to be their last one, because we will need to, you know, send the mic to our other casters. So before we go, is there anything you can say to bid farewell to Yellow Submarine? Maybe, you know, wish them luck for next Masters that you're showing up?
Definitely a bit more coordination would help. I don't know if it's communication issues one way or the other. Yellow Submarine do need to knock down how they want to interact with one another on the map one way or the other. Because overall, I haven't seen that many saves from Cemetery other than self-boxing at the very last chance that they got. Rain, if you don't have the blink, how are you going to set up for the Enigma? But if you are the Enigma, how are you going to, why are you letting your Shadow Fiend be diddled from behind? Why aren't you just jumping in, throw out the black hole, and then, see where the dice falls? Zero Tenacity did the poking and prodding really, really well. And at that point, when they're poking and prodding you, you go to the other side of the triangle, smoke yourself up, and then spread out, fan out as much as possible so that you can find where the enemy is. So there are these tactics that were just absolutely not used by Yellow Submarine. Their overall strategies are absolutely on point, but I have to say, Zero Tenacity, they were just better on tempo, better on performance, and they were just more convincing today.
Yep. And we wish them luck in the upcoming series, which is going to start off at 8 o'clock CST, so we have about a 30-minute break. So do stretch, wash up,
Have a beer.
Check if have a beer, of course. Check if, outside is still scorching warm. Hopefully not. I mean, here it's starting to cool off, so I might as well go out once we're done here. Or we can just sit down and play Dota, because there's always a great time to play Dota. So, Dodi, thank you very much for joining me for this Series 3 cast. I'm Beast Defender, and next up we have the second elimination and last elimination match for today. Is going to be RUNE EATERS with Zero Tenacity once again, taken care of by Teltras and Tea Time.
On to just the top four. Welcome back to the EPL Masters number 1. I'm Tea Time with Dr. Chaltras, and we're going to be heading into RUNE EATERS versus Zero Tenacity. Zero Tenacity, you've just seen them absolutely decimating Yellow Submarine. RUNE EATERS had maybe a bit of a harder time versus Mouse, but even so, managed to get the job done. Chaltras, what are you feeling about this matchup?
Navi is destroying everyone in the upper bracket.
Okay,
And,
but we're not in the upper bracket, are we?
No, we're not. But Rune Eaters, what Zero Tenacity just did to Yellow Submarine, Rune Eaters got handed that exact same medicine by Navi. Level Up as well, who are waiting for the winners between these two matchups. I am a bit surprised to see Zero Tenacity actually clean sweep Yellow Submarine being the invited team at the playoffs or EPL Masters. And I would say Yellow Submarine had the better roster, so I mean, Zero Tenacity clearly have leveled up. They also have that Centaur, which is a favorite of theirs. And Rune Eaters, they'll go for the Ember Spirit and the Mirana. Something interesting, though, earlier today we saw Eki with the Rubik, and he managed to steal several black holes in their earlier series. Would be very interesting if we actually had that again.
To be fair, stealing a black hole is not the most impressive thing that Eki has done on that Rubik. He's done a lot more as well. But yeah, absolutely. One of the nice things about RUNE EATERS picking up Ember as well is that it denies that pick out from Zero Tenacity, who have had Ember as their most picked hero. They've picked it 15 times across the tournament. In the group stage especially, it's been such an emphasis for them. And they've been pairing it together actually with the Undying a lot. So when they go in and open up with the Centaur plus Tusk combination, they do immediately sort of take that Undying out of picking for themselves. You're not going to have a triple melee situation early on, even if you wanted to put the Undying on position 5.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity, meanwhile, they do have the Tusk as well as Lina. I really like this combo. They should be a carry Lina. When you pair it up with the Tusk, the Fiery Soul gives you attack speed, the tag team gives you attack damage. And you already have a very long attack range with the Lina. More and more teams are trying this out. You have the buffer of that Centaur as well. Eventually, you'll hit that workhorse timing past that 30 to 35 minute mark. So Zero Tenacity are prepping for both the early game, a strong laning phase, and that late game mark. Rune Eaters have already shown us this Ember Spirit, which is most likely going to be on the mid lane, and they add in the Lich. So they are also prepping for the flex potential this Lina offers. If the Lina is going to be magic damage focused, then you have that Frost Shield, also good against that physical damage Lina. But Rune Eaters, they decide to go for the Swen. I see more teams going for the Swen. I just don't like this hero. I just don't think the Swen does well here, because you have the Walrus Punch. Walrus Punch has an airtime of 1.7 seconds, which means even if you have the BKB, you're going to be having 1.7 seconds of your BKB timer wasted because you're going to be up into the air. Not to mention that Snowball. Just hide away inside of that Snowball for 2 seconds, meanwhile means that 3+ seconds of your 9-second BKB or your 7-second BKB, you're not going to be hitting anyone.
I mean, also when you compound that in with the idea that there's a Centaur there, so as long as he's able to get his Stampede off towards the end of that snowball, Sven's not actually catching up to anyone over there either. Sven can be counted so easily, so this will be a game that very heavily actually hinges on AIK and his Mirana. And although again, he's picked it a fair bit, it's a hero he's very comfortable on, but I never want a Mirana stun to be what one of my primary ways of locking someone down is. Lich is there with your secondary stun as well, but I do just wonder about how that snowball sort of interacts up against the entirety of Rune Eaters. It feels like they're picking into a difficult lineup for them, and that's only talking about the Tusk and the Centaur. Let's not pretend like Lina isn't pretty good at kiting as well because of the range and just generally, even if things are going badly, you're a natural Yule Scepter builder if you really want to as well. Plus, you do all right, if not very well in the lane versus the Ember Spirit as well. So you're expecting this Lina to be off to a hot start. So yeah, immediately seeing that Sven does feel like Rune Eaters are putting themselves a little bit on the back foot here.
Yeah, it's also very easy to kite that Sven. Now you Zero Tenacity, they have the Wind Ranger. Shackle Shot is always going to be a critical factor against these two melee cores that Rune Eaters have. Not to mention, you don't know which of these heroes are going to be going on which lane. The Wind Ranger could be a pause 4, could be even a pause 5, I would say, and it could be a carry hero. Zero Tenacity, meanwhile, like you pointed out, this could be a mid lane Lina building up to that Yule Scepter, or it could just be a carry Lina. So I do very much prefer the draft of Zero Tenacity. Of course, there is the caveat, right? If, in fact, that Swen is able to land that one hit on you at that 30-minute mark with a Daedalus Pact in, the Lina and the Wind Ranger aren't exactly heroes that can actually survive against that kind of damage output, right? A 2,000 damage critical strike coming out. So Zero Tenacity do have to be very careful about that. And I would imagine that you want perhaps even more controlled right now, or perhaps even more burst potential. I'm just not sure where they should be picking that one up.
Do you think there's any chances for an Enigma or something like that to come through over here? Because again, honestly, I'm just thinking about this, and it's like, if you can have an Enigma be the secondary initiator after Sven's got his Stormbolt off, if you can layer that on top of the aftermath of the Snowball or something like that, that's sort of what's coming to mind. Just a big AoE initiator. Even if you want to have a frontliner, maybe, again, it's not really in the metagame right now, but maybe a Tidehunter or something on those lines wouldn't be terrible either. I really think lockdown with this Sven is really necessary.
Yeah, I think a Mars would be perfect here for Rune Eaters. It's great against that Centaur, great against that Lina, or the Wind Ranger, right? Great against either one, whoever is going to be dishing out the right clicks. Just
good with the Mirana as well in lane. You got a decent combo there.
For Chain Frost into the Mars Arena, you're kind of stuck in that position. You can't really do anything. Even if Stampede comes out, like you pointed out, you're going to be running around in circles, so won't really have that opportunity for escape. This should be a Mars pick coming up for Rune Eaters. You can also go for the Tidehunter. Like, that pick isn't bad. Ravage, as well as the Anchor, to hold down the Lina, hold down the Wind Ranger, or maybe even hold down Stampede, whoever you want to go in on. So between the Tidehunter and the Mars, Tidehunter would definitely offer you some more potential to build up those auras, maybe a stronger presence in the lane where you may need that damage block against that Tusk and the Lina combo, or Tusk and the Wind Ranger combo.
Can you snowball out of the Anchor?
I believe you can.
Okay. But Rubik pick comes through regardless, because they are expecting one of those big AoE heroes. So lanes do feel like they're pretty set in stone. This should be a position 1 Lina, most likely a position 2 Wind Ranger to come through. That's pretty interchangeable, I think it's fair to say. So you're still going to be looking out to see what that actual offlaner is. Zero Tenacity are coming through over here, though, with carries that are very squishy and supports that need to do a lot to save. That Rubik Shard is going to be a very critical point as well. You don't just think that this is a Rubik pick only for the ultimate. You are going to need to be able to maneuver them around and away from the Sven. And we've not really been able to talk about the Ember too much while we focus down on the Sven, because Sven is obviously very kiteable, but does Ember's mobility help mitigate any of that at all versus this lineup?
I think the Ember is going to have a difficult laning phase, but an overall okay game. It's still a lot of disables on Zero Tenacity's side. If you get hit by the Shackle Shot even once, you are likely to get chain stunned down. And there's not too much save available from Rune Eaters. It's not as if they have a Ringmaster or a Tusk on their own side, or anything like that. But wow, Rune Eaters, they'll go for a Dawnbreaker. This doesn't actually add in that wombo combo. This is that lockdown.
This is much better in lane, just for being able to put in a little bit more, kill potential, I suppose, because I do think the Mars doesn't have nearly as much damage. But even then, in the lane, I mean, chasing up after Nesfair is going to be a very difficult time on the Wind Ranger on the other side, especially if Morales is going right next to him as the Rubik. This is not this isn't a stereotypical Dawnbreaker game at all. There isn't even it's not even like Zero Tenacity has this great initiation ability where you want to be able to have that global counter out or anything on those lines either.
I really like a Dawn here, simply because when the Tusk and the Wind Ranger go in on you, you can just Celestial Hammer away. You don't have to play the Tusk's game. You can just wait out that tag team duration and then maybe even counter it out with a Starbreaker of your own, go in on the Wind Ranger. So I do like the Dawnbreaker pick for that. I guess the Solar Guardian is also going to be a critical factor if you get caught in, or if your Swen gets caught, if Copy gets caught. But I would have still preferred the Tidehunter or the Mars pick over here for Rune Eaters. I think you don't necessarily need that Solar Guardian counter initiation. I think you already have plenty of heal, or rather plenty of sustain for that initial 5 seconds of that team fight. But perhaps it's just a more comfortable pick for Malik here. Taking a look at both overall drops, I will say that Zero Tenacity, they don't have much sustain in their lineup outside of that Centaur. Most of their heroes barely have any HP. For Rune Eaters, this Dawnbreaker plus this Swen are going to be very tanky, not to mention when you're playing a right-click based Wind Ranger, you have damage reduction on your focus fire built in, right, naturally. And the Swen has a Warcry granting all of his allies bonus armor. So that is a direct counter, or rather actually that stacks on the damage reduction that the Wind Ranger possesses. So it's going to be very difficult for Nestor to dish out that damage, and probably going to be a slow burn to find his farm. I don't think Nestor will be able to participate in those team fights until past the 20-minute mark at this, as the draft currently has played out.
I think it's reasonable to say Nesfer might actually end up defaulting out to his second position when it comes to farm priority. This might end up being like we're looking at effectively a Lina carry in a lot of ways. But we're gonna have to wait to see how this one shapes out. You're right that there's less sustain, but I still think this game is going to be defined by Eki in the first 10 minutes and what he can get done on this Mirana. Because as far as the laning phase is concerned, RUNE EATERS should lose every single lane. I think across the map pretty much. Sven will come out even when it comes to farm and whatnot, but he's not really coming through with massive kill potential when there's a task down on the bottom lane. Centaur is very tanky as well. It feels like your only road to success has to come off the back of a cat who throws arrows out.
Those arrows are pretty deadly.
They are pretty deadly. That cat's
I
big.
recall before even the patch came out, one of my players said that he really likes the Mirana as a support hero. I did not believe him. I did not pick the Mirana. I stayed away from the Mirana.
Watch out for this Radiant wraparound, Telshus.
It's a very interesting wraparound.
Copy's been left
Normally
behind.
you have it the other way around where you go through the offlane, but they're actually going in through the triangle. They need to be careful though. There are only 4 over here, but at the same time, they can catch someone with so much of this lockdown, so much burst potential as well. Every single one of these heroes has a stun built in, and Morales.
Vinci goes in. Morales is caught out by the Stormhammer. He should be going down over here. Mullet can guarantee it. No, he actually doesn't go for the Celestial Hammer, but Rincy can find first blood regardless. So he's going to be A-okay.
Swen grabbing the first blood though. That is what RUNE EATERS wanted. That is a head start for your carry. And for Zero Tenacity, that's a hard move to figure out. You're not really going to expect a lineup to be coming in through your own triangle behind your tier 2 tower and execute a move like that.
Yeah, and
That's
it's
one
moves
for the
like that
books,
that are going to be very important just to be able to give Rincy that advantage. Like we said earlier on, you're not actually going to be getting the most out of Rincy unless he does well in his lane. This is the only player who's supposed to be guaranteed to get some farm. To correct myself, of course, A. Morales is the one on bottom lane, not the Dusk.
Did you know why he's called Immorales?
You've told me this before 5 times, but the viewers might not know, so I'll let you go for it.
It's because his mother's favorite
flower is A. Morales, yes.
Exactly. And I find that's why I'm mentioning for the 6th time. I will mention it every single time I see him on screen because that is just so wholesome.
A little bit less wholesome is trying to get last hits with a Fate Bolt on you. It's not too bad early levels, it's okay. Remember, it's just a percentage reduction, so it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. But mid lane, man, Copy is going low. He's down to 30 HP. He's really not having a good time.
Yeah, I mean, he can't really do anything apart from use his Sleight of Fist, which Difference doesn't really care about. As soon as he gets the bottle, he's even gonna be less afraid of it. And this Ember Spirit might just die over here if he's not that careful. He does have his bottle now thanks to the last Sleight of Fist he did use, so he'll have to wait for that sustain to come in. But I'm afraid it might not actually change the dynamic of his lane here.
Bot side. A little bit of damage dealt out, but Rincy and AIK are going to be coming out worse for wear as far as the trades are concerned.
Nesfer being able to grab a kill is pretty big. I mean, that's the problem with the Tusk plus the Wind Ranger, right? Or even the Tusk plus the Lina. Whichever hero was supposed to be here with the Tusk, that tag team was something that is going to be unavoidable sources of damage. And the reason they picked the Dawnbreaker was to be able to Celestial Hammer away, but the Mirana, even with the leap, potentially with the leap available, it's still dangerous for her. As he does have his level 2 now, I suppose.
Yeah. I think I'm much more concerned about the last hits and what they say about the state of the game out in middle. Difference is on 15 last hits, 6 denies. He is just absolutely killing it in that department. And it's not like you're stopping anyone else from farming too massively. Maybe Nesfer is low on the top side. He does actually end up going down to 200, but the Celestial Hammer missing means that pressure on Nesfer is just reduced massively.
Yeah, I don't think you can get the kill on the Wind Ranger, if I'm being honest. He can just wind run away. And even then, Desire should be, on his toes to keep his snowball for Nesfer. I don't think you necessarily have to use any of your spells aggressively apart from the tag team. So you can just hold yourself back. But the real problem is this mid side. But it is still impressive how this Ember Spirit Copy is still somehow managing to find his farm. Or it's somewhat finding his farm, as
look, he's doing what he can.
Keeping up.
there's only so much you're going to do up against Alina. He's 19 and 8, sure, but you've got 14 of your own last hits. That's fine. That's the best you can hope for. Bot side
They
of the
are
map.
also getting pressured on this bot side. I mean, this is this is Rune Eaters who are going to have to figure out how to make a comeback once this laning phase ends.
Look, the thing is, they're being pressured, but last hits wise, let's not ignore the fact that Netsphere is actually doing pretty poorly in the last hits department in comparison with his fan.
That is very surprising, right? That you take a look at this Wind Ranger. It's not as if Eki has his Celestial Quiver to deny away creeps. That's just not possible. And they're not even keeping lane equilibrium maintained. They want to play for the aggression. But often at times, when you're trying to trade aggression, you forget to take last hits. And I think that you need to readjust with how you need to keep your tab on how many last hits that you're getting. Because right now the Swen is at 27 and the Wind Ranger is at 16. That's a 9 loss hit difference. That's 2 entire creep waves. That's 400 gold nearly.
What do you think Malik's item build should be on the Dawnbreaker in this game? Do you think this is a Blade Mill game coming out for him early on, just be able to fight?
I think he's probably going to go for the Echo Saber, the standard build for the Dawn. Maybe you get the Aghanim Scepter later on, but I think once you get the Echo Saber, then you think about how the game is actually going. Are you able to get kills or not? Are you able to snowball or not? Because you can effectively be a secondary damage dealer in case your Swen is unable to do so.
Desaire's already used a snowball. If there's a way to get an arrow out, there's a chance to get a kill right now, but Netsphere is full HP and Desire's all the way backed off and salving himself up. So again, it's damage exchange, and it's going to be useful for making sure last hits are denied, but even there, Netsphere, as he levels up, it'll be harder and harder to do that. Trading damage versus the power shot gets worse and worse as time goes on.
Copy is doing better now, surprisingly. He's finally settled in towards that mid side. He's still down 10 CS, but now that he has a level 3 in the Flame Guard, he can absorb a lot of the damage of the Lina coming in from the Dragon Slaves. The only problem is, Difference's spells are so spammable. And since Difference has his innate, that 65 or 67% overtime damage based on his spell damage, is just going to mean that your Flame Guard eventually burns out to just 1 or even 2 spells of the Lina.
Eki and Eki are trying to contest this rune. If they're able to stop Lina from getting the power rune, that could be a big boon. Top side is controlled, though Lina will get himself an invis. It shouldn't be too threatening. It's not like a haste rune or an AD rune for sure, but with the Wisdom rune coming up in about a minute or so, and there's definitely going to be at least the idea of making a play. Desire on top lane with the help of a Blood Grenade and a Shackle Shot goes in onto Malik. He still has himself the Ice Shards as well as a Snowball. Uses both. Malik is trapped inside, and Netsphere should be able to get himself an easy kill. Now with the Invis rune used, Difference also wants to come out and make a play for this Wisdom.
Unfortunate timing, or should I say, great timing for Zero Tenacity. They may have not known that the supports rotated away, but what they did know was that there was no support to help out Malik. And now they're going to make a move for the Shrine of Wisdom. For Rune Eaters, they need to make a similar play right now, or they're going to lose out big over here.
Yeah, Mix has been forced all the way into the tower. They've done a good job of making sure that they can at least trade rune for rune, but can Difference actually find a second kill onto Malik? That's going to be what makes a huge problem coming out. Difference, can he get them both? He's underneath the course of the sentry. Ward will be caught out completely, but Malik doesn't have damage, and neither does Copy. This level 3 Flame Guard not doing enough. Snowball comes out to absorb them all. Difference goes down, and Desire might be next. It's an overextension from Zero Tenacity that's going to give Copy his necessary comeback gold.
He found the 2-man Light Strike Array, they even found a Snowball, and they found a great power shot coming in from Netsphere. Unfortunately, it did not matter. That Frost Shield from the Lich kept them going. Despite the magical damage coming in from the Lina, it really did not matter. Good observation by Rune Eaters. They took the Shrine of Wisdom, and then they immediately showed up on that top side to provide the necessary backup. And Zero Tenacity, like you mentioned, overextended past their limits there. Despite of playing with the magical damage, against the Lich with the Frost Shield, it turns out to not be too much. That Frost Shield has a 50% damage reduction, or rather, close to 50% damage reduction, even at the level 1 mark.
Yeah, and I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, actually, mid-side. I think Difference might be dying over here. Copy's going in with the help of a Haste Rune onto Eki. Arrow is going to miss, so Copy now needs one more Sleight of Fist, but with the flower being used, Difference actually thinks he can turn things around with the help of the Stampede as well. Eki's got a Haste Rune on though, so he can almost outrun the Stampede. Leap will certainly guarantee it, and now Copy's going in for 2. Dodges out the stun, using the Sleight of Fist, and A. Morales might be next. His mother's favorite flower is wilted, but not dead yet. It's a critical kill on the Difference, though, with Stampede being used as well. That's big.
Nesphere, he wants to take out Rinsecue.
Bot side. I mean, he doesn't really have much of a chance. There's going to be Lich TPing over as well. Nesphere is only just going to mitigate farm and nothing else. And speaking of farm, 79 last hits, 4,300 net worth for the Sven. 9 minutes in.
1,000 net worth ahead of the Wind Ranger, and you even take a look at the mid lanes over here. Rune Eaters, despite the fact that that Copy was being, quite frankly, destroyed by this Lina, because you found these kills, because Zero Tenacity overextended on that Shrine of Wisdom, Difference going down, even the Ember Spirit is ahead of the Lina, nearly by 1,000, but to be specific, by about 800. Right now, though, they are still eyeing down Difference. They want this Lina.
A. Morales will be the one they find, though, and Lena might still be underneath a little bit of trouble. And if Shadows comes out early in, and with the help of the Dawnbreaker, they're hoping to die. They'll manage to get it done. Difference doesn't have a TP either. This is a big kill. Second kill coming out in 40 seconds, and Desire wants to be up next on the menu. He's going to be ordered all the way back to the fountain. Remember, more and more TPs being used. Desire, are you going to be able to live over here? Absolutely not. Triple kill for Copy, and the man who was left behind in lane now takes the lead.
He is about 1,500 net worth ahead of that of the Lina, and this is a big trouble. This is really troublesome. He will have a very early Spirit Vessel. After that point, we spoke about the squishiness of Zero Tenacity. And he should be making his way towards this bot side.
Oh, bot side though. Sven's already getting aggressive. That might be early, just to make sure he can get the creep down. Nothing else. It's a little bit of extra gold, but not quite what you're hoping when you ask God for strength. Dulcers, I think one of the things we have to sort of remind the viewers as well is there's 2 deaths coming out for the Lina right now, back to back, which everyone's considering, but even though the death before this on the top side was prefaced by an Invis rune being used for a full 40 seconds, so you've actually not seen this Lina farm since the 630 mark. Maybe he can get that farm with a kill. Copy's being chased by that right click through the Remnant, and that's going to be how Difference gets himself back 600 gold, while Nesphere picks up a little something on top lane as well.
Big kills coming out. Ember Spirit, Rune Eaters, this time around, getting a bit too ahead of themselves. They really tried to break through that tier 1 tower all by themselves, despite the tower being full HP. Remember, the Ember Spirit was playing with the waves on his part of the map. So that tier 1 tower was at near full HP when they started poking it down with the Arcane Rune. And they just wasted that one away for Rune Eaters. They also lost a Dawnbreaker solo to a Wind Ranger. That kill should never take place. Like, Dawn should be able to get away. With Nesphere, he tried that same Focus Fire play on the Swan. It did not work out there, so he decided to make the same play over on the top side.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Tier 1 tower and mid lane can't really be contested though, so even though there's been some comeback kills, the map control is massively going the way of the side, which was supposed to be kited, but right now it feels like the Rune Eaters boys have a serious chance of snowballing. And speaking of snowballing, that arrow misses out completely. Desire is going to be forced to pull out that snowball, but that just gives Copy time to come over and participate with a long-range Flame Guard kill, just the way you love to see it.
It is still a support kill though. It's not nearly what Zero Tenacity have been getting. At the same time, Rune Eaters do have the net worth advantage in their favor, but Z10 are going to be able to break through this tier 1 tower, the first one of the game. It is going to be a trade though. I believe Copy should be able to find the mid lane tower now.
I mean, mid lane tower's already gone.
Oh, okay.
It died a minute ago. Bot side, Zero Tenacity want to make a play and want to take a fight. Nesphere goes forward.
Top side too.
Sorry, I meant to say top side. And it's going to be AIK going down, and Malik will be caught out underneath the sentry ward. No chance of survival. Copy comes over looking for mitigation. Heals not enough, and Nesphere, although he's at risk, Copy doesn't have a remnant out. Can he survive over here? Do you have enough disable between the supports to take him down? No, you don't. And with Copy continuing to survive, continuing to deal damage, Difference has to make his way over. Oh my god, dodges out the Laguna Blade with the Illusion Rune as well. Eki gets himself a double kill in the meanwhile, and while Copy is styling on them, Difference will have to settle for supports.
It is an overall 3-for-2 exchange. So while that does look much better for Zero Tenacity, they did lose their carry. Difference came over hoping for a kill on this Ember Spirit. They weren't able to find it. So while they're getting the numbers advantage in terms of the kills here, Rune Eaters are in a great spot. Both of their two most important scores at the very top of the charts.
Yeah, okay, might actually be able to still get this to work out. The chain frost keeps on going. Catches them out next to the small camp. Even when they use a snowball, there's 3 creeps there, so it continues bouncing. And then it just has that linger effect long enough. And it's a guaranteed death.
Copy is just styling on them at this point. They thought he had left.
Copy just... Listen. I'm not going to let you take away, credit from AIK like that. That's all AIK. Copy just comes in with a sleight of fist to finish them off and get a double kill, alright?
Yeah, but
you're just a mid player, okay? I get it, Delchus. You think supports don't do anything.
Why did he get credit? That's the bare minimum he's doing.
The bare minimum is to get 2 kills on their carry and support.
Mid laner getting a double kill? That is flashy.
As you can tell, Teltris is the most unpleasant person to play matchmaking within all of the EPL broadcast team.
That is fair. I will accept that.
Smoke through on bot side, and Nesfer wants to make a play. Nesfer is seriously abandoning any intentions of farming right now. He's got that Maelstrom and he wants to find kills. That's all he cares about right now. The Observer Ward down is nice. It's neat. But again, wasted time, man.
It definitely is. And when you consider the fact that one of these carries between this matchup is a flash farmer, the other one really isn't. Wind Ranger does not farm well. That's why you build up a Maelstrom. And if you're wasting away this much time while this Swen with the Echo Saber is just farming away 200 gold or 300 gold away from his Blink Dagger, not to mention there's no guarantee this play will work. The Solar Guardian is up.
Yeah, I was going to mention that Malik is Malik provides so much healing. Bot side trying to go in. They've actually got more than enough burst damage, so we do underestimate that. And now Malik might be in trouble. Copy comes over to bail him out. And with a double damage room, Copy is trouble. 1 for 1. Carry for carry, but bot side play is being made. AIK again trying to unsettle the scales as he's chasing after A Morales. Can this be another kill? It feels like it should be. Malik comes through, uses himself his hammer, and will be able to chase down A Morales. It's a second kill. They can get a 2 for 1 across the map.
That's not worth it, unfortunately. If you lose your carry trying to take out the other carry, sure, the carry to carries get traded. The Wind Ranger gets a bit more gold from that. But it's not worth it because when the Swen respawns, he just go back to farm. And you have to consider the lost time that you spent on this Wind Ranger trying to get that kill in the first place.
And this is something that we're seeing Zero Tenacity do time and time again. It's a typical underdog mentality where in your process of trying to set up plays, you will leave behind so many resources. I mean, I go back to that 6.5 minute Lena gank where Difference finds an Invis Rune, uses basically 3.5 minutes just trying to fight in the next few deaths that he's having. Nesfer is doing something a little bit similar. Kills are nice, it's good, but again, when you're contrasting out that farming potential, Rincey's kind of owning it. He's got his Blink Dagger coming over.
And if a Swen is very far ahead, remember, he'll get to his MKB earlier.
Copy. Bot lane, Mixer will be saved by the ball for now. They're trying to reinitiate in onto Eki's Mirana. Quick arrow out will deal some extra damage, and while that's not much of a stun, it's enough to make sure they can get a secondary kill as well. The snowball is a great saving spell, but sometimes it just means they get 2 kills instead of 1.
Yeah, it kind of sets up for the other team if you're not careful with it. But unfortunately, in that position,
you don't have a choice.
If you're a support, you don't have a choice. You kind of have to try and go save your Centaur. And to be fair, we haven't really seen too much of that Centaur. We have seen a lot of Stampedes come out T-time, but not really any kind of an impact on Mixer. He has, I believe, he has the Helm of the Dominator trying to go for the Lotus Orb. I don't think those items are going to help him very much. He needs to participate in the team. He needs to get a Blink Dagger right now because that front line is what they're missing.
Master is gone. That Blink Dagger used. Wind Run can't even be pulled out. I mean, this is the problem that you talked about, Teltrus. Wind Ranger is paper, and Sven's got an axe, not even a pair of scissors.
It just takes that one swipe. And right now, that's without the Daedalus, by the way, which will be there much earlier than anticipated because Zero Tenacity were supposed to win their lanes. They were supposed to be dominating the early game and not be 5,000 net worth behind at this point.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. Top side, another kill for Copy comes through as Rubik is caught trying to use the twin gates. And Zero Tenacity will continue to bleed kills. Now with the Sven having a blink dagger, this is a hyper-mobile team coming through for Rune Eaters who are going to be continually initiating again and again.
Radiant's middle tower is under
And there's no counter initiation play here if you're Z10. Right? They spend their time rotating 4 heroes just to be able to get 1 kill while wasting away an entire minute to do so. And that's at the 18-minute mark, that's not worth it, because as time goes on, heroes become more efficient at farming. So that my minute may be 500 loss of net worth at the 10-minute mark, but it's going to be 1,000 net worth loss at the 20-minute mark.
EIK finds a chance to initiate and uses the Dominator creep to try and take down Mixer. In the meanwhile, the the Solar Guardian will be enough to stun Nesphere. Nesphere is dead to the Celestial Hammer, and Mixer still being chased up in the back line. Scopy trying to reinitiate on this center will get the root and the Sleight of Fist on 2. Difference was supposed to be the maker of the difference. Instead, he's going to be the maker of death and only his own. This is no chances whatsoever for Zero Tenacity to get a playoff. They continue to try again because they know their lineup is built to kill. But right now, it's only just dying.
And this is now a 9,000 disadvantage that they are facing. That this is turning out to be an impossible scenario for them. I don't see any kind of plan B for this kind of a lineup. You're just supposed to be ahead. Your plan B is supposed to be ahead. Your plan C is maybe someone is ahead, but all 3 cores are behind. No one has kill potential against the Solar Guardian, and even then, even if you find the 1 kill, right, as we saw several minutes ago, even if you find the 1 kill, it's not going to go by unpunished. And that's the problem. There's no way to get a clean pick-off, reset, and farm.
In an ideal world, the Stampede's supposed to be for that, but you also have to use that to set up is the problem.
There is a silver lining here. Both the Lina as well as the Windranger are going for the physical DPS build. I suppose when this game reaches the 30-minute mark, you should be able to... Yeah. 30.
I think you're underestimating it. I don't think this is gonna work out for them before at least 37 or so. Like, you need to really stop there being a single barracks from being taken down before 37.
I don't think Rune Eaters will take down a barracks by the 30-minute mark.
37
probably.
37, yeah.
They'll probably have a barracks down at that point.
Yeah, okay, maybe. Caught out. Morales is hoping to be able to find a kill on the supports at the very least, but with this Solar Guardian, look at the heal they have. There's nothing you can do. Mullik, I mean, he's not even being touched by difference. Copy finds 1, Copy finds 2, and Nesphere feels like he's a guaranteed casualty wherever he goes. He might finally be able to actually get out of here in a 2-for-1, which frankly I take, but maybe they don't. Maybe they still want more. Nesphere picks up a 2nd kill with a long-range power shot as Mix is reinitiating. Copy will be able to get away, but can Eke do the same? Yes, he can. There's no reason to chase and no ability to do so either. Not with Rinsey making his way through the twin gates.
I think they still need to go for more as soon as their supports respawn. There's no Solar Guardian, there's no Lich. This is the absolute best time to try and take a fight right now. Zero Tenacity for this entire game have been trying to find pickoffs while Mullik has had the Solar Guardian. Now it's on cooldown, your supports have respawned. Sure, your Windranger doesn't have any mana, but your Lina can play, your Centaur can play. You need to rotate around, but something tells me they're not going to do that.
Dallas, it's on cooldown for 18 seconds.
Well,
you know those movies where there's like a trapdoor in the pyramid that's just very slowly like kind of coming down and closing, and you've got like the smallest margin to jump through. That's what it feels like trying to rely on the Solar Guardian's cooldown.
Yeah, it's an
80-second cooldown. It's not insignificant, but if you're going even in a fight, you're not taking advantage of that cooldown. It's not possible.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's no way to find the kills here because, as we just saw, that Frost Shield plus the Solar Guardian, they just out-heal the damage coming out from Z10 because there's no real damage coming out by Z10.
Can we really quickly take a look at AIK? Just look at what this guy has on the Lich. He's got a brown boots, he's got a windlace, a wand, and a shard. This is the ultimate position 6 gamer, and he has had so much impact. in this
I mean,
entire
if he
game.
has the brown boots, then what does the Tusk have, who's 1,000 net worth behind? How does the Tusk have a...
I mean,
blink
it's
dagger?
a shard difference. Oh, well, I mean, listen, the IK... Sometimes...
Is Eki dead as well? Okay. Okay, Eki lives.
Sometimes you gotta make the sacrifice, you know?
I actually think that sacrifice is worth it. If you're a support, I would rather die, go back to the fountain with full HP and mana, and have a nice shiny shard.
Well, I mean, Sven got the shard because he already bought one, so...
Oh, wow.
You know, this is actually ridiculously good versus them.
Yeah, exactly. It's like 300 damage physical barrier, not to mention you can attempt to match the pace of that Stampede because you get an additional 13%, or rather 18% bonus movement speed. So, with the Phase Boot Ember Spirit, with the Mirana Leap, that's a lot of MS.
To put into context for people, 300 physical damage with the extra armor is basically 3 hits from the Lina. And that might sound insignificant, but Alina basically gets like 5 hits off in a full duration light strike array. Maybe 6 or something, depending on the items.
And these items aren't too good for physical damage.
Yeah.
The Hurricane Pike and a BKB, right? They're items they need, but you need critical strikes right now. That's what the Lina really needs.
Man.
Copy, as soon as he gets his Aghanim Scepter, this game is gonna... I mean...
It's gonna feel a little bit over.
How Zero Tenacity actually hold this Ember Spirit back at that point. Like, I would be more afraid of this Ember Spirit than I would be of this Swan.
Radiant are scanning.
Nesphere almost has his BKB, so at the very least there is that, so he can actually try and fight around the Ember Spirit. The problem is, the BKB timing isn't too far off of what Sven's Daedalus timing is going to be. So while you can play around and away from Copy and Rinsey, they are going to massacre the rest of your team.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think you win a team
Speaking
fight.
of, Rinsey wants to go in with a Blink Dagger. Can he find it? No, Dust actually disables his Blink, and Desire saves the day with a quick rigmarole. EIK spots out Mixa. They want to engage. It's instead going in onto the Rubik. He's actually saved by the neutral creep. Stampede allows him to disengage, and now they don't have the Solar Guardian. As long as you can stay alive, why would you bring him closer to you? The Ember Spirit is going all the way in. Copy is caught out though, and do they have the follow-up Suns? With the help of the Shackle Shot, they finally take him down. Malik is committed in too deep. He will be caught out by the shards as well, but has the hammer coming back off of cooldown, and Mixa dies as the big bad wolf is in town. It's going to be Rinsey who finds another Stormbolt on the difference, but difference is forced out away. It's actually the Hurricane Pike on himself. Reinitiation from AIK on a Nesphere. Nesphere doesn't have that BKB anymore, and Malik is still fighting away. Nesphere stays alive, barely ticks out. That's going to be the damage from the hammer, and while Eki tries to disengage, Difference has had this be his fight and his fight alone. This is the turnaround that Zero Tenacity was looking for.
I mean, this is the turnaround that they were handed on a silver platter. Copied, he had no business chasing that far out without the Solar Guardian as the backup available, without the Chain Frost available, or even the Frost Shield. I don't know why he went in like that. Zero Tenacity, they were so far behind, but now they have that comeback. That's a full team wipe on Rune Eaters. They lost all of their streaks. Sure, Mixa had to buy back for that one, but I don't even think it matters. They lost a monster kill streak. They lost a dominating streak. Overall, they actually lost 4,000 gold in that fight. 10,000 experience just went the way of Z10.
Yeah, the 10k experience is really big, actually. More than anything else, that's what feels like makes a huge difference, because the supports get to level up a fair bit, and even Lina is getting closer and closer to that level 20 talent as well. You know, the extra Fiery Soul per stack is a massive difference maker.
You also are getting close to your level 20 talent for the Wind Ranger, minus 10% focus fire damage, as well as your level 18 with the bonus attack speed up to the 500 mark. Like, it's just a whole lot of everything going for everyone. Even the plus 120 snowball damage matters at this point. And if you're Rune Eaters, a 15,000 net worth advantage is great.
See? Oh, he almost gets caught out underneath. Essentially, what if he'd been a little bit less careful about the blink, he would have died for sure. Difference was nearby as well.
Rune Eaters will now have to play very careful, because another team fight like that, and this game is going to be completely even. I actually think that Z10 are in a great position to take fights right now, because both their Lina as well as the Wind Ranger have a BKB up.
Well, they agree with you because now they've smoked up and they're trying to set course down below. And if they can find Malik, that's huge. Malik will really struggle to get away, Solar Guardian or not. But they're circling around. They see Copy on the map. They're getting greedy. Catching Copy relies purely on Morales. He's the only player over here. Actually, you could blink it and maybe Walrus punch him as well, to be fair. Either one of those will be fine for an initiation. Because it needs to be instant.
I wonder what the Rubik has. Okay, Rubik has nothing right now. No spell stolen. Haven't really seen a big spell being stolen by this Rubik either, but he is often the first point of contact and just dies immediately in that team fight.
There's a 9-second BKB out for Malik as well on the Dawnbreaker. This is not going to be a guaranteed fight for Zero Tenacity by any means, especially if Copy's able to go in with his shield rune still there. It's got another 4 or 5 seconds on it, so you don't really have to worry too much about that. But look at what Nesfear is up to. He is so aggressive, and he's actually gotten a serrated Shiv as well, so his damage is going up massively because of that one neutral item. This is getting scary. The full wrap is not going to work, though.
They have the Watcher, though. They have some kind of vision, even if it's not too much.
They should have an idea. That Copy's on this high ground. Do they realize that he's going to be accompanied? This is an impossible fight. And now with the Moonlight Shadow used as well, Rincey can actually initiate onto where he saw the power shot come in from. Instead, they're going to find Desire for free. And without the toss, this becomes a fight you really don't want to take. There's a 3-man Stormball that could come through, but Rincey not willing to initiate. Now he's found the target he wanted. It's Difference not going down. Will be able to run away courtesy of the Stampede. That BKB saves him for now. Will get the hell out of dodge, but not for long as Malik actually chases him down in a way with the help of the Harpoon as well. Mix is caught off in the top lane courtesy of Copy's insane mobility. And what was going to be this little window of hope has instead been shut down on their very fingers.
They tried to go in, but realized that it was becoming impossible. The toss got out first, and at that point, Rune Eaters knew that everyone else was right there, and Zero Tenacity could not hold on together. Instead, fear struck them, and they dispersed in their lineup. There's no way the Lina makes it out of that position if he's all alone. There's no way Mixa makes it out of the position if he's all alone. No one can survive on their own, and unfortunately, that's the position they found themselves in.
I think Nestor just killed himself.
Kill, but he's just dead.
Yeah, he's gone. Harpoon comes out to bring him a little bit closer. There is going to be that snowball through. Nesfear is saved by the bell and the force staff as well. Malik, though, chasing in with the Starbreaker, gets himself the stun on the Wind Ranger and follows up with a few more supports. What was a team wipe before will only be replicated as... I mean, as you just see all 5 dead all over again because Lena still hasn't respawned.
It's a full team wipe. It's a 19,000 lead at that 31-minute mark. This game was 9,000 of a disadvantage for Zero Tenacity just 4 minutes ago. And unfortunately, I do believe that right now, it does very much feel like it's too far gone. There's no way to stop Roshan right now. There's no way to defend your barracks. There's no way to resolve your momentum, or rather, resolve the mental pressure if you're Zero Tenacity. You just lost a team fight with the mentals crumbling down. If you're Z10, you lost a team fight with your strategy and your teamwork breaking apart, and it then shifting to a case of Hunger Games, where it's every man for himself. And when that happens, coming back together, I don't personally see that ever happening in a pro game of Dota.
I think what we've seen continually from Zero Tenacity is that they feel like they have to try so much for certain plays. I mean, you're looking back towards so many of the moves that they're making on their individuals, be it the mid, be it the carry, and now leading into that team fight wraparound towards the dire side triangle that they attempt. What side? Copy's gone and found himself Nesfear again. Is there follow-up? Do they need follow-up? In fact, this could be a turnaround potentially. Solar Guardian's enough for now. The stun's what Difference is going to be disabled with. And as Nesfear is trying to get away, Aegis is used. Difference, can you reinitiate in time? Light Striker rate doesn't land, and now Difference doesn't have his BKB. He should be going down. Snowball will only just delay the inevitable. Actually, with the Walrus Punch, Rincey is caught out. His BKB is over and done with. They've got the Shackle Shot as well. This is such a deep dive. Could this be the mistake that Zero Tenacity is looking for? They're somehow still alive, and with Copy caught out, is he going to go down again? Yes, he is. Ages expended and wasted. That tier 2 tower still standing. Zero Tenacity keep on being given chances back into this, and while AIK has been an absolute menace, now he's being chased down as well to be the little cherry on top of this juicy cake they found.
That's the second time Copy has just massively overextended. That Aegis was supposed to be their breakthrough to take apart the barracks, not their...
Their fountain? What do you mean? You can kill the fountain, can't you?
Oh, just an awkward spot to be in. I'm not saying that's a comeback, but you unnecessarily now prolong this game for the next 5 to 6 minutes, and you don't know what's going to happen.
This is a really good move.
We're approaching that late game mark. I think the Mirana's just dead here. Like I don't see how he.
He's got the gem as well. Aki's got the gem as well. This is a big kill to find for yourself. Not bad at all. What? Okay, listen. These are things that they're getting out of overextensions. What is the next item that makes a massive difference? Because Wind Ranger's just called the Chrysalis over to herself and has actually queued up a Satanic instead of looking to complete out the Daedalus. I've not felt like Nesfer is always struggling to survive because this Sven hasn't gone for the MKB at all, in fact.
I mean, they have enough magical damage to take out the Wind Ranger, and they can prolong the fight. With that Solar Guardian and that Frost Shield, they keep the fight prolonged to the point where the BKBs run out, and then they use their magical damage to take out Nesfer. It's not a bad plan. It has been working so far. But this Daedalus for the Lina changes things, because now it means within the BKB duration, if you are stunned up, you are pretty much just dead. And it means that Swen, even with the God Strength, may not be able to outtrade the Lina, because by the time he closes the gap, Lina will take away...
You're taking a lot of damage.
Exactly, 50 to 60% of your HP. Who knows if you're going to be able to lifesteal, because it depends if you're able to get that critical strike down or not.
Radiant are scanning.
He doesn't have a Satanic.
I think what we really need is a shard for... I was about to say a shard for the Rubik, and Emerald has just literally immediately bought a shard right now. That's a really big difference maker versus the Sven, who's now only got a 7-second BKB as well. It's not like we haven't seen shackle shots continually being landed. Nesfer has been good about finding them on the edge of the map.
And I will point out, in the last fight, Emerald stole the God Strength and started right-clicking away.
Yeah, my guy. My guy. He got them gains, baby.
It was quite funny.
Speaking of gains, it might be gaining some gold, as it's going to be Eki taking out next. Now, these kills that you're bleeding through make a really big difference.
Yeah, I mean, this game isn't exactly 17,000 ahead. This game is at max 5 to 6,000 net worth ahead for Rune Eaters, because the value of having a Lina and a Wind Ranger against a Swen cannot be understated. There is a huge disadvantage that Rinseku has in this game, because the onus is on him to close the gap, not on Z10. Z10 can fight from a mile away with the Hurricane Pike for both the Lina as well as the Wind Ranger.
If Centaur gets a Prophet's Pendulum right now in his tier 4... Oh, he has the Prophet's Pendulum. The thing is, Mixer, I think, has been a little bit less than relevant, but if he can pick up the Prophet's Pendulum, with how tanky he already is, I think he becomes so much more devastating in a team fight.
And eventually he'll have that Aghanim Scepter. Right? I think it should be his next item. They already have the Tusk. Add in that Workhorse. You have 2 saves coming in for your lineup. The Wind Ranger should be going for the Hydra's Breath, which will just destroy the Swen. Like, there is no way Rinseku survives against the Hydra's Breath. Max HP damage per second. Even the Dawnbreaker is going to die. Like, no one survives that on the Wind Ranger.
I'm surprised that Nesfer is stuck to the alert, by the way. He's gone for the extra... Oh, hold the point. Oh, Nesfer is going to be caught out. Nesfer is not in a good position here at all. He's now starting to realize that his Spidey senses are tingling, and over and out he goes.
They might choose to take another fight over here, but they might be playing into an observer
Revealing
ward.
with the power shot, Nesfer. At least he knows that there's opponents nearby. And they will be able to disengage because of that smoke. That smoke actually saves their life. Morales needs to blink away. Morales needs to stay alive. Copy's gone inside. Catches 2 of them out in the back line. There's already difference gone before he could even use his BKB. Rinse is able to get off the Stormhammer. That's all they needed. There's no buyback available for this Lina. And smack dab right on the dot, pretty much. 37 minutes is where they can look to take this high ground.
That's the problem with the Ember Spirit. With the Aghanim Scepter, he has so many remnants that he can effectively buy away that information, especially with the Shiva's Guard. It hit everyone on Zero Tenacity, and unfortunately, they thought that with the Lina being closer to her own high ground, to her base, she was safe. Unfortunately, there is no safety.
Is there going to be... can Malik just take down Nesphere all on his own? He gets off the Starbreaker stun. He's going to have the Celestial Hammer. And remember, he's got that level 25 as well. With the help of the Nullifier, comes through, gets a stun out. This is so much damage. Eki comes over for good measure as well. Nesphere can't TP away. He knows it. Malik is just going to be able to reinitiate. Eki's arrow being missed doesn't even get seen. Kickchat goes by so fast.
There we saw the maximum damage output of Nesphere on just a Dawnbreaker. Sure, he has 4,000 HP, but he is now making his way to that Assault Ferris. Exactly. So you need a Hydra's Breath on this Wind Ranger desperately right now, but he wants to be going for that Satanic. I can't believe they are prioritizing survivability over damage right now when Rune Eaters have proven that there is no such thing as survivability for Zero Tenacity. You can't survive against a Swen, so you then need to maximize your damage output. Give yourself the best shot of taking the Swen down before he takes you out.
Yeah, I mean, it really feels like as long as you get your BKB up, the Satanic doesn't really matter. You're going to survive for 10 seconds anyway. If you don't get your BKB up, you're dead regardless. Like, you're not getting to use the Satanic in particular. You need the damage. You need to actually be able to fight them.
Moonlight Shadow. They might just jump on that high ground. I don't see why not.
They're going to wait out for the Aegis now, though. Roche will be respawning fairly soon. Difference is also going for the Satanic.
What is that shiny orb effect? It's the war cry. Okay. It's my first time actually seeing it. Ike has a full scepter. He has an AoE Sinister Gaze. Oh man, he that is effectively a black hole. Like, people don't consider that, but this Lich Sinister Gaze upgraded to the scepter, that is in fact even better than the black hole because its cooldown is so much lower.
You can also just get a Chasm Stone.
Yep.
And make it even bigger. I think people forget how much value 800 gold is just for the Chasm Stone. It's actually very, very good.
It's also, by the way, it's a mixture of both a black hole and a fiendry because it drains away your mana, and it's a surprisingly high amount of mana. It's 50% of your mana drained away.
So that's insane. Wow. That's significant.
Yep, the Lich was a major hero being picked in the last patch during the EWC era.
Yes.
Which Rune Eaters came top 8 in. They wanted to get better or do better.
I can see that. It's been working out for them.
They were eyeing down a bigger portion of the competition, you know, taking down some bigger teams out there. That's why they took a break afterwards, I believe, you know, as far as my information goes. But they're here now.
And they're competing for that first place prize of $50,000 here at EPL Masters. 25,000 net worth lead, 42 minutes in.
Radiant are scanning.
The big contention point will be that high ground, because that is where the high attack range of Z10 will kick in. That is where the Centaur can provide that front line. The Rubik can steal whatever spell he wants, but you have to be careful of the jump. It's gonna come in, and it's gonna come in from the Ember or the Swen, and you have to be prepared.
I feel like you're underestimating Ike again. Ike's just gonna blink and get that AoE Sinister Gaze out.
I think he needs to wait for Zero Tenacity to huddle up together for that Sinister Gaze.
The thing is, like with the Frost Shield and the Solar Guardian, Ike is really hard to kill.
Yep, he also has
so if he goes in first, see, so if he goes in first, that's the point. It's going to be double Chain Frost out. And then Sven can blink in with his Stormhammer onto multiple people.
It's a whole lot of magical damage and physical damage and disable. It's everything packed into just, well, 2 heroes.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Z10, every single one of their heroes fulfills an individual purpose rather than fulfilling a multi-role dynamic, which is, I guess, the problem for them because of how far behind they are. Eventually, Eki is going to overtake the core's net worth here. He's not that far behind the Lina.
Dude, to be honest, I think I'm just getting a little bit worried as well about what the Zero Tenacity supports are going to be doing in general. Because for me, this Rubik pick was supposed to be all about the shard early on as well, and because of how late that shard came, I mean, I get why you'd prioritize the Force Staff and the Blink Dagger, but because of how late that shard is, we've not actually seen it being used at all to maneuver people away from this Sven. That's the most important part of the Rubik pick to me, not the spell steal.
I don't think he has the time to maneuver anyone out of the spell. I think they just die so quickly. I think he just dies so quickly. It's so hard to try and save someone when you can't even save yourself.
Put it on an Instagram quote. And add some, I don't know, like 2012 stock images of kids playing.
You do have a Shiva's Guard. I am so surprised that Mixa has not gone for an Aghanim Scepter. The item. He is the person to save someone. He's the only one that can actually survive that initial jump in from Rune Eaters.
I guess Shiva's isn't terrible just for the damage mitigation in some ways. And the AoE is nice for the Hoof Stomp. It actually becomes a fairly big stun by comparison.
You can get the Shiva's Guard, but I don't see the intention of him going for the Aghanim Scepter. Like,
I'm with you. The Ags would be great, but what you also have to consider is this isn't a level 25 Lena. I think that you really need that for the DPS to be relevant to the point where, you know, in the Ags, it's not just about, hey, I'm going to save my Lena. It's also that my Lena is actually going to do some make a meaningful difference versus Sven that has a Satanic.
Oh boy. I don't think you target the Sven here, though. I think you need to be able to take down the rest. Actually, I'm not even sure of who.
Yeah, I don't think you can
on Rune Eaters, like
because you will just die to copy and Rincey in the meanwhile.
Yeah, I mean taking down Ike sends the Chain Frost your way. Maybe you take down Eki.
Also, what's the point of taking down Ike? He'll have used all of his spells within the first 5 seconds anyway. There'll be like 7 people with Frost Shield on.
Yeah, but that's the problem of taking down the Dawnbreaker too. He'll have used his spells. And the Mirana.
That's why I genuinely think the only way you win a fight is if you're able to stop Rincey from using a Satanic and take him down. But while he has his Aegis, that feels impossible. Now the good thing is, like you mentioned, it's hard to push high ground. Zero Tenacity, unless they make a mistake, they've got a great high ground defense.
Yep. And to be fair, Rune Eaters have made quite the few mistakes on that high ground. You know, diving that fountain is not really ideal.
Was it really in the high ground when they were like, you know, tier 2 was still up? Does that really still count?
That's true. It didn't start at that high ground. Somehow, though, it ended up there. So it really wasn't a high ground play at that point.
Yeah. See, it was in fact the low ground that they were struggling on. That's why they looked to the high ground. Makes sense. It's very Obi-Wan of them.
I like that TV show. It was one of my.
Did you just say the TV show?
There's an Obi-Wan TV show.
Oh, okay. I thought so I was referring to the movies. I thought the Obi-Wan TV show was like a full flop, wasn't it?
No.
Didn't it go really badly?
No. Any show which has a 2-second cameo of Darth Vader cannot be a flop.
Okay.
You know.
Okay. Wait. Let me see.
They just make it for the 5
Rotten
second.
Tomatoes. What are we thinking on Rotten Tomatoes? It's 61% popcorn.
Hey, listen. Rotten Tomatoes is biased. Okay.
On the popcorn meter, it's not.
It's the fact that Star Wars has a very high bar. That's the problem.
Oh, okay. So it didn't meet the high bar, so it's not a high bar show.
No, but if you're a Star Wars fan, it's a pretty good show. Because because of Obi-Wan, no one cares. That 2-second cameo of Darth Vader, man.
Okay, all right. Maybe we can get a 2-second cameo out from Zero Tenacity now that we've had the game resume as well. It would be nice to see. One of the items that could still make a difference, I think, I mean, it's going to be nearly impossible to get, but I think Desire, if he can get the Walrus Kick ready with the Aghanims out on the Tusk, that is actually a fairly significant upgrade for the supports and gives him a purpose. And isn't that really what we're all looking for anyway? A little bit of purpose in life.
I'm surprised that Rinseku hasn't gone for the Aghanim Scepter or the MKB. That Aghanims would enable him to dispel away the Wind Run. The MKB would enable him to always be able to target the Wind Ranger, but he doesn't really seem to care for that. Instead, he's gone for the Basher. And I don't even know what the Basher does. Like,
They really don't
does.
care.
I
The
just
thing
don't
is,
know what the
Nesphere
purpose is.
doesn't do anything.
There's the
like,
Basher
I'm going to
on the
be very
Dawnbreaker too, T-Time.
Dude,
Why?
I'm going to be honest with you. Nesphere doesn't matter. Nesphere does nothing to these guys. Difference is the only hero that they actually have to take care of. Nesphere afterwards will just die. Unless he gets like 2-man shackles, which is a very different situation entirely, Nesphere doesn't do anything.
I think Ike's going to jump in right now. Someone's
He's
gonna
getting
jump
ready
in
for the
sure.
black hole. Oh, well, Copy's going in. Of course he is. Ike is going into the back lines. Gets himself a one out. Gets both of their cores. This is massive. You talked about the black hole, Cultures, and it's Ike coming through with it. Morales, a Stormhammer to try and counter out, but a buyback from Nesphere, and this is why they weren't worried, because not only will he die once, he might just die twice. They're turning away. They will be able to reinitiate. Copy gives them that guarantee, and he comes with Eki coming through. So much extra damage being dealt. There's no buyback available for Difference. There's no buyback left for the Wind Ranger. Zero Tenacity have to call GG here and now.
Yeah, this game is pretty much done and dusted. Only one hero remaining. No way to no way to save your barracks. And there we go. The GG call eventually comes out. Z10, they had the chance for the comeback, but unfortunately, when that comeback did happen for them, when Copy, quite frankly, bungled it twice in a row over there, that triangle fight did cement this game in their favor. And I do think the itemization mistakes that they made, and I will just call them mistakes, because no Aghanim Scepter for your Centaur, no Hydra's Breath for some meaningful damage coming out from your Wind Ranger. Nesphere wasn't able to target even the Dawnbreaker at some point. You take a look at the damage that you're dealing out, 32,000 for Nesphere, 22,000 for the Lina. That is not the kind of damage output you need to be able to take down strength-based cores like Rinseku and Malik, like the Dawnbreaker and the Swen.
I mean, let's not forget how they get into this problem in the first place. They do actually have a reasonably good start at the first 6 minutes or so of the laning phase. Difference is doing so well. And then Copy gets his chance to come back completely, doing so well in finding 3 kills back to back to back with some good rotations up towards the Wisdom Rune, then beating down on Difference. Difference didn't have the ability to farm for 4 whole minutes from 6.5 and onwards. That just made such a big difference. And Rune Eaters, Rinse keeps snowballing. Zero Tenacity, you see the desperation in the plays they're making in game 1. Can they bring it together, calm themselves down, and get it to game 3? Well, let's find out after a break. We're down to top 4 in the EPL Masters this first season. We might be down to top 3 after this game unless Zero Tenacity can bring things back. Welcome back, I'm Tea Time, joined by Tultris, as we head over to find out what the Zero Tenacity can make this second game a little bit more competitive. And to be fair, Tultris, it was competitive in game 1. I really felt like they had a window, they had chances, they just never were really able to make use of them.
I would say that RUNE EATERS made it competitive for Zero Tenacity rather than Zero Tenacity making it competitive for themselves. Because apart from Copy overextending, giving away his life, leading his team to their own doom, I didn't really see Zero Tenacity coming out ahead with the kind of advantage they did have in that early game. Copy was being pressured quite a bit. The side lanes were not doing too well. But despite of that fact, somehow the mid game past that 10-minute mark, nothing really was working out for Zero Tenacity. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do over here as they have gone for the Undying. This is, again, could be a mixer Undying. I do know that Z10 are one of those teams that love to play with the position 3 Undying. RUNE EATERS, though, they have gone for the Hoodwink, which is could be most of the time is a position 4, but nowadays more teams are actually playing that on the position 5 role.
Yeah, outside of the Ember Spirit, Zero Tenacity has picked the Undying more than anything else. I'm a little bit surprised actually to see the Ringmaster come out of a hair. RUNE EATERS do, however, find the one hero that is almost, I think, 100% basically pick a man rate within the tournament. Hoodwink's been the most popular support by far, and there's good reason for it. There's a lot of great Hoodwink players, but more than that, there's just a lot of great laning potential that you open yourself up with. I think that the thing is, I really hope this is a position 3 Undying coming out from Zero Tenacity, because I think revealing both your supports early on like this would be a pretty bad call. But let's see they leave that flexibility at least.
Clockwork also comes out for RUNE EATERS. I do think there is potential of synergy here with the Clockwork and the Hoodwink. Bushwhack into the cogs. You can set up one way or the other. You have the hookshot into the sharpshooter as well. It's not a whole lot of synergy, but both of these two supports are very oppressive in how they play. Very aggressive supports built, or rather, they can provide that information for the team fights with the rocket flare, or even scurry with the Hoodwink. So you have a certain amount of capability that these two supports provide you. But Z10, they have the escape act, so they have one of the best saves against that hookshot. Clockwork goes in, you drop down that escape act, you suddenly have 60 to 70% magical resistance for your ally, and they're not going to drop regardless of how much magical damage you pull in, especially considering this is going to be an Earth Spirit on that mid side, so he's going to be rolling in with that hookshot or with that Bushwhack.
Yeah, I think the Earth Spirit is really what's maybe a little bit more concerning for me than anything else, because if it's going to be Copy on the Earth Spirit and we can actually see him pulling out another performance similar to what we just had on Ember, I'm quite scared. Copy, I mean, you're realistically going to be seeing him on any Spirit hero and he'll have a good time. I want Difference to do better. I wouldn't even hate another Lina pick to come through, even if it's not the best versus Clockwork, especially I think Lina is one of the few heroes, rather Clockwork's one of the few heroes which feels like a pretty hard counter to that Lina. But I didn't think Difference was the problem in that game. I just think the moves that they chose to make and how they used him, and maybe how he used himself, to be fair, I think that's where they really struggled in that mid-game mark, and giving him another chance on the Lina, I'm all for it.
They go for the Storm instead for Zero Tenacity. Now, they could still pick up the Lina on that carry position. Storm versus Earth Spirit, it's decent for the Storm. Not too good, not too bad. You should be able to find your farm. Regardless, it's not going to be a case as we had the last time around, where one mid lane hero was being pushed out entirely. I do think this is a very even matchup. One difference, though, is that RUNE EATERS had the stronger rotation potential with their supports. Both the Clockwork and the Hoodwink can catch the Storm before that level 6 mark when he doesn't have his Ball Lightning, and take this Storm out. That could be the potential avenue, and I do think that will be the potential avenue that RUNE EATERS craft themselves up that advantage. But Z10, they go for the Clink, so they add in some massive amounts of physical damage for their team.
The Clink is nice, though. The Clink is obviously very good up against the I don't think there's anyone who's actually going to do too much to him in the lane over here. I'm just more curious about what the offlaner is going to be for RUNE EATERS. In an ideal world, you need someone who can actually really pummel down and fight head-to-head versus the Clinks, which is quite hard to do when you've got a support like the Ringmaster potentially buying the side. So I'm actually very curious about what do you think RUNE EATERS is going to angle towards for this offlane.
Against the Clinks, Mars, again, wouldn't be that bad. Ranged projectiles are... Whenever I see ranged projectiles or physical damage based on ranged projectiles, I instantly think of the Mars. It's just a fantastic hero against that kind of capability. But if you want to go for the ultimate lockdown, then an Underlord wouldn't be bad either. Especially with that bushback, especially with the cogs. You imagine someone being stuck in the cogs, you drop down that Pit of Malice, suddenly they're going to be rooted down twice or even thrice. As RUNE EATERS go for the Darkseer. Again, a new hero in the meta. It's not exactly super good against the Storm Spirit because the Storm can effectively just zap away. Not exactly too good against an Undying because once that shard comes up for that hero, you'll have the Tombstone save against that vacuum. So it's not a fantastic Darkseer game, but it provides you with a lot of tempo and it provides you with a lot of synergy. That Darkseer vacuum followed up with that Magnetize coming in from your Earth Spirit, a Bushwhack coming about, a Rocket Flare, a lot of magical damage. That damage is available to RUNE EATERS, and Clinks isn't exactly a hero, neither is a Storm, that really like to build up that BKB. Eventually they will, but they'll do so begrudgingly.
Is there a carry that pairs particularly well with the Darkseer over here for you? Because obviously, you know, RUNE EATERS, I doubt that they're going to go for another Sven pick over here, even if that feels like really fun wombo combo-y. It's just, you're asking for trouble, what with the amount of, I mean, every single person on Zero Tenacity is good versus a Sven, it feels like. So is there a carry that you're looking out to and saying, okay, this could be it? I'm thinking a little bit of a Tiny. We've seen a lot of it, but I just think you're kind of putting yourself in a pickle over there with the Tiny as well. And I know we said the exact same things about the Sven in the previous game about how, oh, it's going to be guided and this and that, but it really does feel like a greedy pick if you go for that.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be seeing a Sven. We shouldn't have been seeing a Sven in the first place. Sven should not be here in the batch.
What about
should
a
not
Tiny?
Be in the tournament. Tiny could be coming out, but only for RUNE EATERS. I don't.
RUNE EATERs, yeah.
Yeah, you can pick up a Tiny. It's great with the vacuum wall, but you could also go for a ranged carry. As is this an IO carry? This I think is an IO carry. This is an IO carry. Yeah. Some time ago,
I like the gradation. I like the gradation in your voice as you go through the processes of grief, but the other way around.
Yeah. See, sometimes, a little while ago, it hasn't been that long, a little while ago, teams all the way from the tier 1 stage to the tier 2 stage lost their minds. And they started picking up that IO on the mid lane. They started picking up that IO on that carry position. And they started to make it work. So what can I say? Who am I to judge? Maybe I'll try it out in November as well. Who knows? So Zero Tenacity, they see the IO, but it's not exactly a great hero against that Storm. It requires an absurd amount of farm, and Zero Tenacity will just pick up that Underlord because why not have that root against that IO? And it will just be a Rinseku IO.
I'm not going to pretend like I know what this IO is supposed to be accomplishing over here on the carry position. So Tulchus, I want you to give me a little bit of like that. Okay, the sky is blue, the clouds are white. It's a wonderful day to be an IO carry situation. Like, what is that situation going to look like for Rinse?
If I'm being honest, I think most teams out there that are also picking up these IO cores are also pretending to know what the IO does. But it's the same concept. You build up that Aghanim Scepter, you have those spirits, you provide that overwhelming heal, you have that relocation play so you can come in and out of those team fights, you can cut the waves whenever you want, and you have a surprisingly high amount of damage output. No Doom available, which I would have imagined Z10 should have gone for, considering you know for a fact this will be an IO carry. You can disable the healing entirely. Doom was not banned out either, but I mean, let's see what Rinseku will be able to do. I know that tier 1 teams, I know that Extreme Gaming went for this on that mid side, and I believe another tier 1 team went for it on that carry position. I can't remember which one, but this is the first time I'm seeing it being replicated at the tier 2 level.
I don't love the IO carry. I think just generally it feels very gimmicky to me. The win conditions always feel strange, and honestly, it also just makes the game look really, really weird. But what makes me more concerned is not just the IO carry. I think I'm curious about how you think the IO is going to be interacting with something like a Darkseer in the offlane, which isn't going to be like your, stereotypical sustain hero in this necessarily. I mean, you can still go for that build on Darkseer, even if it's maybe fallen a little bit out of fashion the same way. Where's the damage coming from?
Well, the IO is the damage. That's the thing. IO is everything.
Eventually.
Yes, eventually. The vacuum wall is also a big source of damage. Unfortunately, I don't think this is a great Darkseer. The wall of replica is not going to be creating strong enough illusions. The Clink's, his damage output comes from the Burning Barrage, comes from his spells more so than his Searing Arrows, which are his primary source of damage earlier on. So the Clink's illusion is not going to be doing too much. The Storm illusion is not going to be doing anything. Neither are the Underlord, Ringmaster, or Undying illusions. So I'm not really too sure of what the game plan is going to be. But what I do know is that there is a surprise initiation factor, or even a surprise counter initiation factor at play here. You have the IO that can relocate with that Darkseer to find a better vacuum wall. Perhaps that will come into play, perhaps that won't. It is a very weird draft, I will say. But we'll
Underlord
probably
illusion
just see
is kind of
most of the
again.
time. Rune Eaters will spend most of their time farming up on this IO. Like, that's pretty much a given.
Well, right now IQ wants to maybe try and get himself a first blood. Nesphere will be exposing himself. Are they going to find a bush back over here? Ike will be able to follow up with a battery assault. Nesphere knows he's a dead man, so he tries to get a bit of damage out, because why not? If there's one thing I'm looking forward to, it is Ike's performance after that Lich play that he had. I am very interested to see how well he is going to be able to do and fare on this Clockwork. God, isn't Darkseer Clockwork just the worst, by the way, to play up against? They immediately burst down the creep wave on bot side. They can continue to double Ion Shell these ones down. It just feels so frustrating.
It really is, especially when that mana drain starts to kick in with those cogs. Look at the IO. It's doing IO things. Clockwork and this Ike is running after Desire over here. They have the Ion Shell, but the Ion Shell is placed down on the creeps. You do have to be careful a bit. The Searing Arrows is much like the Drow Ranger. Frost Arrow damage is quite significant in the early laning phase, but Rune Eaters, they seem to want to pressure Zero Tenacity while they can, because when the levels do come up, the Searing Arrows will only increase in their damage. The
Ike could die here. Ike dies here. Like, they're really underestimating how much Undying does with the decay to a Clockwork and a Darkseer. I mean, these are traditionally high HP heroes. That's one of their main ways of surviving in the offlane. That gets taken away from you real fast.
Yeah, I mean, the Searing Arrows, it's all the plus 20 damage, right? So when the decay steals away your strength, steals away your HP, the Searing Arrows also do even more damage on you. So that is something that Rune Eaters will have to be careful of, especially on a Clockwork that, I get it, you're a Clockwork, you want to chase after people. But you have to do so with a plan. You know, there is a level of intelligence difference between a Clockwork and a Spirit Breaker. And you need to find that distinction.
Mid-side difference is going to be getting a lot of extra damage. Copy's actually in some trouble, forced to use his Fairy Fire to survive. And he has to be careful because Difference with one more right click will get the kill. He doesn't have a stick, anything of the sort, so Difference gets a full solo kill onto a Copy who massively overextends.
It is a knife's edge lane between two spirits, and unfortunately...
Top side, Morales. Could be their first chance to get a kill right back, but Rincey's taking damage and he knows he doesn't want to extend into the tower.
Right clicks from the IO are deceptively strong. It's around 60 base damage, but mid-side is the surprising factor. Now, Difference wasn't able to take Copy out in that last game, but because Copy is playing a melee hero, we're seeing the true difference in skill play out, or at least today, you know, a bit of a maybe mood difference, perhaps? I don't know. The Earth Spirit shouldn't die there.
Dude, Ike is playing with fire right now. They do manage to get up a quick courier kill, as Nesphere will not be able to have that little doggy on his side for a little while longer. Desire comes through. They're forced to use a surge. Malik will kill himself to the neutral creep. This offlane is going very poorly for Rune Eaters.
It is. They're not content with farming up because, quite frankly, they can just farm up on the Darkseer. The Clockwork can make plays around the map. You don't necessarily have to force something on Z10's side of the map or on their safe lane. You can go towards that mid side. You can go towards that top lane where you do have a lot of kill potential, but instead they're trying to brute force their way through to a lane where it's not going to work. What is the ideal case scenario? You take out the Undying because you're never going to kill the Clicks.
I like what Difference just did by chasing up after Copy. He managed to fully double wave it, so there's no chance of really Copy leaving the lane for the rune. Meanwhile, Morales has to be careful. Like, he won't be able to do too much. Normally a very strong supportive element, but right now it's a bot side where action is going to look to transpire. The problem is killing Desire is just... It's really, really hard without a double Iron Shell.
The lost hits are pretty much even, though, between both of these two sides. I mean,
half of Darkseer's lost hits are neutral, so you have to keep in mind those are worth maybe like 30-40% less. So that's functionally 20 lost hits. Yeah, it's not 33.
And killing Desire, I'm not even sure if there's a point to killing this Undying. He's a support Undying. It doesn't matter at all. The plus 200 gold is not going to help you. He's going to continue to do what an Undying does, regardless of what you want, regardless of how many times you take him out.
Ike might be... Okay, Ike was in a little bit of trouble. Malik actually comes through and picks up the kill onto the tombstones. This is big. Ike staying alive as well on top of it all, and all in the meanwhile, Difference continues to come closer and closer to that level 6 mark.
Once he gets his level 6, taking out the Storm is going to be very difficult. Eki, he is here on this bot side.
They spotted him coming through. Nesfer shouldn't be this deep. They want to try and get a counter initiation. Morales with a quick knife means that Ike will be dying. And as Desire is chased, he's going to actually get the return kill. And Eki realizes too late about the trouble he's in. He's trying to get a quick last minute kill, but that just can't happen. Nesfer, too much damage coming through. And Rune Eaters get nothing out of a rotation and 3-man play.
They got baited in. Clinks knew he was there, and the death pack tea time, it gives you a surprisingly high amount of HP. Even at that level 3 mark, it's 325 bonus HP. That's not something you can cut through at the level 3 mark for the Hoodwink, or even the level 3 Ion Shell. It doesn't really do that much against Nesfer, who can just regenerate back up. And Ike was just very low. He's a level 2 Clockwork. Who had about 30% HP, a few searing arrows, and he's just dead.
Ike is also going to be completely useless in this game, the way things are going. He needs a level 6 by that. I mean, if I'm being generous, if I'm being nice, he still needs about 12 minutes. Unless they're able to actually find a successful, swing, gang, something like it, Ike is going to have a really hard time getting an early power shot out, or even a mid-time power shot. Invis Rune goes the way of Difference. Last time this was a bit of a death sentence for him. I'm sure he'll be wiser with his ways this time.
If I were Zero Tenacity right now, I would go for the Shrine of Wisdom, because I know the Clockwork is level 2. I know how defenseless Rune Eaters are on that position. Even the IO doesn't have the relocate. There's no Magnetize for the Earth Spirit because he did die. This Shrine of Wisdom is ripe for the taking.
Copy will have the Magnetize now, so you still have to be slightly careful about how you make this play. Again, I did say that this is the exact play with which Difference lost up, but now Difference is actually moving into the triangle, picking up a lot of stacks, while topside, Mixer could be a trade, but it's a trade that's almost impossible to find. He's not going to overstep and overstay his welcome, while Desire plans to fight around that Wisdom Rune like you mentioned. He will be seen and caught by Ike. This is good damage being dealt, but to actually get the kill on Desire is very, very challenging. Malik tries to come around the other side of the cogs. Ike really needs to be around for the XP on this kill, but they are going to end up trading. Nesfer picks up Ike on his own. Malik's going to be next. That wall of replica does nothing, and Nesfer's double is more than worthwhile.
Last time around, Rune Eaters, if you do have to mention, I did not believe in their draft, even in that last game. It worked out for them. As over right now, Rune Eaters, right now, they're also playing far behind. Now, Zero Tenacity had the early game going their way, but we'll see how Rune Eaters adjust for past that early game. The problem is their draft really does not allow them to play from behind. They need to constantly look for kills with this Earth Spirit, who hasn't made any kind of a rotation.
Yeah, that early deaths that Copy actually ended up copying is just, it's been a huge impact to how his game is going to be going. Difference is about to be level 8 pretty soon, and although it's only practically a 1 level advantage that he has over this Earth Spirit, with Nesphere rotating in, if they can find Copy, that's going to be game changing. Nesphere is also going for the fast Deso on the Cling, so you know how much damage he's going to have. Desire making his way over. They force out the surge from Malik, and we'll go back to farming. Difference is being given time and space in the jungle to continue his own farming patterns as well, so he feels like he can pretty comfortably handle this. All in the meanwhile, Eki is level 5 on that Hoodwink. At least he's close to level 6, and with his ultimate, they do actually have serious skill potential. A good Earth Spirit initiation into a sharpshooter could be what you need to take down the Storm while he's still silenced. Now, Difference with the Regen Rune isn't going to be looking to expose himself anytime soon, though. Morales is being given experience as well. They want to guarantee that they've got level 6 early on the Ringmaster. It's going to be one of their biggest counter initiation abilities, the Wheel of Wonder. But meanwhile, Copy's caught out. He's going to be fared back as well. It's going to be Difference who moves into the silence once again. There's extra right clicks out, but as he zips forward, he's used so much mana. Has to be careful. No, apparently he doesn't. Eki's next on the menu, and he is being ordered out of him. Morales moves over. It's going to be a second kill to come through. Mixa might steal it away, but there's so many galvanized charges that they're able to get. And bottom lane, they reinitiate. Difference wants to go forward, find Malik, who's now out of his surge. And as Malik will be facing down versus Morales, his quick knife, it's Nesphere who comes through. A stray searing arrow is all he needs to provide the extra damage. Morales finishes off the Darkseer, and Zero Tenacity find themselves up 10-3.
Big kills coming in for Zero Tenacity, and unfortunately, Rune Eaters are realizing the biggest problem with their draft is that they simply do not have any damage. You play with the Magnetize, you play with the Wall of Replica, none of that really matters, but we haven't even seen the Magnetize come out. He hasn't even skilled it up. What good is a Spirit pick if you're not willing to play with your team?
Dude, the thing is,
he
now
will heed the warnings. He will decide to go for it. I don't know if it's too late, but you have to get something done right now. You have to take down a few cores. Maybe, at the very least, this Clinks. Unfortunately, the Clinks is gone.
This is such
By the time Rune Eaters arrive.
Rincy's over and out trying to get some farm in, but the problem is that actually they could still take down Morales. Morales is trying to counter-initiate onto Eki. There's so much damage dealt. Desire makes his way over. If he plants a Tombstone, this is going to be a useless fight. Copy at least gets the Magnetize onto 3 players, but what use is that if they're just too tanky? Mixa isn't going down. He fights his way out of there. The DP is the only way this IO will survive, as he does get away, but it might be in trade for Ike. At least they get an Undying, but what good is that when the Clinks has survived on 10 HP? It's a 1 for 3. Nesphere stays alive, and that could have been maybe the only worthy consolation prize that the Dire could have gone for. What do you even do at a place like this? Difference goes in. Eki's used that sharpshooter, but it doesn't get the damage that he needed out of it. And as Difference tries to back off, he decides to turn around and fight onwards instead. He's running out of mana though, and Copy, this could be his time to come back. Rince is giving him the extra damage that he needs, but Copy's died. Difference will be able to back off as well. The Hoodwink Bushwhack means nothing, absolutely nothing. They know they need to evacuate out Rincey, but I'm surprised that they take AIK with them as well. This is getting absolutely terrible. Copy was likely the MVP of the last game, and now on the bot side of the map, Malik has used his Wall of Replica. It's on cooldown for 100 seconds. They feel like they can do so much more. Hoodwink continues to be chased on and away. Nesphere with that fully built Desolator is now going to be out hunting for kills. Speaking of kills and stacks that you can get, Storm Spirit has 9 galvanized charges already. 13 minutes in, a 6,000 net worth lead, a Desolator for your Clinks, and an Underlord whose farm just keeps on escalating on and on and on. He's on 7,500 net worth, top of the charts. Dear Tenacity looking like a completely different team. This is the Zero Tenacity we could have seen if not for their hesitation, or maybe if not for their over-eagerness in that last game. This is Zero Tenacity playing to the level they showed versus Yellow Submarine.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is
Ike does have his hook shot now. They do have some initiation ability between him and Copy. Zip in. Difference finds himself Ike, and with that they'll be able to steal out this Wisdom Rune as well. It goes from bad to worse. That was going to be a critical point of contest. They had to try
scanning.
and keep things stable. Fight around the wisdoms, fight around difference, try and get that silence onto him. Try and actually use the one advantage that an Earth Spirit has versus a Storm. It's that geomagnetic grip. It's that silence. But what you need to pair that with is always going to be Eki on the Hoodwink. You always need the Sharpshooter. Without that, you have no damage. They know it as well. But for now, it's Zero Tenacity smoked up, getting ready to go. And they're hunting for an Io that's too far off to really find. Io's Aghanims, at the very least, is close. He's 1 component away from it and 50 gold on top of it. So at the very least, you have that. And that feels like poor consolation. That feels like poor consolation to a team that is losing map control. Desire is level 9 on a position 5 who we talked about having not done that well. Difference is on his way to BKB. That's his second item. He's not making any greedy extra damage sort of build. Nothing of the sort. All he wants to do is make sure he can survive so that Nesphere dishes out the damage. But what I will say is, I'll give RUNE EATERS some credit. They've avoided giving Nesphere Desolator stacks. They've avoided taking a fight in the last 3 minutes when they know that their IO is getting closer to that Aghanim Scepter. Surviving is something RUNE EATERS has done magnificently well.
Yeah, it's pretty much... I mean, RUNE EATERS are doing a good job surviving, but that's all they're doing, right, T-Time? Like, it's not as if they're actually getting far ahead. Copy is 0-4 right now. Eki is 0-3. Malik is 1-4. No one's really having a good time apart from perhaps Rinseku. But when he does get his Aghanim Scepter, perhaps that's when things will start to look better.
It's a big perhaps. You still need this Darkseer to be giving out some serious vacuum walls. You still need to be able to pair that together with the Spirits and get that extended team fight that you're looking for this IO to truly succeed. And the problem is, on the other side, you've got the Underlord with a full pipe with his own Aghanims on the way as well. This Underlord could be the biggest problem. And speaking of problems, Nesphere just picks himself up that first set of Desolator stacks as well. Silence out onto Desire. Could be a freebie that they find, but with the Flash Golem used, he can even maybe turn things around. He's asking for help as Difference makes his way over. An opportunity to initiate might be there, but they're underneath an Observer Ward. So the Dire does get away. Bot side, Nesphere caught out. This is the kill they were looking for with the Aghanim Scepter, but the counterplay is there. I said Mixa would be problem number 1, but at least Rinse's able to run away from him. That relocate providing him the safety, but a clings for a Darkseer, you take that any day of the week. Mixa though, he wants more. He's asking for his teammates to come through the gate. Only A. Morales does.
Top side is... $7,000 of a lead though, T-Time, and I don't think this is going to change. Rinseku, sure, you have the Aghanim Scepter, but the problem with the IO core is that you constantly need to build up your items for it. Otherwise, it's not going to be successful. Otherwise, it's not going to work. You need a BKB now after this Aghanim Scepter, and even then, is he supposed to be doing the heavy lifting when your Earth Spirit only has 6,000 net worth at the 18-minute mark? Kind of feels...
dead. Ritsu's dead. You can't save yourself over here. There's no relocate to bail you out this time. Over still 5 seconds on cooldown. And even then, difference is all the way over into the high ground as well, just to take down a measly Ike.
8,000 of a lead now. There's no way to fight back against Zero Tenacity. This is a draft differential. This is Rune Eaters trying to style up on Zero Tenacity, but instead, it's out of fashion. Way out of fashion. They're like 50 years too late. Generations behind at this point.
See, normally it comes around and becomes vintage at that point. I mean, you were doing a good job till you went 50 years, but you know what? Copy was doing a good job till he came to his second game. That early death is something he's still regretting, but he's got plenty of time to ruminate as he keeps on getting killed again and again. Nesphere, a casualty again, perhaps to come through, but they need that killing blow and they just can't find it. Finally, Rinsey comes over, picks up another kill, and maybe he can then chase up after Mixa. Mixa's maybe the wrong target to go for, in all fairness. He's the tankiest guy on the map right now. But a 2-for-2 where, again, if you're finding Nesphere, you're finding what you need. Rune Eater Stalkers, I mean, 8,000 at 20 minutes, that's a disconcerting number, but it's a lot better than 5,000 at 10 minutes, which is what they were at a little while ago.
Yep. It's a very good exchange. You're finding the opposing side scary, you're keeping the clinks down, and Rinseku can continue to find his farm. And another thing that I do want to point out is that sure, the Earth Spirit is behind, but the impact the Earth Spirit comes in with, you only need to drop all of your spells. And that's your job. You don't need to be that far ahead. You don't need to have the same net worth of a Storm Spirit or the same net worth that the Clinks or the Underlord do to have the same kind of impact. He does bring in the damage with him. And Rune Eaters...
the nice thing about the Earth Spirit is that when you're behind, you can just play Tekken and button mash and you're still going to be fine.
That is the ideal, as Ike is gonna be spotted out. There's no way.
Nah, Ike's got that invisibility.
He's out.
He's got it, dude. I trust my favorite Lich player. Ike is confirmed the GOAT for living. Morales, he does get the Tormentor shard, but all in the meanwhile, Ike tried to initiate. Differences uses BKB just for a support right now. That's your 9-second BKB gone.
Yeah. It is a 9-second BKB, but they do find a kill. And BKBs right now, D-Time, it's not as big of a factor using your BKBs because the maximum duration of the BKB, or rather the minimum duration of a BKB
it's gotten better now.
Exactly, right? It's a 7-second BKB as opposed to a 6-second BKB. 6 seconds just felt too short, but 7 seconds is not that bad. And it's a storm. You only need to use the BKB to dodge a few projectiles, to dodge a few disables. After you get the fight going, it becomes easier and easier to keep that fight going.
By the way, Storm difference is 7-0 and 4. He's got 17 galvanized charges.
Yep, he'll run out of mana before he runs out of his BKB timer.
Is Difference about to be caught out of a head though? They know he doesn't have his BKB, but he's managed to get away. Still, Difference will go down because Copy reinitiates. No, how is he still alive? He's being given so much by Mixa. Mixa keeps on bringing the Storm back from the grave and beyond. Storm has now gotten away, but where is the fight taking place elsewhere? Nesphere can't find a target ahead, and as Mixa just uses that tank ability to stand strong, Copy dies inevitably. He just loses the battle of endurance in the back lines.
They were so darn close to be able to take out that Storm Spirit. They were so close, but I do believe they pushed the Storm away. I do not think that was a forced off coming in because there is no forced off on anyone. The Undying does happen, but I don't think... I think the Earth Spirit pushed him. Yeah, I think the Earth Spirit just smashed him away. And
he must have misclicked.
He must have, but that proved to be a bit too mistake. He pushed him away from his team.
Oh, they found Rinsey. Critical scouting job from the Clinks. Doesn't need any binoculars. He can get up close and personal.
24-9 right now, 11,000 of a lead. Malik has surprisingly found a net worth, but again, the Darkseer, he's only as good as how good the illusions are on the other side, and unfortunately, the same problem will exist. The illusions just don't do anything this game. It's not as if you're playing into a Terrorblade. It's not as if you're playing into a strong right-click based carry. Nesphere, sure, his base damage is high, 170, but it's his barrage that gives him his power point. RUNE
I think
Eaters,
Underlord is a decent illusion to get, but right now, 3-man vacuum, you don't have the follow-up wall, and all in the meanwhile, Morales even stays alive, so Ike is going to be dying, Aegis is going to be found. I'm not quite sure what they were looking to do there, I won't lie to you.
they were trying to steal the Aegis. I'm not sure what Ike was doing though. Ike was Ike. You know, he gets a bit of it too ahead of himself there. You can't blame him. He had a good game last time.
Also, to be fair, like, what is he meant to do? He's got 3,500 net worth right now. That's literally sitting in base and waiting for your goal to come in kind of net worth.
I actually think that it would have been better had the Darkseer not made that vacuum play, because then at the very least Ike would have a straight trajectory with his hookshot to try and steal the Aegis. It's happened at the EPL Masters, these hookshot steals. But vacuuming those 3 heroes in actually disables your ability to hookshot in and steal the Aegis. Unfortunate. You do have a BKB though for copy.
You got something. I don't know how that helps that much, because it's not like Copy's been struggling to get his spells off before he dies. It does feel like Copy gets off all of his remnants. He gets off all of his abilities, maybe even twice over, and they just don't do much. That pipe from the Underlord is just too strong. Top side, they're trying to go in on a Nesphere. They get the relocate as well, but Mixer's here to try and counterplay. There and then Rincey. I mean, he's just waiting to be sent back over. This is not a fight he's willing to take. Difference will initiate on the back lines, but he doesn't actually find Ike. Was hoping that he'd still be inside the lane. Malik would be a great target to go on as well, but while they're trying to fight down this Underlord, Nesphere finds Copy actually, and Difference in the back lines will make sure Malik cannot be a part of this fight. Malik, though, is forced to fight. Ghost Scepter TP away attempted, but that attempt is immediately removed.
2 cores down. They tried to go in for the Clinks. They saw him in incredibly low HP, tried to take him out, but the escape act T-time. I spoke about this in a draft. You take a look at that spell. 80% magic resistance for 3 whole seconds. Thirstware doesn't do anything there. Neither does the vacuum, neither does any of your magical damage spells, which, to be fair, is most of their damage at this point. So, as long as that Ringmaster exists in this game, you do not take out the Clinks, regardless of how low he is.
What is Difference making next? He's got the Sanj, so he will have the Sanj and Kaya. Do you think it's justified for Difference to maybe go for the early Aghanims in this game? Or do you think he should still stick to making more damage?
I don't think they need the early Aghanims. I think they can just scale up in terms of damage, become a powerhouse individually, both on the Clinks and the Storm.
Desire. Listen, it's not a bad kill to get, especially if Difference is going to be going in like this. He's got no mana left to speak of. He's going to need to use the BKB or the Aegis, one or the other, if he wants to continue fighting. And they will find Mixer in the backlines as well. And that's an impossible kill. But a big vacuum wall might make it a little bit more possible. Mixer's caught out. They will have the extra atrophy aura as well. But Malik can't do anything beyond this. There's nothing to do as the backlines is where the fight continues. Nesphere takes down Ike. And Morales actually got Malik in the meanwhile. Nesphere won't stop with 1. Can Rincey do anything? Of course he can't. Of course he can't. They just don't have the damage. That was the best case scenario for the fight you could take.
A 4-man vacuum wall is as good as it gets. RUNE Eaters, they had what they wanted. They built this draft around. I don't know if it's because they're so far behind, or if their perception of their draft just doesn't have the necessary output. Zero Tenacity did not lose a single one in that team fight. That escape act was not a factor because it only works on one singular hero. The Clinks just stood his ground and right-click away. The Storm had no mana. Like you pointed out, absolute best-case scenario. It could not be better for RUNE Eaters. And if you can't get the best-case scenario and find a singular kill, I don't think you have a shot to take this game. you don't have a comeback here. You may as well tap out, because as sooner or later, you will lose your high ground. It's not as if Rune Eaters even scale better than the other side. You're playing into a Storm and a Clinks. Who do you think is going to be stronger? Who would you take on your team? A Clinks or an IO at that 30-minute mark?
Are you playing either of them?
Maybe.
Then I'd take none. You know what? I'll take Ike on the clockwork, bro. I don't care. As long as you're not on my team, I'm fine with it. I've been traumatized.
The point is, both the IO and the Clinks, you know, both Rinseq as well as Nesphere, they have similar net worth. 2,000 isn't that big of a difference when both of them are past the 15,000 net worth mark. They have 3-4 items, but the impact is so much different.
Oh my goodness, there goes difference. He's found Copy. Can they take him down in the BKB? Of course they can. Of course they can. They've got too much damage with the Desolator. 28 charges right now on that bad boy.
And as soon as that Clinks shows up, you just have to get back.
He didn't show up. That's the problem. he came afterwards. Difference just zipped in from the tier 1.
I kind of feel like even if you were to put Zero Tenacity in a 4v5 situation, right? If maybe Nesphere suddenly disconnects,
Okay,
they might still win the game. Like that's how
the thing is,
how much stronger I think their draft is.
The problem is you can't kill Mixa, and that's the only player without mobility. Nesphere makes such big mistakes, and even then I think you don't have the damage to kill. So who are you killing exactly in this scenario?
The Ringmaster?
Are you?
Maybe if he...
Yo, Morales has a
uses
shawl,
attack.
alright? Morales has a shawl. He's got that 10% magic resistance, and Rinseq right now with the BKB knows he can't TP out. He doesn't have the relocate. He tethers backwards, but it only adds to Mullik's death count. Mullik can't do anything here either. I mean, I'd say this is going from bad to worse, but I think it's exactly where it was 5 minutes ago, to be honest.
It started off pretty bad, if we're being pretty honest here. Hey, listen, I don't mean to be an IO core hater, right? But
why not?
Because it's what he wanted to go for, you know? I gotta take into account the man's feelings.
You're a coach, dude. I don't want to hear this from you. You're an ENC qualified coach, and you're like, hey, but my player wants to go.
But I mean, I just don't see how you output enough damage here. Like, I do not see what the game plan ever was. Imagine if Mixa picked up the Doom instead of the Underlord, right?
That's fair. Listen, damage out of Nesphere is nice and all, but Storm's going to be going further in. He doesn't care if he doesn't have the BKB. What are you going to do to stop him?
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower
There is pretty much nothing you can do to stop them. You're simply too far behind. Copy is about to be overtaken by both supports of Zero Tenacity, both the Ringmaster as well as the Undying. There's no way to defend your high ground, no way to trade damage, no way to keep the sustain up for your lineup. Despite the BKBs, there's literally no item that Rune Eaters can make.
It feels like the only conversations you can have in the team right now is denial and hope that there's a mistake made, which, to be fair, let's not forget that last game. Let's not forget a couple of the places where maybe Copy was overzealous. Will Zero Tenacity make a critical error? Do they have a mistake grave enough? They see Rinsey, they see Rinsey, they see the spirits popping, they know there's a smoke over here. And honestly,
it's also the Storm, it's also the Clinks. Even though they don't have HP, you think about the HP per damage ratio and it's just way too high on Zero.
They could find Nesphere here. If they find Nesphere, if they get the stun on him, that's the one player who maybe they could have killed, but Nesphere is going GG. I don't know what is.
That was the one shot they had, or rather, I don't even know what that was. That was an attempt at a miracle at best, but again, it's the exact same result. Instead of maybe perhaps the only difference being your Earth Spirit lives, but in the end, you still can't take down even a single hero, irrespective of how you start the fight. Irrespective of how good of a vacuum you get, how good of a hook shot you have, how good of a bushwhack or a sharpshooter, you send out every single one of your...
It's unfair because of how good he was game 1 and obviously how poor game 2 is gone. But what is this Earth Spirit supposed to do? Right? Like if you have a Lina, if you have a Queen of Pain, right? If you have a something that actually deals damage, that actually scales situation this dire, it's still probably a losing draft, don't get me wrong, but I just think that this Earth Spirit isn't doing enough. He's 0-9-2, which fair, they're down 10 to 40, but that is a part of it.
He fell behind in the early game, and then there's the pipe on Mixer. There's a Ringmaster with 80% magical resistance, and the fact of the matter is you have BKBs up for the first 7 seconds, so even as he rolls in, goes for the Magnetize. When the BKBs are up, you need to